Chapter 35, Urban Jungle PT-3. Jump City. Naruto placed a hand up on the top of the doorway as he looked outside of the chopper to the chaos below with a frown across his lips. As if my town wasn't hectic enough on its own, now I've got to deal with giant fucking plants too. Naruto inwardly grumbled while Otakon twisted and turned past skyscrapers and lashing vines. Snake. We've got incoming up ahead. Otakon exclaimed, and the old soldier grunted while moving over to the door and cursed as he looked out to see another massive Venus flytrap-like giant plant. Shit, just what we didn't need. The man grumbled before checking his stinger and then aimed it for the plant. Everyone brace yourself. He warned, and Naruto and Batgirl did so quickly while the old soldier fired his weapon, a missile flying forward before blasting the head off of it as they flew over it. Moving back inside, Snake quickly reloaded his stinger while Batgirl looked at him incredulously. Who has a missile launcher in the police department? She demanded, and Snake grunted while taking a peek out of the chopper, then brought his head back inside. Like I told that kid Cyborg, some of us have to take Cinderblock and other metahumans down the hard way. Snake grumbled, and Batgirl just looked at him in shock while Naruto made his way back to the door and looked outside. The blonde then grimaced as he saw a mess of vines below them squirming and wrapping around one another as if they were snakes poised to strike. Man, something tells me Ivy's seriously pissed. Naruto mutters while Snake looks outside and rolls his eyes. Yeah, killing her babies will do that. Batgirl offered with a look, and Snake scoffed while taking a cig from his belt and placed it between his lips. Alright, you're called Snake, you wear an old bandana, carry giant guns with you, and you even smoke too? What are you supposed to be, some kind of wannabe soldier badass or something? Batgirl questioned of Snake with a frown, and the man grunted while Otakon grinned. He's no wannabe, Snake is the real deal. The pilot stated while keeping his eyes forward, and Batgirl blinked. Wait, he really is a soldier? She asked, and Snake grunted. Formerly, currently retired. Snake grumbled out while turning back out to look at what was coming their way. What outfit were you with? Batgirl asked, and Snake turned to her with a flat look across his face. I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. He stated seriously, and Otakon snickered while Batgirl looked at the man incredulously. You're joking, right? She asked warily, and yet Snake merely remained silent, worrying the girl greatly as he turned back to the task at hand. Batgirl, let's worry about Snake's past when it actually matters. We have more pressing things to deal with at the moment, like, oh I don't know, rescuing Pinky before Beast Boy turns into something really dangerous. Naruto states flatly, and Batgirl raises a brow towards the boy. What can he turn into that's really that dangerous? I mean, I know he can become any animal living or extinct, but compared to most villains or heroes, he's not really all that dangerous. Batgirl notes, and Naruto sighs, genuinely wondering if it was better or worse to have a world filled with metahumans. They seemed to have moved so far forward that they'd forgotten the dangerous of such basic creatures. Batgirl, I know that most villains and heroes have super strength, speed, endurance, and whatnot. But Beast Boy is truly something deadly in his current state of mind. Naruto stated ominously, and Batgirl looked to the blonde former Nin warily. How so? She questioned, and Naruto turned to gaze at her impassively, white-masked eyes gazing into her bright blues. Beast Boy can be the thing man feared before superpowers became so common. Tigers, bears, and lions, the most deadly of predators, are his to command. He can become perfect killing machines if he wants to be. Nothing is more dangerous than a beast when you have it cornered. Even if Pinky manages to find Beast Boy, she'll likely have to contend with all manner of beasts. The least of which would be from our age, and then you have to worry about beasts from ages past, extinct creatures like dinosaurs. And Pinky is still normal, in case you haven't forgotten. Naruto explained, then reminded with a flat tone, and Batgirl shivered slightly while Snake narrowed his eyes. The green bean may not have much in the way of tact, skill, grace, or even any kind of discipline in him. But his powers do make him a formidable, if not deadly opponent when he's like he is now. Snake said sagely, and Batgirl sighed before looking over to Otakon with a strange expression. Think you can hurry it up, Otakon? She questioned, and the man looked to his gauges before quickly nodding his head. Hang on tight, Everyon, I'm giving her all she's got. Otakon said quickly as the chopper sped over the multitude of plants below them and towards BB's location. Raven appeared at the docks of Jump City and then grimaced when she saw that several vines wrapping around one of the warehouses. Doesn't take a genius to guess where Robin is? She muttered to herself while shaking her head, then teleported into the warehouse. Within she finds the building slowly buckling under the force of the vines, and then spots Robin, now on the ground and straining to free himself from the ropes around his arms and legs. Damn it! What the hell did they use for ropes? He demanded angrily, and Raven shook her head and walked over to the boy wonder calmly. Looks like you could use a hand. She quipped, and then blinks in surprise when she realizes what she just did. I've really been hanging around Naruto too much, whatever. She thinks to herself for a moment then shrugs the thought off while Robin looks at her and grinned widely. Raven. Thank God you're alright, are Barb and Starfire okay too? He asks quickly and the Dark Titan rolls her eyes while holding a hand towards him. Both fine. Beast Boy and Cyborg, not so much. Batgirl called some friends to get an antidote for Ivy's mind control from Batman. Raven explains while black energy forms over her hand before suddenly breaking the ropes around Robin's wrists and upper body with her powers. The boy wondered then quickly untying his legs and stood up. That's good. What about the rest of the city? He asks while rubbing his wrists and Raven grimaced for a moment. Raven, how bad is it? He asks her seriously and Raven looks to the ceiling while evading his masked eyes entirely. Batgirl said that, and I'm quoting her on this, it looks like Gotham on a bad day end quote. Raven replies and Robin grimaces visibly before bracing himself as the warehouse shakes. Now then, may I ask why you're only wearing your mask, vest, shirt, and pants? Raven questions with a raised brow and Robin twitches before clearing his throat and crossing his arms over his chest. Harley and Ivy are so used to the gadget users in Gotham that they eliminated the threat of any of my hidden gadgets by taking everything I had that I could have reached or hidden something in. Robin replies with a bitter tone and Raven blinks, then shakes her head with an amused smirk. Right. Guess your tricks are starting to get a little too predictable then. She quips once more and blinks yet again, swearing she's starting to talk like Naruto, which makes her shiver slightly. Maybe I do spend too much time with him, but then again, there are worse fates than talking like him. Raven mused to herself while Robin looked at her strangely for a moment. You're really hanging around your boyfriend way too much, Raven, you're actually starting to talk like him now. Robin notes with a look at the girl and Raven merely shrugged her shoulders before both heroes braced themselves as the building shuddered once more. Where are your things? We really need to get out of here before those plants break in here and start tearing into us. Raven questions then states urgently and Robin frowned in thought before shaking his head. No Raven, I think you're right about me becoming too predictable. If Harley and Ivy figured out my style so easily, it's only a matter of time before the villains around here do as well. Robin states then walks over to the girl, Raven having a brow raised in his direction. Take me to the tower, I have something there I'm going to need. I think it's finally time for me to spread my wings and fly on my own. Robin muses and Raven looks at him strangely before nodding her head, then pulled the shadows in around them and teleported them both to Titan's tower. Elsewhere, Starfire flew through the air while looking down towards the ground for Cyborg around the Jump City prison. Please, where are you my friend? She wondered while looking to the oddly shaped device she had on her belt. It looked something like a high-tech syringe, complete with a needle, however instead of a plunger it had a button for it to rapidly inject the target, was made of titanium, and there was very little glass on it, the little bit she could see being shatter-proof and tempered. Clearly this Batman wasn't taking any chances with his toys. Ignoring that, Starfire finally spotted her half-mechanical friend and smiled brightly while coming down near him. Seeing him looking at the prison with a vacant expression, Starfire looked at the syringe at her waist before taking a breath and walking toward Cyborg. Please, friend Cyborg, are you yourself? Starfire questions then yelps as Cyborg turns towards her, aiming his sonic cannon at her. Now she can see that his one normal eye is glowing a sinister green color, much like those of Ivy. Go away, the mistress don't want you here. Cy states in a dead monotone and Starfire looks at him with obvious hurt before taking a breath and standing her ground. Please friend Cyborg, I truly do not wish to do you any harm. Starfire starts, but Cy merely continues to aim his cannon at her, causing the alien princess to sigh for a moment. But, if you insist on aiding the poison of Ivy, I will be forced to. Starfire states with her normally chipper eyes glowing a bright green and locking onto the half-metal teen as well, starbolts forming in her hands. In response to her declaration, Cyborg quickly fired his sonic cannon at the alien princess. Growling, Starfire flew over the attack and lunged at Cyborg, rearing a fist back she slammed it into his face. I must remember to make the apology to friend Cyborg when is in the right of mind later. Starfire thought before Cy grabbed her by her head, turned on one heel and sent her flying. Spinning in the air, Starfire soon managed to right herself and then shook her head to get her bearings straight. Looking down toward Cyborg, the alien princess yelped and evaded sonic cannon fire as it came flying at her. Perhaps it is better that neither of us do the apologizing. Starfire suddenly notes before concentrating and then sent a beam of energy at Cyborg from her eyes. The beam connected with the titanium titan and sent him flying back, skidding across the ground for a moment before impacting with the side of the prison. Oh my. I did not wish to hit him that hard. Starfire notes before shaking her head, she needed to focus at the moment, not worry about her friend when she was the one fighting him. Moving back and then launching towards Cyborg, Starfire hoped he could forgive her for ramming him into the ground. However, before she could, one of Cyborg's fists nailed her and sent her flying back before rolling along the ground. Reaching up to rub her jaw, Starfire then slowly got up to her feet and balked when she saw Cyborg rushing towards her with surprising speed. Cyborg then gave a battle cry as he reared an arm back and slammed it forward, Starfire flipping over him at the last second and landing behind him in a low crouch. By Hall, he's really trying to do me the bodily harm. Starfire says in shock before looking to the metallic syringe on her belt. I need to get hold of him, if only for a second so that I may help him. She notes quietly, then powers up her starbolts as Cyborg turns his eyes towards her. But, in order to do that, I must first wear him down. Starfire says to herself as she floats into the air, eyes glowing brightly. Meanwhile, Kitten could say her day was worse than it had been earlier. Getting to Beast Boy had been the easy part, it was actually fighting him that had proven itself to be the real challenge. From what she could gather, Cinderblock, Overload, and Plasmus had taken off as soon as they were free. It was undoubted that the Titans would have to deal with them, though when she really didn't know nor care. All she did know was that BB was a much more dangerous opponent than she would have given him credit for, hence her problems thus far. Cursing under her breath, the girl quickly flipped over a green tiger and landed in a low crouch behind it. You are so lucky I like you, beastie. I don't normally take this kind of shit from guys. Kitten thinks to herself as the snarling tiger turns around to face her, fangs and claws bared, before it suddenly roared and lunged forward. Narrowing her eyes, Kitten evaded the first swipe of the tiger's claws, then twisted into a kick, slamming her foot into the tiger's face. However, it only moved slightly to the side, giving Kitten only just enough time to evade its next attack. So those Lara Croft games are right about not being able to hit a big cat like that. She muttered to herself lowly, then pulled a few shuriken from her belt. BB snarled towards her as she did, fangs bore as he lunged forward once more, swinging his razor-sharp claws at her. Smirking slightly, Kitten flipped back and then threw her shuriken at the green-furred titan, her weapon slamming into his head and leaving several deep cuts while making him back up a ways. However, before she could do anything, BB suddenly changed shapes, now in the form of a rhino. Oh, you have got to be shitting me. Kitten states with a gaping jaw. Seeing as a rhino has very tough skin, her syringe wasn't going to work on this sucker, so even if she managed to get on his back she wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Cursing a second later, Kitten ducked out of the way of the BB rhino as he slammed into a wall behind her. Pulling his head from the rubble, BB turned towards Kitten once more and lunged forward, horn directed towards the pinkette. Growling, Kitten jumped up and then ran along the beast's back before flipping off of it and landing behind it in a low crouch. Quickly turning back to it, she saw BB skid to a halt before shape-shifting once more, now in the shape of a bull. Oh great, as if that were any better. She mutters to herself bitterly, glad she wasn't RedX right now, thought pink was a shade of red. Shaking her head of that thought, Kitten considered getting onto BB's back and trying the syringe now. However, this beast would be harder to hang onto, especially with how wild he was at the moment. Looking at her mind-controlled boyfriend for a moment, she grimaced to herself inwardly. If I drop the syringe it could take me a bit to find it, and with his ability to change into fast deadly creatures on a dime that could turn out fatal for me. No. I need to wait for him to turn into something where I can actually use the syringe on him without worry about dropping it or him retaliating. Kitten muses to herself as BB drags one of his hooves along the ground, puffing out his breath through his snout. Inwardly grimacing, Kitten crouched back, ready for anything, or at least hoping she was. Seconds afterwards, Kitten watched as BB came towards her with a loud cry, horns aimed for her. Narrowing her eyes, the pinkette waited for the right moment and then flipped back onto the wall behind her, then flipped off the wall and over the green bull. As she did, BB slammed into the wall, now stuck in it with parts of the wall covering his neck. Grinning, Kitten quickly jumped onto his back and made to reach for the syringe, however BB suddenly changed and threw her from his back. Landing with a grunt, Kitten turned then cursed as a green gorilla brought its fists down onto the ground where she had been less a moment ago. Roaring and beating on his chest, BB quickly rushed Kitten once more, swinging his massive fists at the girl. Grunting and dancing around the beast's fists, Kitten twisted into a kick to its head, then flipped away as it bared its fangs at her. Roaring in outrage, BB jumped into the air and then brought both fists down on her. Cursing and jumping back at the same time, the gorilla missed Kitten by a hair's breadth while both his fists slammed into the ground. The ground around them shuddered as he did so, and Kitten deftly twisted on one heel in order to keep her footing as she came back to the ground. Panting, Kitten made a mental note to work out more while narrowing her masked white eyes onto the green gorilla. Why did I have to choose Beastie? Why not Cyborg? At least he's still partly reasonable. Besides, I don't want to hurt Beastie too bad, not to mention the fact those stupid pheromones of Ivy's have driven him completely crazy. Kitten inwardly complains while watching as the gorilla came at her once more. Sighing inwardly, Kitten lunged forward into a flying kick to BB's face, knocking him off balance where she then flipped backwards off of his face. Landing in a crouch as BB hit the ground once more, Kitten felt proud of her small achievement for a moment, only for her eyes to widen in fear as BB changed once more, this time into the shape of a dinosaur. However, looking at the new form, Kitten was unable to tell what species it was, only that it had a line of quill-like knobs down the back of its head and neck, two very sharp-looking talons on its hind feet, a long thin shout that gave the impression of a velociraptor, but it had a somewhat too short a tail for that species and green scales with dark green stripes down its back. That sort of looks like a velociraptor from Jurassic Park 3. But those things were so inaccurate to a real velociraptor it's not even funny. I wonder why Beastie looks like one. Kitten notes, then wonders silently while blinking towards the beast, shaking her head of those thoughts. A moment later she looks at the beast warily when it hisses towards her, back arched and body postured to attack. Roaring out, BB suddenly lunged forward at Kitten, the girl quickly ducking under it to avoid its razor-sharp talons. Rolling to her feet behind it, Kitten grunted when its tail slammed into her, knocking her to the side. Groaning in pain, she then looked up and saw it was crouching low now, its sharp teeth bared before it ran at her once more. Rolling onto her feet, Kitten cried out as it lashed out at her with a quick kick, her left arm now sporting a long gash from its razor-sharp talon. Rolling out of the way as BB suddenly lashed out at her with his snapping jaws, Kitten panted out while looking at the beast. "Oh shit, why did I have to get the one who literally has killer instincts?" Kitten had to wonder before reminding herself she chose Beastie cause she liked him. Shaking her head of that, Kitten grimaced when the creature hissed towards her once more and then came lunging at her again. Rolling back as he bit forward, Kitten then kicked the side of the dino's muzzle before jumping onto its back. Yelping as he then started to buck and jump around, Kitten grabbed the quills on its head to steady herself. Hissing, the raptor-like creature then rolled over, Kitten quickly jumping off of him before grunting as its tail lashed out, knocking her off her feet. Giving a loud coughing-like call, the beast then shrieked while lunging at her, and Kitten rolled out of the way as its right foot came at her, claw ready to tear into her. Rolling into a crouch as the thing gave an odd snarling sound towards her, Kitten quickly considered the ways it could kill her and slowly started to back up. He had to turn into one of the most infamous and outright deadly creatures from the Jurassic Park series, didn't he? She muttered under her breath before screaming as the beast lunged at her once more. Thinking quickly, the Pinkette flipped back onto the side of a wall and BB slammed into his head into it. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kitten hopped down to the ground, hopeful that he was back to normal, only to call out when his left leg lashed out and cut her right hip. Looking at it with wide eyes, she saw its green eyes were open and narrowed on her dangerously, an evil hiss echoing from its throat as it got back to its feet. Tartarus HQ. Everyone down. Jinx shouted as the rest of the team evaded several lashing and twining vines. The group had been waiting for some kind of message from Naruto, only for the proximity alarm to go off. When the group got outside, they had been shocked to learn that Ivy's plants had not only made it past the city limits, but also seemed to be making their way further across the landscape. What the hell is going on here? I thought Ivy said they wouldn't get this far. Jinx demanded, and Gizmo grunted while hiding behind some rubble and fiddling with a portable keypad on his left arm. Shit, looks like the mighty Plant Avenger miscalculated the reach of her control on these things. Gizmo exclaimed and then moved his arms over his head as the plants around them began to spasm once more. Oh, what new hell is this? Danny wondered with a light groan while now in ghost form and floating in the air, beams of green energy formed in her hands. In response to the question, several of the vines started to change further, splitting into roughly a dozen smaller vines before suddenly sprouting large colorful blossoms with sharp-looking black barbs at the center. Okay, what the hell is that? Jinx asked while Gizmo's eyes widened. Oh no. Some rare jungle plants are capable of firing small barbs laced with poison when threatened, and I think the vines can too now. The tiny terror exclaimed as his explanation before one of the many barbed plants fired at them. Those who could quickly ducked out of the way while Danny went intangible and Kid WYKKYD vanished into his cloak before reappearing with Jinx and the others, Dwella flipping and twisting around the numerous barbs before landing with them as well. Once they had the barbs started to slam into the boulder they were stationed behind, the rest slamming into the walls of their HQ. Just fucking great. Now what did you mean Ivy miscalculated, Giz? Maybe she's just pissed off about Temp attacking her. Jinx questioned then offered while covering her head as several barbs went over their heads. No, she'd normally keep the plants inside the city limits. This lessens the chances for them to do any damage to the current ecosystem outside since she's still an eco-freak. However, from the looks of things, she miscalculated her ability to control the plants for such a massive area. Add in the fact the plants are rapidly mutating and now even adapting, and I'm guessing they're starting to develop a pseudo-intellect. Basically, she's lost control of these things and they're just starting to run wild, destroying anything in their damn path that they perceive as a threat. Gizmo explained, and Jinx then looked out from behind their hiding spot and widened her eyes. Ah shit. Everyone move. She ordered, and the others quickly did as told when one of the large thorny vines suddenly slammed down where they had been. Now what do you mean they have a pseudo-intellect, Giz? They're nothing but fucking plants, remember? Jinx demanded, then exclaimed, and Gizmo grunted while using his portable to calculate something. What I mean, you damn shit licker, is that the fucking plants are no longer completely under Ivy's control. Her telepathy isn't advanced enough to control an entire city's worth of plants at one time. What she's done is created a massive force of plants, and is only actively controlling smaller sections of it. The rest of the plants are linking to the others like a hive mind, thus as Ivy continues to control only a few sections of the plants, they start to adapt their own will with her goals in mind. Gizmo explained, and Jinx slapped the back of the tiny terror's head. In English, Gizmo, she exclaimed, and the boy growled before pinching the bridge of his nose. Put simply, the plants are basically taking Ivy's goals and will and taking them as their own. Since they are constantly mutating, they must have developed something similar to a hive mind, thus every plant in the entire city is linked to one another. While this would normally help Ivy, it looks like she's unable to assert her will over so many at the same time. The will of the hive is so strong that they're doing whatever they damn well please at this point. Gizmo explained with a deep scowl, and Jinx's eyes widened while looking all around. You mean to tell me these plants want to do all this damage? She demanded, and Gizmo rubbed his eyes. Sort of. The plants themselves would probably have no goals, however add in the mutagens and Ivy's blood and I'd say they have a few basic instincts. 1. Sustenance, 2. Survival, 3. Reproduction. These are the basic instincts of all life, even Ivy herself. Now then, seeing as the plants are constantly mutating, I'd have to guess that they perceive something in the city as a major threat and are constantly evolving to try and get rid of the problem. As far as sustenance goes, there's more than likely a reason they're spreading out like they are. Gizmo explained, and Jinx frowned while watching as Blackfire and Danny started firing their beams at the plant once more. We can't keep up this pointless running and dodging for much longer, Jinx. We could really use a plan here. Danny noted while firing several ghost rays at the barb shooting plants, causing them to start arching as if in pain. I'm with her. Unfortunately, our powers are of very little use against these damn things. Blackfire stated before firing her eyes beams and cutting down a vine, only for a Venus flytrap-like plant to rise up where it had been. Oh by Hall, I swear I'm killing anyone who tries to give me flowers after this over. Blackfire muttered to herself, with Jinx, Danny, and even Dwella agreeing with the alien teen. Yo, this isn't the fucking time to be making plans for the future, we need a way to take these fucking plants down right now. If they continue to spread like this, the fucking city will be the least of our problems, the entire planet will be in for one very bad day if they manage to grow to a sufficient source of food. Gizmo reminds the other members of Tartarus with a deep scowl, and Jinx grits her teeth while throwing several hex bolts at the plants, causing a few to spontaneously combust. Well, I've got nothing here, so what exactly did you have in mind, Shrimpy? Jinx demanded before cursing as she flipped away from a vine and then was surprised as a blade came out of nowhere and sliced the vine in half. Blinking, the Pinkette turned to find Dwella grinning with a familiar umbrella in her hands. However, the handle of the umbrella had been ejected, a small circular blade present in the top of it, while a short sword-like blade escaped from the very tip of the umbrella, a strong-looking chain binding both pieces together. These plants are a real hassle, too bad we don't have any weed killer to get rid of them. Dwella said sarcastically before laughing and flipping back, away from a vine which she then threw the upper part of her umbrella at and pulled herself over to it. Grinning madly, the girl then hooped as she rode the vine, waving an imaginary hat in the air while hanging onto the chain. Ugh, could that girl be any more random? Jinx demanded while Giz was silent, typing on his portable before suddenly grinning widely. Random as hell and completely batshit crazy, but damn, I could kiss the bitch right now. Gizmo exclaimed, much to Jinx and Mammoth's confusion. How is that any different to what you'd normally do? Mammoth questioned seriously, seeing as Dwella was anything but ugly and Gizmo would probably have no reservations about ever kissing her. Because now I have a reason too. Dwella said she wished we had some weed killer, right? Gizmo questioned, and Jinx and Mammoth both nodded while the others continued to fight with the vines and plants attacking them. Well, think about it, if I can manage to whip up some kind of plant killer just for these suckers, we could be rid of the plants, and if we play our cards right and spread it over the city, Temp won't be completely pissed off about you girls leaving his girlfriend to the mercy of two depraved psychos and attack us all. Gizmo replied, then reminded with a look at the Pinkette, and Jinx shuddered before blinking. Hell, if she gave you all that from just one sentence, then I could kiss the crazy bitch. Jinx muttered and then heard a laugh and turned to see Dwella pull something out of her backpack before jabbing her hand down into the vine. It instantly started to rock and shake wildly, slamming even into the other plants around it while she flipped off of it to stand in front of Jinx and the others. What did you do to it? Mammoth questioned, and Dwella held up her right hand, showing what appeared to be a black glove with several claw rings with syringes attached to them on each finger, leaving her thumb bare, tubes leading from the syringes to a manacle around her wrist with 3 tubes holding an odd glowing yellow solution within each of them. Fear toxin from Uncle Scarecrow, I never leave Gotham without it. Dwella replied with a wide grin, and Jinx looked at her warily as she leaned her sword/umbrella into her left shoulder. You carry fear toxin around with you as well? Jinx asked meekly, and Dwella shrugged her shoulders before suddenly kicking Jinx out of the way while rolling backwards into a low crouch. Hey! What the? Jinx started to say, only for Mammoth to turn her head and see where she'd only just missed being impaled by one of the sharp barbs from the plants. Oh, thanks. She mumbled, and Dwella flipped onto her feet while looking back over to the plants with a frown. I was afraid of that. Looks like my fear toxin only lasted a few seconds before they built up an immunity. Ivy's immunity to poisons and toxins must have been transferred to them, though the new batch at least lasted for a few seconds. It'll be the same for any weed killer we develop, so we'll have to hit them all at once. She mumbled to herself, sounding oddly sane to the other members of Tartarus, before she suddenly giggled crazily and placed her fear toxin back into her backpack. Oh well, back to work. This weed needs a whacking. Dwella exclaimed before lunging back into the fray with her umbrella, and Jinx blinked. Okay, I'm confused. Is she really insane, or is she just messing with us by pretending she is? Jinx asked seriously, and Mammoth sighed while shrugging his shoulders with a flat look. That is one of the great mysteries of life, he mumbled while rubbing his face, and Gizmo growled in his throat. Would you shit lickers stop talking about Dwella? I need someone to guard the lab and me while I try to whip up that weed killer. And oddly enough, she's right about us needing to hit the entire city all at once if we want it to work. Gizmo suddenly shouted, and Jinx shook her head to snap herself into a better set of mind. Right now she didn't have Tempest to take control, she had to be the leader for the time being, and that meant she needed to keep focused. Right then, Kid WYKKYD, I want you, Private, and Billy to head inside with Giz. The rest of us are far more effective against the plants than any of you guys anyways. Jinx ordered, and the said 3 nodded their heads while rushing back into their HQ with Gizmo, while Mammoth grabbed Jinx and ducked behind a boulder when another couple of the barb plants started to fire at them. Don't those things ever stop? Mammoth wondered seriously and saw Blackfire as she flew into the fray, roaring out and firing her eye beams into the many plants, tearing several apart and smirking, only to gape in shock when the easily reformed and then lashed out, lunging at her. Shit. Now they're starting to regenerate too. Danny exclaimed with wide eyes hidden by the black lenses of her domino mask. Got to think something, got to think. Danny said to herself before yelping and turning intangible when one of the vines reached out for her. Ugh. Damn it. Would all of you? Danny growled out while flying around a hail of fire from the barbed plants, turning upwards into the air. Danny then held her hands at her sides before slamming them together and firing a powerful beam down onto them, destroying the plants for a moment. Motherfucking plants just. She gritted out with a twitching eye as she threw beam after beam into the plants to destroy them, only for them to start to grow back soon after. Leave me the hell alone. She roared out as fire suddenly burst from her body in a massive circular wave of ivory flames and then quickly spread outwards like a raging inferno. Seeing the flames, Blackfire cursed while quickly grabbing Dwella and pulling her to Mammoth and Jinx as the Pinkette grabbed Seymour from his spot. Ducking down, the teens felt as the flames passed over them while they also burned their way through the plants, leaving only ash in their wake. Slowly, once they heard the flames start to die down, Blackfire lifted her head up, mostly due to being nigh invulnerable with her powers, but also because she was the only one willing to do so. What she saw was something slightly disturbing. Danny was on the ground panting, and her ponytail was now seemingly made of arching white flames, while more of the ivory-colored flames also slightly covered her hands and feet, and more of the ivory flames spiraled up from her feet in wispy waves around her body. Whoa, maybe we should start calling her Whitefire instead of Ray. Mammoth muttered while looking on with Blackfire, and the alien princess twitched. More like Kaliandar, sometimes called the Burning Princess and Goddess of Death on my home world. Blackfire murmured with no small amount of fear in her tone while Jinx and Seymour looked around at the damage with wide eyes. Wow, how much power is she packing in that hot little body of hers anyway? Seymour demanded and got looks from the others. What? He questioned, only for the others to turn back to the panting Danny as she looked around for a moment. Whoa, that was so cool, she stated with a grin beneath her face mask. How'd I do that? She then asked eagerly while looking at her hands with wonder as the white flames started to dim, then disappear completely while the other's face faltered. You've got to be shitting me. Jinx exclaimed before shaking her head. No, never mind, at least she bought us some time with that last bit, but I just hope it was enough, Jinx stated while reaching a hand up to rub her forehead and Mammoth squinted before grimacing. I don't think so. He mumbled and Dwella sat up and looked around quizzically. Why's that? She wondered aloud and Mammoth pointed to the distance, squinting. Dwella suddenly groaned when more plants could be seen heading their way. That's why. Mammoth stated and Jinx groaned before looking to Danny as she started rubbing her hands together and then throws them forward in some awkward attempt to restart the flames from before. Danny, think you can start another blaze like the last one? Jinx questioned and Danny looked at her, then the advancing plants. Not really, unfortunately like with my biodad, any of my newer powers will kind of sporadically activate at first. Danny replies to the older teen nervously and Jinx sighed while shaking her head. I was afraid you were going to say something like that. She murmured softly before looking back to the others and then to the plants heading their way. Alright team, it's do or die time so get ready, we absolutely cannot let these damn plants get through to Gizmo. Jinx stated and Danny and Blackfire formed their energy into their hands, Mammoth crouched down, Seymour switched to a laser vision, and Jinx herself called her hex energy into her hands. Back with Starfire. Starfire yelped, as she was slammed into by Cyborg, then grunted as she skidded along the ground before flipping into the air and shook her head. Looking to see Cyborg lunging at her with a roar, the girl flew over her and then shot down and rammed into the titanium teen and rammed him into a wall. Quickly backing up and flying back into the air, Starfire formed a starbolt with both hands before throwing the larger-than-normal blast at the Titan boy, slamming him further into the wall. Please Hall, may he be tired enough for me to finish this now. The girl pleaded softly then groaned as Cyborg showed his normal stubborn attitude as he rose out of the rubble and then brushed a chip off his shoulder. Sighing, the princess got ready to attack the titanium teen once more, only to gasp as Cyborg was knocked off his feet by a red and yellow blur that then skidded to a halt with a smirk beneath her. Hey Starbabe, nice to see you again, need a hand with Metal Man over there? Kid Flash questioned with a smirk and Starfire blinked for a moment before smiling brightly towards the boy. Your assistance would be much appreciated, new friend. She replied and a grin spread over KF's lips before he suddenly moved like lightning, knocking Cyborg off his feet once more and then yawning behind him. Come on big guy, you've got to be faster than that if you want to win this fight. KF taunted and Cyborg growled while kicking out at the teen, only for him to quickly sidestep him and then moved over to lean into a wall. Too slow, he mused and Cyborg growled while getting back to his feet and then fired his sonic cannon at KF, the hyper-fast boy then popping up behind him while leaning over his shoulder. Did you get me? He asked humorously and Cyborg growled while trying to punch KF then started to fire at the teen as he ran away from him. Hold still you little. He stated to say only for Starfire to come from behind and grab him from under his shoulders. Excuse me friend Cyborg, but I am ending this battle now. Starfire stated and then kicked off into the air before suddenly stopping. Turning herself and Cyborg back down towards the ground and spinning, Starfire let go of her titanium teammate a split second before he slammed into the ground with a crash, KF grimacing as the alien princess and he then walked over towards him as he groaned. Well, he probably won't put up much of a fight now. KF mused while rubbing the underside of his nose and Starfire nodded in agreement while jumping down into the hole and quickly pulled the syringe from her belt. Please forgive me for this friend Cyborg, I know of your fear of the needles but in this case I believe that it is most necessary. Starfire then said while using the odd syringe on the human side of the titanium titan's neck, watching as he stiffened and then groaned before passing out completely. Well, that's one down, one to more titan, 2 hot villains, and a bunch of vegetables to go. KF mused and Starfire nodded her head, then lifted Cyborg from the ditch and pulled one of his arms over her shoulders. Need some help there? KF questioned and Starfire smiled kindly before shaking her head. I am no longer in need of the assistance, new friend. Starfire stated and walked over to lean Cyborg against a wall and then looked at the broken wall of the prison with a frown. However, that I believe we must close up soon or we shall never be returning the prisoners to their rightful places within the prison of holding. Starfire mused aloud and KF smirked slightly in response. Right then let's get to work, princess. He stated while rushing off, collecting numerous individual bricks and started to place them down, Starfire flying to larger pieces of the wall and placing them down herself before using her I-beams to melt them together. With Naruto. Snake, do you think we could hurry this crate along? I'm getting a little worried about Pinky. Naruto questions then states while looking to the old soldier and Snake turns to his pilot. You heard him, Otakon, would move this thing already. Snake grumbles and Otakon lets out an annoyed groan/sigh. Sorry, but this isn't a military chopper, Snake, it can only go so fast. Otakon reminds while Snake grunts and looks to Naruto, the blonde nodding his head slowly before turning back to the carnage outside. Looking out of the door and down to the ground below, Batgirl has a worried frown cross her features while seeing the numerous vines, poisons, and pods that cover the city below them. I sure hope the city has enough to cover all these damages. Batgirl muses and Naruto nods his head in agreement with her. We do thanks to Turf. Snake offers while looking out as well and Batgirl turns to him with a raised brow. Titan Urban Reconstruction Fund? Turf? Snake responds and Batgirl plainly gapes at the man before shaking her head. I bet half the league wishes we had something like that. Batgirl muses mostly to herself and Naruto nodded his head before narrowing his eyes. Shit. Snake, we got more incoming plants. Naruto shouted and the said man cursed while quickly raising his stinger. Firing the man watched as he took out one of the plants, only to gape as it slowly started to regenerate. Ah hell? He grumbled and Naruto and Batgirl both grimaced. Agreed, now they're starting to regenerate, tearing them apart all this time must have triggered some kind of evolutionary response. Naruto mumbled and Batgirl nodded her head in agreement with the sword-carrying thief. Oh well, looks like I'll have to deal with them the hard way, or in other words, the fun way. Naruto noted before jumping out of the chopper, then hit his teleportation button, appearing in the air above the vines and other numerous plants. Cursing as several barb plants suddenly sprouted on a nearby building, the blonde thief rolled in midair to evade them and then unsheathed both swords. Come on! Show me what you got! Naruto called out while swinging both swords, sending arcs of wind into the plants to cut them down to size. However, he then grunted as they started to grow back, thus sheathed one sword and held one hand at his side. He had two options as a Venus flytrap rose up out of the ground and lunged at him, create a Type A Rasen Shuriken or a Type B. Type B was a new Rasen Shuriken he'd developed in the hive. This was because he'd always hated not being able to throw his Rasen Shuriken when he wasn't in Sage or QB mode. The attack was identical to the Rasengan in creation, save that he had also added 4 spiraling blades of wind to the outside of it that swirled inwards to keep the attack stable over a distance. When thrown, the spiraling blades on the outside were all that lost power, not the Rasengan on the inside. Also, when holding it, Naruto had to keep his palm flat, and upon throwing it, it curved slightly. This was the version he'd been using for the last few plants since it was a long-range version and he'd wanted to keep away from them. He'd actually meant to give it a new name like Spiral Swirling Shuriken or something like it, though he wasn't exactly sure about that name. Shaking his head, Naruto decided to screw it and formed the said technique into his left hand, allowing the spinning blades that made it to spin faster and faster. Narrowing his eyes, he pushed more and more power into the attack and it began to spin faster. Rearing his arm back, he then threw the attack at the plant and watched as it ripped through and destroyed the stalk of the massive plant. Heh, now that's what I like to call pay dirt. Naruto said before teleporting forward and then swinging his ninjutsu in the air, slicing the next few vines into pieces before teleporting once more. Forming another of his Type B Rasen Shuriken into his hand and then sheathing his ninjutsu to form a second one, the blonde threw both of them towards the ground where they tore through the street and formed massive spiral craters, taking out all the plants in their paths as well. Grinning despite himself, Naruto then flipped up in the air and gave a mock salute to the decimated portion of the city as he teleported to the chopper and took hold of the outer portion of the door before pulling himself back inside. Are you completely insane? Batgirl demanded while grabbing him by the front of his coat, and Naruto blinked for a moment. Why do you ask? He questioned, and the red head twitched while glaring at the teen with gritted teeth. Because you just jumped out of a chopper going at full speed, decimated a portion of Jump City to take out a couple dozens plants and then jumped right back in like it was the easiest thing in the world. She exclaimed, and Naruto reached up to take a thoughtful look, Batgirl sighing and releasing the teen as he does. On second thought, I don't want to know. She mumbled to herself, and Naruto chuckled lightly while looking to Snake, who just shook his head. Moving up to the front of the chopper, Naruto then spotted the prison they normally kept the Turnian trio and narrowed his eyes. There. He finally says upon seeing Kitten running from the dinosaur Beast Boy had become. You weren't kidding about Beast Boy being dangerous? Batgirl said lowly before Naruto quickly wrapped an arm around her waist and teleported them over to Kitten. Back in the chopper, Snake looked over to Otakon and his partner nodded his head while heading for a place to land. As Naruto and Batgirl landed, Kitten jumped and hid behind Naruto, panting laboredly while looking towards the green dinosaur that had been chasing her with wide eyes. The pinkette then looked up at her male counterpart with a pleading expression, and Naruto raised a brow. The girl had numerous cuts and tears over her suit, one of her lenses was cracked, and to top it all off she was covered head to toe in dirt and grime. Help! she said meekly, and Naruto rolled his eyes while turning to BB's Dino form. Batgirl, you and Pinky wait for an opportunity to give him the antidote? I still got a little steam to blow off, and Dino breath seems like a prime candidate. Naruto says with a dark grin as he cracks his knuckles, Kitten nodding her head rapidly before pulling Batgirl away to hide behind one of the walls BB had knocked down. Cracking his neck as he looked at the VR beast BB had turned himself into, Naruto then cracked his fingers and crouched into a stance. Alright then Green Bean, let's finally see what you've got. Naruto called out, and BB screeched while lunging forward, snapping his jaws at Naruto, the thief quickly leaning back and then twisting into a roundhouse kick. Watching the beast right itself in midair then tap its talons, Naruto clenched his fists, then narrowed his eyes. Come on, he taunted, and the beast screeched once more, lunging forward and swinging its large tail at the thief. Catching the tail and grunting, as he had to pump chakra into his arms to do so, Naruto then turned and threw BB by his tail into a wall. Is that all you got? Naruto taunted, and BB hissed angrily while getting back up, then roared loudly while lunging for the blonde thief. Kicking out with a leg, Naruto easily evaded before punching the beast in the snout. The hit was significantly stronger than Kitten's own as BB lost his balance and fell onto his side, Naruto twisting into a turn before ducking low and kicking BB to the side where he slammed into another wall. Don't want to be so rough with you, Green Bean, but you've seriously got to calm down, Naruto muttered lowly, only to blink as he heard a strange sound coming from the VR. Seconds later it changed shapes, now in the form of a massive green-colored Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh, you have got to be shitting me. Naruto mumbled before cursing as the T-Rex roared loudly, nearly knocking him off balance. Quickly lashing out, BB then turned on one foot, using its tail to attack, and Naruto cursed as he flipped over it, the tail slamming into the remaining bits of the wall and knocking them all down completely. Grunting, Naruto jumped onto the tail, only for BB to flip him up into the air with it. Quickly attacking him, BB opened his mouth to try and eat the young thief. Cursing Dinos in his mind, Naruto caught BB's open jaws and placed his feet and hands between the many razor-sharp teeth of the beast. Narrowing his eyes, BB applied more pressure only for Naruto to push himself out of his mouth. Roaring once more, BB used his nose to knock Naruto back up into the air. Alright, that's it, this ends now, Naruto exclaimed while forming two shadow clones at his sides, each quickly forming a Rasengan into both of his hands. Slamming his hands together, Naruto lunged back at the T-Rex and slammed the attack into its head. Odama Rasengan, he exclaimed as the attack forced the skull of the T-Rex down and into the ground, while Naruto was pushed back up into the air. Looking down at the T-Rex, Naruto was glad to see the beast was unconscious, but otherwise okay? With a skull as tough as diamond, that isn't saying much, he inwardly notes before flipping in the air and landing in a low crouch on top of the T-Rex as it slowly changed back to BB. Both Kitten and Batgirl gaping at the thief. You took him down in 5 minutes when I've been fighting him little under an hour and barely given him a scratch? Kitten demanded loudly, and Batgirl looked at the Pinkette incredulously for a moment, and then shook her head in exasperation. Why did she agree to go with the thieves again? Just administer the antidote before he wakes up, she mumbled while rubbing her face, and Kitten nodded before she quickly rushed over to her current bow and used the syringe on him. Seeing him grimace slightly before taking a peaceful expression in his sleep, thus Kitten gave a relieved sigh. You owe me big for this shredded suit, beastie, she mumbled fondly while Naruto crossed his arms and looked up to see Snake and Otakon circling them. Come on, let's go check up on Starfire and KF, they should have taken care of Cyborg by now, Naruto stated, only to turn his head at a grinding sound, then cursed as a vine wrapped around part of the chopper. Shit, he stated as Snake and Otakon jumped out of the chopper while the vines tore it apart. Well, what now? Kitten questioned as Snake and Otakon landed, Snake hanging onto the back of Otakon's belt. Now we check up on them to make sure they're okay, Naruto replies while running over to Snake with Batgirl following him. Yo, you alright, Snake? Naruto questioned, and the old soldier grunted while rubbing his head, Otakon groaning from his spot before throwing off his helmet. A few bumps and bruises, but none the worse for wear, the man replies while Otakon then reached into a pocket and pulled out a pair of cracked glasses. Speak for yourself, Snake, some of us aren't formerly soldiers. I was just a scientist who specialized in robotics and stealth enhancements before I met you, Otakon mumbled, and Batgirl looked at the man with an impressed expression before all of them felt the ground shudder and shake. Great, now what? Naruto gritted out while Kitten dragged Beast Boy over to them, the girl then grunting as she drops him to the ground. However, seemingly in response to Naruto's inquiry, several spore pods like they'd seen before started to pop up before them. Some of them started to shake. Why do they always have to mutate at the worst possible moments? Kitten wondered aloud, and Batgirl sighed. Probably just bad luck. she stated, and Naruto ignored her while narrowing his eyes on the pods as one suddenly opened up and shot out several poison spores. We need to take out those plants and quick, Naruto stated, and Batgirl nodded her head in agreement. Pinky, you Snake and Otacon take BB and find cover while me and Bat Babe deal with the spores, Naruto ordered, and Kitten nodded her head, Snake crouching down and scooping up BB before turning and jumping behind one of the overturned walls. Alright, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed, and a dozen clones popped into existence around him. Alright boys, move out and deal with the spore plants. Something tells me the shaking ones are going to turn into something really nasty, Naruto ordered, and the clones quickly ran off and did as ordered while the spores continued to shake and spasm for a moment before suddenly growing. As the clones started destroying the pods, the ground suddenly rumbled as a massive Venus flytrap burst from the ground, snapping its jaws around several of Naruto's clones. Ah shit, it's another one of those damn things, Naruto complained while backing up with Batgirl as the Venus flytrap watched them unflinchingly, the pods around it all shaking and shuddering in preparation to mutate. What next? They've got giant thorned vines, Venus flytraps, spore pods, poison gas, and barb shooting plants all over the city. What else could they possibly start turning into? Batgirl demanded seriously, and Naruto backed up for a moment as one of the pods suddenly took on a drastic change in appearance. The pod not only grew, but then it started to glow an ominous green before suddenly bursting open. Out of it dropped an odd, almost skeletal creature made of what appeared to be wood with a flower on its back, a single vine leading towards the ground from the flower. How about that? He mumbled lowly, and Batgirl's eyes widened dramatically as they both took low stances. As they watched the figures fall out of the pods, they also watched as they started to shake, vines suddenly bursting from the flowers on their backs and wrapping around their wooden forms, forming into a humanoid yet somehow still feminine body structure, making them appear thicker before leaves sprouted, then started to cover them like pale green skin, long vines of hair then falling from their heads to finish the oddly disturbing creatures off. Holy shit! Naruto whispered as the plant-like creatures all looked towards him with the exact same eyes as Ivy. Bat Babe, what the hell is this? Naruto questioned in shock while Batgirl gaped in awe towards the creatures. Ivy's blood is what allows her control of these things, and thanks to their constant mutations and adaptations, it looks like the plants are starting to turn themselves into copies of Ivy herself. Batgirl guessed while Naruto gritted his teeth and pulled his swords from his back. Great, a whole batch of dryads, Naruto muttered, and Batgirl blinked, and then nodded her head, agreeing that the name seemed to suit the creatures. How can a bunch of fucking plants turn into something this complex? I mean, the rest of the mutations I can pretty much understand, but to be able to turn into a plant variation of human life? Naruto questioned while some of the dryads suddenly sprouted what appeared to be bark over their bodies like armor, large thorns growing out of portions of them as well, giving them a very fearsome look. Ivy has created intelligent plants in the shape of humans several times before. These are only different in that they appear very similar to Ivy's build and structure. More than likely that is a side effect of Ivy's blood being so concentrated into them, Batgirl replied while pulling the two saw bracers she'd used earlier and crouched into a stance opposing the many dryads. Wait, she's done this kind of shit before? That would have been really good information a while back, you know? Naruto demanded, then said angrily before turning back to the oncoming dryads as they started to form the barb shooters on their arms. These also seem to be adapting the larger plant variations into themselves. They're all just an amalgam of the other larger plants, only smaller, Batgirl whispered to herself while ignoring Naruto, the blonde grunting as he crouched down. Fine, ignore me, but I'm sick of standing around, Naruto growled out before lunging into the dryads, rolling and dodging several barbs from them before twisting on his heel and swinging his swords, unleashing two massive blades of wind to cut the dryads in half. Smirking, the blonde stood up, only to widen his eyes while the dryads started to regenerate lost limbs and armor. Oh shit, didn't see that coming, Naruto mumbled while Batgirl threw an explosive batarang at the dryads, the weapon exploding and knocking the front few back into their sisters. Growling and lunging forward once more, Naruto started to twist and turn, slicing through the dryads quickly before jumping into a spinning slash, cutting one in half before coming out of it and slicing two more in two. Turning, Naruto grunted as they started to regenerate once more, the other dryads slowly walking towards him. Stupid plant babes need to learn how to stay down, Naruto thought to himself before twisting on his heel and slicing them in half, then flipped up and over a few barbs. Landing in a low crouch, Naruto twisted into a sweeping kick, knocking a dryad off her feet before stabbing the dryad through the head. Standing up and pulling his sword from the dryad, he cursed as it grabbed his leg. Kicking it off, he watched it slowly get back up, its wound healing instantly before several thin vines sprouted from its arms. Holding its arms towards the blonde, they shot out towards him in a massive wave. Cursing, Naruto held both of his swords before quickly spinning them both before himself, slicing and dicing the vines that got too close to him. Once the wave ended, Naruto held both swords out before twisting all around, sending a massive wave of wind blades all around and slicing a vast majority of the dryads in half. Looking around as the dryads continued to regenerate, Naruto raised a brow when he suddenly noticed that the pieces of them not connected to the main body of the dryad started to wilt, then quickly die. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto wondered what the difference was, then grinned, the vine attaching to the flower on their backs. That must act as their roots, take that away and the dryads die. Ha, being a gardener finally comes in handy in a fight. Naruto thought to himself before lunging at the dryads once more, flipping and rolling out of the way of the ones that fired barbs at him. I've got your number now. Naruto whispered before flipping into the air and coming down behind a dryad, cutting the vine from her back as he did. Landing in a crouch, he turned and watched the dryad fall to its knees, then turn a beautiful red, then dull brown, before finally becoming black and withering away. Ha, nice way to die all things considered. Naruto mused before grinning as he turned to face the other dryads, said creatures quickly firing on him, only for him to vanish. Appearing above the dryads, Naruto swung his swords, slicing dozens of the vines connecting to the many dryads and causing them to wilt and die as well. Seeing this, Batgirl got the idea and smirked while taking a gas mask from her belt and placing it over her lower face, lenses instantly snapping over her eyes as she lunged into the fray as well. Flipping over a dryad, she brought her sawbracer down on the vine, cutting it and causing the dryad to wilt before throwing several batarangs at some nearby dryads to cut their vines as well. I have to admit, X does have his moments of brilliance, Batgirl admitted while ducking and rolling out of the way as the dryads started to fire more barbs at her. Barbs at barb? Irony at its best. Batgirl mused while throwing several batarangs at the dryads to cut their vines. Smirking, the Dark Angel of Gotham lunged forward, pulling a few capsules from her belt and tossing them at the dryads. The capsules instantly started to explode, freezing the dryad solid as she then slammed her fists through them and then flipped to the next few without missing a beat. Elsewhere, Naruto flipped and jumped over dryads while slicing the vines from their backs. As the battlefield started to turn into a graveyard for dryads, those remaining quickly ducked underground, leaving Batgirl and Naruto alone with the giant flytrap. Well, this sucks. Once you figure out how to get rid of them, those dryads aren't such a nuisance. Naruto mumbled to himself before cursing as two vines shot out of the ground, a pair of dryads riding on each of them. You were saying? Batgirl demanded, and Naruto merely grunted before teleporting into the air. Falling down towards the dryads, Naruto cursed as the flytrap grabbed him in its jaws instead. Oh, I am so sick of this happening. Naruto shouted angrily while holding its jaws up. That's it, no more Mr. Nice RedX. I fucking sick and tired of you giant kami damned plants trying to turn me into plant food. It ends now. Naruto exclaimed while forming a 1000 blades jutsu around his body. Once he had, the flytrap was torn apart from the inside out as Naruto briefly floated in the air as the air spun around him and then spun in place while pushing chakra into his hands. Futon, Maku Kaiten. He exclaimed loudly while spinning even faster, forming a mini tornado and pulling the vines and dryads up into it before forming a quick 1000 blades jutsu inside of the tornado as well. The effect was instantaneous. Everything unlucky enough to be trapped within the swirling tornado was torn apart piece by piece. Cursing, Batgirl fired a grapple to the ground as the tornado started to pull her in, Snake, Kitten, and Otacon holding onto BB while also ducking behind a large piece of rubble as the wind picked up the smaller pieces. Soon the wind finally died down, a now blazing red-eyed Naruto falling from the tornado as numerous vines and a roar of fury from Ivy came forth. Narrowing his eyes, the former Nin brought his swords back before swinging them both forward, the force of the wind he created knocking the oncoming plants to the ground while pushing him back up into the air. Unlocking the thermal blasters from his gauntlets as soon as he was far enough in the air, Naruto aimed downwards and fired on the many vines, the blasts of pure red-hot heat setting them ablaze. Writhing and lashing out in pain, the vines started to slam into the ground, Batgirl cursing as she ran away and ducked behind the same rubble as Kitten and the others. How the hell is he doing all that? Batgirl finally demanded, and Kitten shrugged her shoulders, though also made a mental note to never get on his bad side. I don't know, and so long as he's on our side for the moment I don't really care. Snake replied, and Otacon nodded his head in agreement with the former soldier. Sighing, Batgirl then turned to look over the battle as the vines continued to writhe in pain, Naruto above them. Sheathing one of his swords, Naruto held a hand to the side, blood-red energy forming in his palm and spinning into a bright red Raisin Shuriken. Raisin Shuriken. the blonde exclaimed as he reared back his arm and then threw the raisin shuriken towards the ground below. The raisin shuriken hit the ground and tore every vine and plant below him apart. Pods, barb shooters, dryads, all were ripped to pieces as the attack seemed to spiral outwards, leaving nothing below him but a large spiral target. Panting in midair for a bit, the blonde-haired ex-shinobi then began to fall towards the ground, only for his eyes to snap open mid-fall. Rolling to the side, Naruto watched as another couple vines started to rise out of the ground and growled angrily, eyes starting to burn an even fiercer crimson as the Kyuubi's chakra slowly became visible. "Stupid plants," Naruto said in a low growling voice, only for one green and one red beam of light to slice through the vines, Naruto blinking and then shaking his head to rid himself of the Kyuubi's influence. Turning his head, Naruto saw Sapphire carrying Cyborg, Wonder Girl carrying Kid Flash, and Supergirl all heading their way. "About damn time," Naruto mumbled to himself before teleporting to the ground and falling to one knee, panting heavily. "Whoa, must have really overdid it with all the jutsu that time," he mused to himself inwardly while slowly rising back to his feet as the other teens landed nearby. "Nice to see you're alright, Tin Man, hate for you to be out of the game thanks to Ivy," Naruto offers the teen, and Sai looked at the thief pointedly for a moment. "You know, if Rob were here he'd probably try and arrest you," Cyborg noted, and Naruto rolled his eyes. "Kid has a bit of a one-tracked mind, huh?" Naruto noted, and Cyborg nodded his head in agreement. "Luckily for you I'm not Rob, and I'm still a little pissed at him for not warning us about Ivy's kisses, or her pheromones, so I don't mind that you're here, so long as you're trying to help us this time," Cyborg then said, and Naruto smirked while giving a light chuckle as Supergirl landed next to him. "You're alright, Tin Head, better than the kid at least, that's for sure," Naruto offered while Cyborg shrugged and then looked around and shook his head. "Thanks X, but man, what the hell happened around here? Looks like a nuclear weapon was dropped on top of this place," Cyborg questioned then stated, and Naruto chuckled nervously while rubbing the back of his neck. "He happened." Batgirl deadpanned as she walked over to them with Kitten, Snake, and Otakon, Snake carrying the still unconscious Beast Boy. In response to the accusation, Sai gave a look to Naruto and he shrugged his shoulders. "What? The plants were getting on my nerves," he replied simply, and Sai groaned while palming his face with a grimace. "Man has enough power to level a city block and acts like it's nothing," he muttered while Batgirl and the others stopped nearby, Batgirl removing her saw bracers. "You guys okay?" Sai asked the redhead, and she looked to the wounded Kitten for a moment before replying. "Save for Pink X we are. Red X here took on the bulk of the plants and leveled at least a quarter of your city while he was at it. And just so you know, it is a proven fact that Beast Boy can literally sleep through a hurricane," Batgirl then said flatly, and Cyborg rolled his eyes and smirked in response. "I've known that forever," he replied while looking to the unconscious teen. "Whoa, what happened to you?" Supergirl asked while flying over to Kitten as the girl held a large gash on her right bicep. "Beast Boy was tougher than he looked," she replied, and Supergirl grimaced before looking around. "Where is that Raven girl from your team? She can heal people, right?" she asked, and Cyborg nodded his head before looking to his left arm and hitting a button. "Hey Ray, can you head over here? Pink X is in need of medical attention thanks to an out-of-control BB," Cyborg questioned, and Raven raised a single brow for a moment before frowning. "Me and Robin will be over shortly," she replied, and the transmission was cut while Snake dropped Beast Boy to the ground. Once he had, Starfire rushed over to the green teen worriedly, then looked up at Snake with a frown. "Did you have to drop friend Beast Boy, officer? Surely you could have let him down more gently," she questioned, and Snake grunted while lighting a cig and then blew a little smoke from the side of his mouth. "Don't care. I'm sick of dragging his green ass around, and I really needed a smoke," Snake replied while taking a puff of his cig, Otakon sighing when he did so. "Please excuse Snake, he's not really a people person," Otakon offered, and Snake scoffed while turning his back on the teens, Naruto rubbing his head through his helmet before looking to the side as Raven finally appeared with a very familiar teen now dressed in black beside her. "Hi," Raven offered flatly, and then looked around and widened her eyes when she saw Kitten. "I'll skip any witty banter and just get to work, you can fill Robin in on the situation," Raven offered while walking over to Kitten, and Naruto looked to newly dressed Robin with a raised brow. The suit he was wearing was skin-tight and black with a large blue firebird on his chest, a gray utility belt synced around his waist, metal-capped steel-soled boots like his old pair, a pair of gray forearm protectors with black gloves that had steel plates at the back of each hand, and a black and white V-shaped domino mask. "Wow kid, have you decided to join the dark side, or is all the black and blue just an attempt to escape the traffic light nickname?" Naruto wondered aloud with a smirk, and Robin gave him a look in response. 1. What are you doing here? 2. I've decided I'm going by Nightwing now. 3. Shut up. Nightwing ordered, and Naruto mocked him for a moment while Cyborg cracked his knuckles and walked over to his leader. Rob, me and you need to have a serious talk about this need-to-know basis shit you've been using with the rest of us lately. Sai stated angrily, and Knight blinked before grimacing towards him. Can it wait until after we've saved the city from Ivy? He pleaded, and Sai twitched before breathing out a breath. For the time being, yeah, after this though, we are having that discussion, Rob. Sai stated simply, and Knight flinched slightly before nodding his head. Now that Tin Man has had his say. Kid Flash started to say before zipping over to stand next to Nightwing with a smirk. How you doing, Dick? Long time no see. KF offered, and Naruto blinked at the name. Dick? Oh, the mileage I'm going to be getting off that one. Naruto thought to himself with a mental, and oddly, maniacal laugh while Knight looked at Kid Flash in surprise. Bart? What are you doing here? He wondered, and then felt someone place an arm over his shoulder and looked to the side to see Wonder Girl. Donna? Wow, you too. This is a surprise, a pleasant one for once, but still a surprise. Knight noted, and Wonder Girl rolled her eyes. All we need is Garth here and the team would be back together again. She noted to herself, and Knight smirked slightly. Actually, Garth is a member of Titans East, Donna. Knight replied, and Cyborg looked between the two with confusion written over his face. You know each other? He asked with a blink, and Kid Flash grinned. Yeah, let's just say we're old friends, Kid Flash offered while Nightwing smirked and rolled his eyes behind his mask. I met them back when I still worked with Batman. Hell, that's back when I first met Dwella. Knight noted thoughtfully, and Wonder Girl shivered. Speaking of Dwella, is she still as psychotic as I remember her? Wonder Girl asked her old friend flatly, and Knight grunted. More so, he stated, and Wonder Girl looked to Kid Flash, who was staring off into space before grinning. Leave it to Dwella to prove us wrong. He mused, and Cyborg tapped his head. How so? He asked pointedly, and Kid Flash wrapped his arms behind his head. Back when we fought her, we all swore she couldn't possibly be any more insane without turning out like the Joker. Looks like we were wrong though. Kid Flash offered, and Naruto looked at them and then crossed his arms with a frown. You guys seem really relaxed considering we're in the middle of a city that's practically under Ivy's complete control, he noted flatly, and Knight smirked towards the black-clad thief. What's the matter, X, running out of steam? Knight quipped, and Naruto gave him a flat look in response. Let's see you take down a T-Rex, fight your way through half a city's worth of mutant plants, kick the asses of a dozen bikers, beat the hell out of some random rocker in orange, save dozens of people numerous times, all in the same day and in only a few hours before finally getting tired. Naruto stated flatly, and Knight blinked before looking to Batgirl for confirmation. See the damage around here? She stated, and Knight looked around then nodded. He did that? She then stated while pointing to Naruto, and Knight looked at him with widened eyes. Alright, never mind. He muttered and then looked over to where Raven was finishing healing Kitten. Raven, could you check up on Beast Boy when you're done? He asked, and the girl mutely nodded while working on the injured Pinkette. Alright, now can anyone tell me what the situation is thus far, and before I forget, is anyone else around here that's normally not in Jump City? Knight asked while looking around, then spotted Supergirl, who gave a small wave to the teen. Kara, why am I not surprised that you're here? He wondered aloud, and Cyborg threw his arms up. Do you know every super teen in the world or what? Cyborg asked seriously, and Naruto looked at him with a raised brow. Geez kid, how many teams were you on before the Titans? Naruto asked, and Knight cleared his throat while looking away from them both. Anyways, Donna, what can you tell me about the city thus far? Knight questioned while ignoring both older teens, and both looked to one another before sighing. You know, he ignores us like you used to ignore that creepy stalker ninja girl Cheshire Temp. Cyborg stated, and Naruto scoffed. Are you kidding, Stonehead? He started to say, only to stop at Cyborg's smirk and give him a dirty look. Cheater, he muttered, and Cyborg merely grinned. After seeing that tornado trick, you could only be Tempest Man, Cyborg reminded while patting him on the back, and Naruto waved him off then walked over to BB, Cyborg following while KF and Wonder Girl filled Robin in on the situation thus far. Is friend Beast Boy going to be okay? Starfire asked worriedly, and Kitten sighed while Batgirl rolled her eyes. X might have been a tad too rough with him, but he should wake up soon enough, Batgirl offered, and Kitten nodded her head in agreement, Starfire sighing in relief while Raven placed a hand to BB's head. He's just sleeping, she offered flatly, and Naruto snickered. Guy could sleep through a hurricane, and did. Naruto noted, and Cyborg shook his head before leaning down. Watch and learn, he said before holding one of BB's ears and took a deep breath. Wake up, Grass Stain. I'm making steak and eggs for breakfast. He then shouted, getting looks from those around him only for BB to jump up and look all around before glaring at a grinning Cyborg. Dude, that is so not cool, BB stated angrily while Kitten snickered and Naruto outright laughed. Now that BB's up, who else feels like a fifth wheel on the new team? Sai asked while nudging over to where Knight was talking to Wonder Girl and Kid Flash. Cyborg, chill, so Robin has old friends, it's not like you didn't before, either. Raven reminded and Batgirl nodded her head in agreement with the statement. And let's not forget that you guys do have more members than they did. Batgirl reminds simply and BB blinks. Dudes, what did I miss? He asks while looking around with obvious confusion and Cyborg sighed. You don't want to know BB, you really don't want to know. Cyborg replied while Supergirl floated above the ground with her legs crossed below her, causing BB to point and stare at the girl in shock. Supergirl! He exclaimed and the blonde bombshell nodded while waving with one hand. Dude! We have Supergirl in town. BB said loudly and Cyborg turned his friend's head to see Kid Flash and Wonder Girl as well. Dude! It's totally like a mini Justice League around here. BB says in shock and Cyborg rolled his eyes before patting BB on the head. Yeah, we know BB, it's old news. He said simply while Naruto grunted and then held his hands in a T shape. Yo! Time out, enough chit-chat, we still have the problem of Ivy and Harley to deal with in case you heroes have forgotten. Naruto reminds flatly and Cyborg looked to the others who nodded their heads. Temp's right, and he was called the anti-Robin of the Hive? Cyborg stated then mused with a smirk and Naruto narrowed his eyes in response. Temp? BB questioned and Cyborg nodded his head. Short for Tempest, as in that one Hive student I used to bunk with who was a ninja with control over wind? Sai replied and BB made an O with his mouth before gaping towards Naruto. You're the anti-Robin? He demanded in shock and Batgirl snickered, thus making Naruto grunt while crossing his arms. Not literally green bean, I was called that because I was a good team leader, used mostly weapons, but I was evil. Though, I was the one who blew up the Hive when you kids decided to invade. Naruto stated then mused aloud and Sai blinked. You did that? Wow, that must have been fun. Sai guessed and got a look from Naruto in response. More fun than I care to admit, but that's not the point. The point is we have a city that's covered from streets to sewers in plants and vines, a single person trying to control them. Naruto started to say only to stop when he got a message from Gizmo, thus smirked when he finished reading it. And I do mean trying since it looks like they're starting to run out of control, and Gizmo says he's working on a plant killer for these suckers as we speak. Naruto reminds then offers and Cyborg blinked in surprise. Wow, Gizmo actually comes through for us in the end? Sai said in shock and Naruto snorted. No, he's saving his own hide. I'm still more than a little annoyed that my teammates helped Harley and Ivy when I explicitly said not to trash my city. Naruto grumbled out angrily and Sai blinked before rolling his eyes. You know, you really shouldn't trust women like them. Cyborg reminds and Naruto grunted before looking over to Nightwing. Yo kid, my techie Gizmo says he's working on some plant killer for these things. Says he only needs some time to finish it off before he and the other members of Tartarus can spread it over the city. Naruto states and Nightwing nodded his head with a thoughtful expression while Wonder Girl gave him a look. Your team is named Tartarus? She asked and Naruto sighed. I heard that the Titans of Myth were all sealed in Tartarus. My team is basically made up of evil teens with powers, opposing the Titans, thus, it just seemed to work. Naruto replied and Wonder Girl decided she didn't want to know while Robin nodded his head. Alright, listen up. Harley and Ivy are holed up in the LexCorp building in the center of town. We're going to have to split up for this to work. One team is going in through the buildings, while the other take a sewer entrance. This way at least one team can hopefully sneak up on Ivy. Pink X, you stay here with Officer Connors and his friend. You might be fine now but you never know when they could use help. Knight stated and Kitten nodded her head slowly while Naruto rolled his eyes. Excellent plan you got there kid, but might I ask who's going with whom? Naruto questioned pointedly and Knight gave him a look. Since neither of us would work well if we were on the same team, we'll be on the opposing teams. Whoever wants to work with X can go with him. Knight offered and Raven, Batgirl, Cyborg, and Supergirl stood with him. Right, then Donna, Beast Boy, Star, and Bart are with me. Knight said while looking around and Naruto nodded his head, this team he could work with. Alright, then who's going which way? Naruto asked and Knight frowned for a moment before nodding his head. You have a greater number of land-based members, you'll head in through the sewers while me and the Flyers head in via the buildings and rooftops. Knight states and Naruto looks over his team for a moment before nodding his head. Alright then, Titans, move out. Nightwing ordered as the two teams split off. Chapter 36, Urban Jungle PT4. Harley happily bobbed her head from side to side with a small smile across her lips. What a wonderful day, the plants are green, the flowers are all bright and colorful, the city is in ruins as far as the eye can see, and the people are running and screaming in terror. It reminds me of home. Harley said to herself with a sigh while Ivy was grunting and rubbing her temples with an irritated frown. Would you please be quiet, Harley? I'm picking up something unusual from my babies. Ivy pleaded before grimacing once more as her head started to feel like it was splitting open. Why in the hell were they spreading out so far? She didn't want to totally cover the earth in mutant plants after all. What was the point? It'd be no different than all of humanity destroying her babies themselves. Ah, what's the matter, Red? Your head hurting ya or something? Harley asked while leaning back with her arms crossed under her head at the odd angle. Yet for the most part Harley was completely comfortable. She had to admit that when Ivy wanted to improve you, she spared no expense. Unfortunately, yes, Harley, my babies seem more and more active. Some of them are even growing at a rate I didn't predict. At the rate they're going, they'll reach the desert outside the city and possibly a freshwater area where they might just start to take permanent root. And if that happens, they'll start adapting to a point they won't need my mist to survive, and could grow at an exponential rate. Ivy explained while rubbing her temples and wondering why she always ended up explaining everything to Harley. Wait, how are they doing that? You're in control of those plants, ain't ya? Harley questioned with a confused expression, and Ivy visibly grimaces as the minds of the many plants start talking to one another. Through her. Yes, no. I don't even know anymore. The plants have grown and evolved to such a state that they no longer need me to give them orders. They've gained basic animal instincts and are starting to adapt a will of their own. Ivy explained, and Harley frowned for a moment, keeping her head back while crossing her arms over her chest. So, basically what you're saying is that they're growing up? Harley questioned, and Ivy nodded her head slowly. The analogy seemed to work better than anything she could come up with. Yes, and unfortunately they're turning out to be very, very rowdy when they get like this, Ivy stated, and Harley tilted her head to one side with a confused expression. But you're Poison Ivy. Surely you can control a little city's worth of giant mutated plants, Harley stated with her arms outstretched, and Ivy couldn't help it as she frowned towards her blonde friend. Harley, I'm not that. Ivy started to say, only for Harley to start on a rant. But you're the personal assassin of Mother Nature. The poisonous princess of the plant kingdom. The badass botanist bitch. The felonious flower of, you're Poison Ivy herself. How can you lose control of a few rowdy plants? Harley questioned with her arms placed on her hips, and Ivy frowned deeply. Harley, calm down. Ivy ordered flatly, a deadly tone to her voice as the nagging migraine made her even more moody than usual. Seeing the positively furious look on her red-haired friend's face, Harley instantly fell silent while Ivy grit her teeth and wrung her fingers through her hair. The area of the city is much larger than anything I've ever tried to control before. The amount of plants spread out across the area is so numerous that I'm unable to control more than a few dozen at a time. Ivy started to explain and then grimaced once more when she felt something big start trying to speak to the smaller plants around the city. Not only that, but my babies have grown to a point where they are as alive as you or me. They are even thinking and talking to one another to some small extent. This is why I can no longer control them. They have started to link to one another. Unfortunately, they're using me as a sort of main hub, thus all my migraines recently. Ivy finished explaining to the blonde-haired clown girl, and Harley frowned for a moment. Well, that ain't good at all. What happens when they decide they don't want me or you here? Harley questioned, and Ivy rolled her eyes for a moment. That won't happen, Harley. I'm half plant, and in case you've forgotten, you're part plant since I changed you. Ivy reminded, and Harley blinked before shrugging her shoulders and leaning back further, her spine making a near-perfect sideways L. I don't even think about that anymore, Ivy. My point is, what happens when those plants don't like the human that's still in us? Harley then questioned with an uncharacteristically serious expression over her face. In response, Ivy suddenly blinked, then mulled that over for a moment before shaking her head. They won't. Without me they have no way of surviving a prolonged period on their own, Harl. So long as they need me, they'll allow me to do as I wish. Besides, any that try to attack me would be child's play to control. Ivy reminded, and Harley rubbed her arms worriedly. Dad, I understand, Ivy. What I don't is what happens to me. Harley reminds, and Ivy frowned once more. You just stay close to me and I'll ensure you're protected as well, Harl. I won't let my babies hurt you. Ivy tells the blonde, and Harley grins, though it obviously doesn't reach the girl's eyes, and Ivy doesn't seem to notice. Sewers. I hate sewers. Naruto mumbled as he made his way further down the sewers, those behind him in complete agreement with him. Stop whining, at least you don't have to walk in this shit. Batgirl reminded as she and Cyborg trudged through slime, shit, and only God knew what else while following the black-clad thief. Said thief shrugged his shoulders, making liberal use of water walking so he wouldn't have to walk in the sewer, while Supergirl and Raven both floated over the water. Man, how do you do this shit? I can somewhat understand you're an elemental-type warrior, but to be able to walk on water? Since when are miracles on a ninja's list of techniques? Cyborg asked, and Naruto scoffed. It's not, tin head. Believe me when I say that this little trick is most definitely not the work of the divine. Naruto stated while Raven sighed and flew next to him while giving him a look. Be nice, we're actually helping you for once. She reminded and Naruto gave her a look in response. No. I'm helping you guys when you've gotten yourself over your heads. Again. The ex-shinobi stated and Raven rolled her eyes while Sai grumbled under his breath. Seriously Kara-chan, I'm starting to see a pattern, you guys get in over your head, I come save you, and once I save your collective asses, the kid tries to throw me in jail. Naruto suddenly says in his mind, Raven picking it up and frowning in thought, truth be told that was actually pretty true. Well it could be worse. She offered and Naruto snapped his head over to her with a raised brow. What? She mentally questioned with a raised brow and Naruto smirked beneath his mask. You're being optimistic Kara-chan, that's new. He replied and the girl blinked while looking more than a little surprised. Wow, you're right. She mused then sighed before giving him a sidelong glare. I swear Naruto, you're starting to rub off on me a little too much. She intoned mock seriously and Naruto rubbed his chin while keeping a lookout for any of Ivy's plants. I am? Does that mean you're rubbing off on me then Kara-chan? Naruto wondered and Raven snorted while Cyborg looked between the two with confusion. Not possible, my personality is nearly non-existent since I suppress my emotions, yours on the other hand, it's like a fungus, it sticks to you and just won't let go. Raven stated playfully and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Man what is up with you two? Cyborg questioned and Raven blinked before thanking Azar her hood was up to hide her blush. Nothing Cyborg. She offered quietly and Naruto nodded his head. Yeah Tin Man, why? Did it look like something was going on? Naruto questioned while turning his head to look at the half-metal teen. Not sure, kind of looked like you were talking or something, but without actually speaking. Cyborg replied simply and Naruto shrugged his shoulders while Raven floated forward a little. Coming to a corner, Naruto held up a hand to signal for the others to stop while he turned and looked around. Can't see anything up ahead, man it'd be so much easier to navigate around the plants if we had some kind of a sonar to track them. Naruto mumbled to himself and Cyborg slapped his face in realization. Give me a minute, I've got one but it needs a few minor tweaks. The metal teen stated while looking to his left arm and tweaking a few wires while Supergirl flew over to Naruto and looked at him strangely. What? Naruto finally asked and the blonde sighed. I wanted to say, thanks for sending me out with Wonder Girl earlier. Supergirl offered uncomfortably and Naruto raised a brow. After the fuss you made I thought you'd be mad at me. Naruto noted and Supergirl nodded her head. And you're right, I was more than a little mad. But, while we were out I heard someone screaming for help. Donna wasn't able to hear it and we only just made it in time to save a little girl that was trapped in a collapsed building. So, thanks for her. Supergirl explained and Naruto nodded his head. That's one of my main reasons I sent you with her, your super hearing and X-ray vision make you a perfect choice for searching for survivors, your strength and ability to fly makes you optimum for rescue. Raven with her empathic and telekinetic abilities is as well but she had to take care of Bird Brain or I would have sent her out with you two also. Naruto offered and Supergirl slowly nodded her head. You know a good deal about us and our abilities if you understood who to send out on a mission like that. She mused thoughtfully and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Not really, I know a basic list of abilities and powers for most of you based on the older heroes you guys mirror. Thus Kid Flash is fast but he's not strong enough to move boulders. Batgirl isn't able to cover the kind of ground you can without a vehicle, nor is she as strong or fast. Starfire is a warrior by nature but wouldn't be able to locate the civilians that were buried, Wonder Girl is the same as Star, and Pink X is more or less just your average thief. I had to be precise in my choices or something really bad could have happened out there, it's one of the many things you learn to deal with when you're a leader of a team. Naruto explained and Supergirl shivered slightly. If that's what you have to deal with when you're a leader, then you can have it. I'll stick to being a member of the League away from all the crap leaders have to deal with. She muttered and Naruto chuckled lightly to himself. Still, I wish Superman and the rest of the League wouldn't always treat me like a kid. Supergirl grumbled and Naruto rolled his eyes. My advice to you on that matter is to get used to it. The sooner you learn to stop caring about what others think about you, the sooner you'll find real happiness. Naruto offered smirkingly and Supergirl huffed while Batgirl gave them both looks. Hello, can we please focus? We've got a psycho with control of an entire city to beat unless you'd rather Jump City become Ivy's personal garden. The older red-haired girl reminded and Supergirl grinned nervously before nodding her head. Sorry, just needed to say my piece. Supergirl offered while Cyborg finally finished working on his sonar. Alright gang, my sonar is up and running, we're clear for the next 40 or so feet. Sai offered and Naruto nodded his head before making his way down the sewers, followed by Cyborg and Raven while Batgirl and Supergirl were behind them. So what were you talking to him about anyways? Batgirl questioned of her friend and Supergirl shrugged her shoulders. Nothing important, she offered and Batgirl shook her head with a smile. Come on Kara, you can tell me, she offered and Supergirl looked at her with a slight grin across her face. I was just having a little chat about non-important stuff, she offered and Batgirl rolled her eyes. Right, and you couldn't do that with me, why? Batgirl challenged and Supergirl took a mock thoughtful expression. Well, for one, you're being all serious right now and he's easier to talk to in that department. Supergirl offered and Batgirl scoffed while crossing her arms over her chest with an annoyed frown. Alright, but we're kind of in a very bad situation in case you hadn't noticed, Batgirl reminded and Supergirl nodded her head with a serious expression across her features. I know, but sometimes you need to lighten up or the weight of the world will all coming falling down on top of you, Supergirl offered in retort and Batgirl blinked towards her friend in mild shock. That was very insightful, Kara, she said and Supergirl smirked. Hey, I'm older and wiser than I look, though Clark never seems to notice. Kara offers then mutters under her breath before flying off to keep up with Naruto and the others, Batgirl hanging back for a moment to reflect on the platinum blonde girl's words before following after them as well. Jump City. Alright, now what do we do? Kid Flash questioned while looking to the LexCorp building apprehensively. The entire building was covered top to bottom in vines, spore pods, barb shooters, and every other kind of plant imaginable. A mist of poison gas surrounded it on the street with 4 massive flytraps guarding it. I'm thinking, Nightwing replied while trying to figure out a point of entry that wouldn't kill them as well. Obviously, given the very near psychotic level of security, Ivy wasn't taking any chances this time. Well, think faster, we can't just stand here all night or we'll eventually get spotted, Kid Flash stated while tapping one foot with a frown. Truth be told, he just really didn't like holding still for too long, it kind of bored him to tears. Please be patient, new friend, Robin needs the silence in order to concentrate, Starfire pleaded while Wonder Girl looked over the defenses of the building with a thin frown across her face. While not a natural-born leader like Nightwing, she was an Amazon, a warrior born and bred for combat. This was her element, not Nightwing's. His was protecting a city, and while she could do so as well, her true element and very nature was in combat. If we had some kind of distraction, we could fly over to that ledge right there, Wonder Girl pointed out and Nightwing looked to Donna before nodding his head. Donna's right, that looks like it's the only way we'll be able to get in undetected, Knight replied and BB decided to put in his own 2 cents. But dude, where are we going to find a distraction big enough to draw the attention of all those plants? BB questioned and his companions gave him a look before all 5 stopped when they heard a sound. Is that buzzing? BB asked with one ear upwards and Knight nodded his head. I know that sound, Starfire whispered thoughtfully and Wonder Girl frowned. It sounds like an insect's wings, lots of them, the Amazonian girl thought aloud and Nightwing nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, like the wings of millions of mutated moths, Kid Flash mused aloud and Nightwing blinked. That was an oddly accurate example, he noted and Kid Flash pointed to the side with a flat expression. What example? There's really millions of mutated moths over there, the teen stated and the others quickly looked to where he was pointing, BB and Nightwing gaping while Starfire gasped. It is the killer moth, Starfire exclaimed as the said Mothman flew closer and closer to the LexCorp building. Attack! He exclaimed while throwing a clawed hand forward, his mutant moth army quickly flying past him and attacking the mutant vines around the massive building. Several of the vines began to lash out, the giant mutant moths dodging them before starting to munch on the vines. Shaking and lashing out, the vines tried to throw off the creatures, yet it proved futile for them. Dodging and weaving around the flailing vines, Killermoth himself suddenly dive-bombed the building. Charge! He exclaimed while the rest of his moth army followed him, flying straight at the building. Killermoth then pulled up at the last second with a few of his moths following him. As they flew upwards, the other moths started to attack the flytraps below, the mutant creatures easily being smart enough not to get into the mouths of the plants. As the moths were doing this, Killermoth slammed a fist into a nearby dryad as it got too close to him while he was flying up the side of the building. Leave none alive. Devour every plant that you see, Killermoth exclaimed to his army as a few moths broke off from behind him and flew towards the sides, each one heading straight for more dryads. Narrowing his compound eyes as he flew upwards, Killermoth suddenly jerked to the side to evade a vine as it grew out of the side of the building. Keeping on course, Killermoth continued flying upwards until finally stopping and slamming his fists into the solid concrete of the building, soon breaking through and then flying into the building as his moth army continued to face off against the numerous plants. Dude! For some weird old guy that lives in his basement, not to mention is pushed around by his teenage daughter, he's seriously tough, BB stated in shock, and Nightwing nodded his head in agreement as he watched the mutated man successfully lay siege to the LexCorp building, and with only the help of an army of genetically altered insects no less. That a big enough distraction for you? Kid Flash questioned while still staring at the spectacle, and Nightwing sighed while rubbing his face. First Ivy and Harley, now Killer Moth as well. It's a who's who of Gotham villains around here. Not to mention we've got at the very least a dozen of our normal rogues helping us with this problem. Ugh, what a day. Nightwing muttered before shaking his head with a frown. Alright team, let's move out while we still have a chance. Knight ordered before quickly jumping off the side of the building, a pair of wings opening up as he spread his arms and then started to glide towards the ledge Wonder Girl had seen. You heard the man? Wonder Girl stated with an amused smirk while grabbing Kid Flash and carrying him as she flew off, Starfire flying next to her while BB turned into a pterodactyl to keep up with the rest of them. As they were infiltrating the building, Killer Moth landed inside and looked around, eyes narrowing. I know you're here, Ivy, you can't hide from me, KM stated darkly while looking all around himself. Killer Moth? Is that you? A familiar bouncy voice questioned as Harley looked down at the Mothman from a ledge. What the hell happened to ya? Last time I checked you were just some guy in a silly purple costume with a lame as hell silk spitter gun and delusions of grandeur. Harley noted while tilting her head to one side, and Killer Moth scowled deeply. Things and people change, Harley, most of us do at least. He stated, and Harley shrugged her shoulders disinterestedly. I like how I am just fine, don't really got an interest in slicing my lips open like Mr. J. Harley stated, and then took a faraway look as she sighed. Oh Puddin', I wonder how you're doing without your Harley to help ya. The psychotic blonde wondered aloud, and Killer Moth mentally groaned. He's probably the happiest man alive right now. Killer Moth thought to himself with a thin frown. Even given her great beauty, flexibility, and loyalty, Harley was the single most annoying woman he'd ever had the misfortune of meeting. That's nice and all, Harley, but where is Ivy? I'm stopping this madness before it gets any more out of hand. Killer Moth states simply, and Harley looks at the Mothman with a confused stare. Wah, don't you remember the rules, Mothman? When one of the big cats goes after something, you second strings stay out of the way, Harley said while trying to remind Killer Moth of an unwritten rule back in Gotham. In case you've forgotten, Harley, this isn't Gotham, this is MY City. Not the Joker's, not Ivy's, and certainly not yours. Killer Moth stated, and Harley sighed while flipping up to sit on the ledge, both hands folded under her chin. Boy, when did you grow a backbone, Mothman? She then asked with a tilted head, and Killer Moth gritted his teeth in fury, Harley suddenly noticing it wasn't a mask he was wearing. Seriously though, what's with the way you look now? I feel like I'm watching a rerun of that Mothman movie, what was it called again? Harley questioned, then wondered quietly, and Killer Moth let out a low, almost clicking sound as he started to rise up into the air with his wings. Ivy's not the only one with genetic mutations to help her, you know. Killer Moth stated before lunging forward and ramming into Harley, knocking her back through a curtain with Killer following after her. Landing on the ground, Killer's eyes bolted open as a vine suddenly slammed into him, knocking him back and into a wall. Grunting, Killer Moth looked up and gritted his teeth when he saw Ivy, sitting on a throne made up of numerous different vines. So he's the one who's had all those annoying moths attack my babies? Ivy noted, and Killer Moth narrowed his eyes dangerously. And you're the goddamned plant bitch whose stupid babies are endangering my little girl? Killer growled out angrily, Ivy blinking in surprise, while Harley sat up and gaped towards the Mothman. You have a daughter? She demanded loudly, and Killer Moth merely clicked for a moment while glaring at Ivy. Wow, who knew you was the family man type? Harley wondered aloud, and Killer Moth twitched while crouching low, his claws extending slightly as he did so. Would you shut the hell up already? Killer Moth demanded, and Ivy scowled towards Killer Moth, a vine launching at him from the side. You shouldn't talk to Harley like that, she stated, and Killer Moth merely flipped over the vine, then grabbed it with both arms before ripping it out of the wall with his bare hands, then threw it to the side as he continued to make a low clicking sound. Whoa, someone got an upgrade, Harley murmured to herself while flipping onto her feet and then stretched out a bit. Seriously, do you honestly think you can take us both on alone when those 5 Titan kids couldn't take us together? Harley questioned, and Killer Moth clicked somewhat louder, Harley figuring it was the equivalent to a growl for the bug man. I don't have to stop you, just keep you busy while my army devours Ivy's plants, Killer stated, and Ivy growled towards the insect-like man. Harley, please show Killer Moth the exit. Ivy questioned, and Harley grinned, then rushed over to Ivy and pulled out her duffel bag from behind the plant woman's throne. Pulling her sledgehammer from the bag and leaning it into her shoulder, Killer Moth looked at her with a blank expression. Didn't you used to use a big-ass mallet? He questioned, and Harley snickered into one hand before grinning towards the Mothman. Get with the times, ol' sport. It's like you said? Harley started to say in her normal chipper voice, then narrowed her eyes dangerously with a monstrous grin. Things change, she echoed and then flipped forward, still holding onto the sledgehammer before slamming it into Killer Moth's midriff, sending him flying back into a wall. Now this is a real fly swatter, Harley stated while holding her sledgehammer up, Killer Moth groaning as he pushed himself back to his feet. Now I remember why we second-string villains never took the heavy hitters on. Killer Moth mumbled before shaking his head, the clicking noise returning as he then reached to his side and lifted a boulder over his head, Harley blinking. Wow. I'll give you one thing, Mothman, you're certainly a hell of a lot stronger than you used to be. Harley noted before yelping and ducking out of the way of the boulder as Killer Moth cracked his neck then lunged forward. Placing her legs under Killer Moth to hold him back, Harley then jammed her sledgehammer's handle into his mouth and pushed the Mothman back and off of her. Ha! Eat steel bug for brains, Harley stated, and an odd look crossed Killer Moth's features before he literally chomped down on the handle of Harley's sledgehammer, easily taking a bite out of it. You were saying, Quinn? Killer Moth demanded, and Harley looked at her sledgehammer and then the mutant Mothman. I'm in trouble, aren't I? She questioned while Killer Moth merely clicked lightly again then lunged at her with his jaws opened wide. Sewers. Naruto turned to look out from behind a corner, frowning when he saw dozens of spore pods in the next room. Unlike the rest of the rooms before it, Cyborg's sonar hadn't been able to spot the plants within the room. This was more than likely due to the fact the pods were only growing out of the roof of the room, leaving the floor untouched. Shit, now we'll need another detour, this is really getting annoying. The blonde-haired ex-shinobi thought to himself before pulling back slightly when one of the pods started to twitch. Raising a brow, Naruto watched a pale green-skinned hand burst out of the pod as another dryad pulled itself out of the pod before it fell to the ground. However, unlike the last batch, her skin was smooth with no visible differences between the leaves that made up her skin. The vines that made up her hair were also thinner, appearing somewhat like dozens of braids all falling down to her shoulders. Twitching and stumbling, the dryad pushed itself up, then looked to its hands as its fingers formed sharp claws. Vines then reached up and started wrapping over it in the same pattern as the ones over Ivy's body, even forming into a pair of panties. Bark then grew over it like armor and thorns grew out to finish off the appearance of the dryad as it was then pulled up through the roof and into the unknown. So? Raven questioned, and Naruto sighed while turning to the team he was working with for the moment. This way's a no-go if we don't want Ivy to notice us, not to mention the spore pods double as dryad birth pods now, we need another detour, Sai. Naruto explained, and Cyborg grunted while checking his sonar once more. Alright, we got one other path we can take without any of Ivy's plants to bug us. Follow me, Sai stated before waving for the others to follow him as he walked down a hall while looking at his sonar, the others following behind him. Journeying down the sewers, the 5 teens soon came to another open area and Naruto looked around. The room was about the size of a small football field with the walls appearing to have been dug out for more room. Water had pooled in the room and was falling down open holes like whirlpools here and there. Looks like the coast is clear, he stated, and Sai grinned as they walked into a massive circular room, the walls appearing to have been dug out by something. What did all this? Supergirl wondered, and Batgirl knelt down when her foot touched something. Reaching into the water with a grimace, Batgirl then pulled the object out, then yelped when she saw it was a human skull. I really don't want to know, the redhead stated, and Raven narrowed her eyes then formed black energy in her hand and lifted several objects out of the water, her eyes widening to see dozens of skulls and other bones had littered the bottom of the pool. Now wide-eyed, Raven threw all the bones into a pile to the side, her right eye twitching slightly as she got closer to Naruto. Shit, this is bad, Naruto murmured before looking over to a very green cyborg and mentally rolled his eyes. Why is it that these kids can't take a few bones? It's not like people don't die every day. Naruto wondered to himself before shaking his head and reminding himself that the kids hadn't had to deal with never being able to save someone before. Sai, you sure nothing's down here? Naruto asked the teen, and Cyborg shook his head and started to check his sonar again, only to stop when slime fell down on him and he slowly looked up with the others. Eyes widening, the teens all saw a massive plant creature wrapped around the entirety of the ceiling like a long coiled-up snake. Its body was green like the other plants, only with dozens of thorns poking out along its wooden spine. Its skin, unlike with the other plants, appeared much rougher with vines twining and coiling beneath it like muscle. Its 3 glowing green eyes were half closed and its mouth was made up of 4 separate petal-like parts with rows of teeth along the edges of each. And finally its tail was tipped with a spiked protrusion of some kind with dozens of sharp needles like a cactus. Ah shit. And I hated giant snakes enough to begin with, Naruto mumbled while the giant snake hissed while slithering down the side of the walls, numerous vines coiling off of its form from behind and attaching to the dir to take full root. Hissing, the thing then surrounded them, blocking the exits while Naruto crouched and the others got ready to attack. Talk about your garden snakes. Sai muttered and Naruto smirked slightly before pulling his two ninjutsu from his back and flipped them in a reverse grip. So Tin Man, any ideas for this sucker? Naruto asked, and before Sai could answer, Supergirl cracked her knuckles. Just leave this to me, she stated, and then flew off as Naruto tried to stop her. Shit, what the hell does she think she's doing? Naruto demanded with wide eyes, and Batgirl pinched the bridge of her nose. Proving the League was right for one, they treat her like a kid because she does stupid stuff like this, Batgirl stated while Supergirl flew towards the massive plant snake, only to curse as it opened its mouth, dozens of barbs flying towards her. Batting the thorns away easily, Supergirl then slammed her fists into the plant's head, knocking it to the ground, only to yelp as its tail came from behind and whipped her away. Once Supergirl hit the ground away from the others, places along the snake's body peeled back to reveal more barb shooters that now surrounded them. Shit. Raven, shield. Naruto said quickly, and Raven instantly did as told when hundreds of barbs came flying at them from all around. Soon the barbs abated and Naruto grit his teeth with narrowed eyes. We need to deal with the barb shooters first and foremost, after that we deal with the main body of the snake, Naruto ordered as the shield came down, and then mentally groaned. I'm going to kick myself for saying this later, but... Titans, go! Naruto ordered as he lunged towards the snake's sides while the others went to separate sides of the massive snake. Frowning as she got back up, Supergirl looked at the snake as it hissed towards her and cracked her knuckles. I really hate weeds, she mumbled before slapping her face. Duh, heat vision? She muttered before firing the beams of heat towards the snake, only for the snake to lunge out of the way as the beam hit the wall near it. This caused some of the roof to fall down where Naruto was, the ex-shinobi cursing as he flipped back from the rocks before turning to glare at Supergirl. Oops. Supergirl muttered with a shrug while Naruto turned back to his job and twisted on his heel, sending a blade of wind out to slice several of the barb spitters. As he was doing that, Batgirl threw several ice capsules at those she was dealing with, freezing them and then throwing batarangs to shatter them completely. Cyborg took his favorite route as he fired his sonic cannon at the plants, tearing them apart instantly. Raven used a much easier method of getting rid of them by forming her normal black energy over and then ripping the barb shooters out of the snake. Hissing out in pain, the snake suddenly moved, coiling around the room quickly before ending up in a reverse position it had been in, more slots opening along its sides to reveal more barb shooters. Shit. Naruto muttered before teleporting to Batgirl as Raven went to Sai and formed a shield. The barb shooters then began to fire onto the teens, Naruto swinging and spinning his swords while ducking and moving around Batgirl to keep the barbs away from both of them while Raven held up her shield. Supergirl merely batted the barbs away while the snake hissed towards them. Once the barbs had abated once more, Naruto lunged at the next few barb shooters with the others doing likewise while Supergirl flew towards the head of the snake once more. Smirking to herself, as she got closer to the snake she yelped when it opened its mouth and dozens of twining vines wrapped around her. Damn it, why can't these things just die? Supergirl demanded while taking hold of several of the vines and yanking on them, pulling the snake with her. Turning towards this, Naruto grinned to himself as he saw something unusual on the snake, a large hole near the base of its neck where 5 vines were coiling into the ground. Hell, I think she actually did something intelligent, Naruto noted before swinging his sword and severing a few of the vines, the snake hissing in pain as it thrashed for a moment. Crying out as the snake thrashed, Supergirl held firm as she held the snake in place, only for it to bite down and sever the vines, causing her to spin backwards. Hissing angrily, the plant then retracted its vines and dug into the side of the walls, soon vanishing. Well, that was easy, Sai noted with a blink, and Naruto frowned darkly. I don't think it's over yet, he said flatly, then cursed as the snake suddenly came down at them from the roof with its tail placed into the ground to act as its roots. Shit, I hate it when I'm right, Naruto exclaimed as the snake then unleashed a cloud of poison from its mouth. Aw man, why us? Naruto wondered aloud before spinning one of his blades, causing the poison to flow towards him before he then twisted on one heel and threw the poison to one side. Nice, Sai offered as he looked to the teen, and Naruto frowned. Yeah, now how do we deal with this freaking monster? Naruto questioned as the girls made their way over to them and looked up at the snake as it started to convulse and spasm yet again. What next? Raven wondered before the creature spit out several things that bore a disturbing resemblance to plant bulbs. Bulbs? Okay, that's new, Naruto noted for a moment, then cursed when the bulb sprouted vines that shot at the snake, attaching to it while they then developed more vines, these thicker with sharp thorns on them and round cactus-like balls at the very tips of the vines. 10 to 1, those are extremely poisonous, Sai noted flatly while pointing towards the plant creature, and Naruto growled in his throat. Is there anything these fucking plants can't adapt to? Naruto demanded angrily and Batgirl rolled her eyes. Less complaining, we need to focus, she reminded and Naruto crouched down. Supergirl, try and deal with the snake, we'll handle these bulbs. Naruto ordered and Supergirl grinned as she flew towards the snake, Raven smirking slightly. You did that to get her out of the way, didn't you? She questioned and Naruto merely rolled his eyes as he lunged forward and dodged around the many poison-tipped vines of the bulbs. She's more a liability down here than anything else, Kara-chan. She's strong, fast, and tough, but when she's in a group she has to realize the rest of us have limits and that we can be crushed and killed if she's not careful. She's going to get us all killed with the way she's fighting the crazy snake. Naruto replied while flipping over a bulb and severed its vine while coming down in a crouch and flipping to the side to evade a swing from one of the other bulbs. Sounds like she reminds you of yourself, Raven noted as she formed a shield to block a bulb and then ripped it from the snake before tossing it over her shoulder as it started to wilt. Maybe just a little, the blue-eyed blonde-haired thing doesn't help the comparison any either. But all that means is I know how to deal with her better than the League, say she's too young or not experienced enough and she'll just barrel in headlong anyways, trick her into thinking she's helping and she won't get in the way. Naruto noted then explained while ducking under another vine and swinging his ninjutsu up to sever it from the bulb. Nearby, Batgirl was ducking and rolling away from several vines before throwing a few batarangs, taking out 3 of the bulbs instantly while Sai grabbed 2 of them by their vines and then ripped them from the snake. Above them, Supergirl was flying around the snake, dodging its snapping jaws before slamming into its head and grabbing it by its mouths. Alright ugly, time for you to get down. Supergirl growled out while pulling the snake out from the wall and Naruto jumped onto its back and swung his swords at its head, the snake crying out in pain as its head split open to show a glowing green core of some kind. That's like the core the pods have. If we take that out the snake is toast. Batgirl exclaimed while Naruto was thrown from the back of the snake when it pulled back into the roof, Supergirl grabbing him out of midair. Put me down, Naruto ordered flatly and Supergirl shrugged with a smirk as she flew back to the ground and Naruto rolled out of her arms and into a low crouch. Alright, where is it coming from this time? Cyborg wondered while looking around then cursed as it came out of the ground before them, hissing and snarling viciously. Well, that answers that. Raven mused flatly and Naruto snorted, honestly how was the girl always so funny? Yeah, unfortunately for us it looks more than a little pissed now. Naruto added as an afterthought as the snake started to convulse and spasm once more. Oh, what new hell is this? He wondered aloud as the snake started to cough up dozens of the poison spores of the pods they normally dealt with into the air. Ah hell? Cyborg muttered while Supergirl gaped. That could be a problem, she noted and then cursed as the snake started to spew poison all around its form, forcing the teens to back up. The spores then started to shoot towards them, the group ducking and evading them as the poison started to spread. Man, if we don't stop this thing soon we're going to be in some serious trouble. Sai exclaimed while Naruto nodded his head and then narrowed his eyes on the poison. Supergirl, use your super breath and push the poison away. Naruto shouted and Supergirl nodded her head before taking a deep breath and blowing, sending the poison the opposite direction and back into the sewers. Seeing the snake hiss before starting to convulse, Naruto narrowed his eyes then teleported above the snake. Alright ugly, this ends now. Naruto shouted as he sheathed his swords and then fell into the mouth of the snake. Dodging and weaving around the spores in the snake, Naruto grinned when he finally spotted the core of the creature. 1000 Blades Jutsu. He exclaimed as the thousands of blades suddenly started to spin around him, tearing the snake apart from the inside out as it cried out and thrashed before starting to wilt. Naruto then teleported out of the snake as it fell to the ground, green goop seeping out of it. Landing in a low crouch, Naruto gave off a few panting breaths while staring at the snake. I really hate giant snakes. He grumbled aloud with a hand to his head and Raven floated over to him. Yeah, and how many times have they eaten you by now? She quipped and Naruto grunted seeing an amused smirk grace her features. I shouldn't have told you that story. He muttered while standing up and then looked around as Batgirl looked over the dead plant snake. Alright, this is new even for Ivy, she finally stated and Cyborg frowned. The creatures are getting more and more complex, right? Chances are this is just a tougher version of the flytraps we have to deal with. Sai noted and Batgirl slowly nodded her head, seeing as that was very likely. Either that or the pods, Naruto reminded with a shrug and Gotham's Dark Angel nodded her head to that as well since it had a core like a pod. I don't care either way, it's dead already so let's just hurry up and stop Ivy. Supergirl stated and Naruto rolled his eyes before motioning for Sai to lead. The titanium teen nodded his head before checking his sonar and grinned. Alright gang, we're really close so let's hurry up and move out. Sai stated while running off, followed by the rest of the group, though Naruto rubbed his chin as he looked at the snake for a moment longer. If they're all becoming more complex, what happens when we dump that poison on them? He wondered to himself, then shook his head as he rushed to catch up with the rest of his group. With Harley and Ivy. Harley yelped while evading Killer Moth's claws as the mad mutant Mothman came at her with clear fury. Guy goes away for a decade or so, and is suddenly able to beat the hell out of me. How does that make any sense? Harley wondered to herself as Killer Moth opened his wings and flew into the air, ripping a chunk of the roof out before throwing it at the psychotic blonde. Flipping and twirling out of the way, Harley looked to see Ivy was grimacing in pain, though chose to ignore it as she tried to deal with their little moth problem. I'll give Mothman one thing, he's really got guts to take us both on, no brains, but some real guts. Harley noted as Killer Moth cried out angrily and flew straight towards her, making a crunching sound before spotting out a bit of silk that wrapped around the girl's legs. What the hell? Harley demanded before yelping as Killer Moth grabbed her with an evil grin across his face. Lame silk spitter, huh? He reminded with a twitch, and Harley chuckled nervously while staring at Killer Moth's very sharp teeth. Come on Mothman, can't you take a joke? Harley asked meekly, and Killer Moth narrowed his compound eyes on her. All things considered, he didn't think that would work. His old silk spitter gun had long since been taken by Batman for his little collection. Adding the genetic mutation to spit silk out himself had just been for old time's sakes. He never thought of using it in actual combat like that before. No, not really, Killer Moth stated, and Harley grinned nervously before kicking both legs upwards into Killer Moth's chin and landing on the ground. Cripes, you're stupid, don't you know not to give your enemy a chance to retaliate? Harley questioned while pulling a knife out of somewhere and started to cut the silk away from her legs. An angry clicking was her only response as Killer Moth narrowed his eyes on the blonde and then grinned evilly as he crunched down once more and spit several gobs of silk out. These wrapped around Harley's hands before he then lunged forward and grabbed her. Carrying her up to the ceiling, he spit out another gob and stuck the girl to it before spitting out more around her body, trapping her in a cocoon that only left her head free. Why don't you stick around? I'll hang with you later, Harl. Killer Moth quipped, and Harley blinked before suddenly bursting out with laughter. Oh, that's a good one, Mothman. I thought you didn't like jokes. Harley exclaimed, then demanded while Killer Moth floated back to the ground where Ivy was looking at him with one eye open. Alright Ivy, show's over, call off your plants now. Killer Moth stated with a low click, and Ivy raised a brow before holding a hand forward. Wah! Killer Moth wondered before cursing as dozens of vines shot out of the ground and wrapped around his body tightly, the Mothman clicking angrily as he felt the thorns pierce his flesh. God, am I happy I made that serum that made me immune to poisons and toxins. Killer Moth thought to himself while struggling with the vines wrapping around his form, and Ivy smirked towards the mutant Mothman. Sorry, but I don't follow orders, I give them, Ivy stated before pointing down, the vines dragging Killer Moth down as he struggled with their grip. As he cried out and nearly disappeared into the ground, a green T-Rex suddenly bit the vines and started yanking them up, careful of not touching the thorns. I don't think so, Ivy, Nightwing stated as he and his team entered the room, Starfire pulling Killer Moth free and gasping when she saw him bleeding. You are injured, she said in shock, and Killer Moth grunted while BB released the vines and rushed over to the man. I'm fine, I heal quickly and I'm immune to poison, he grumbled while Ivy frowned towards the Titans and then crossed her arms. Robin, nice to see you again, Ivy offered sarcastically, and Harley blinked before grinning. Hi Captain Tweet Tweet. I just love the new outfit, Harley shouted with a wide grin, and Kid Flash snorted as he tried not to laugh while Night twitched angrily. Smirking lightly, Ivy then snapped her fingers as several dryads popped out of the ground and looked towards the Titans darkly. Those are new, Killer Moth noted while the Titans got ready for a fight, Nightwing pulling out two new birdarangs and slamming them together to form a broadsword that he held at his side. Titans, go! He exclaimed while lunging at the dryads, followed by Starfire and Wonder Girl as Kid Flash zipped forward and kicked one of the dryads, sending her flying back and snapping the vine she was connected to. As they did this, BB helped Killer Moth over to a secluded spot to rest while the Mothman healed. Dude, what were you thinking jumping in here after Ivy and Harley like that? You could have been seriously hurt? The green teen stated, and Killer Moth grunted once more while ducking as a dryad came their way. I was thinking of Kitten. I lived in Gotham for years before I came here. I know how Harley and Ivy fight and I know how they think. Unfortunately, Ivy beating me was assured, but I did manage to get Harley at the least, Killer Moth explained, then reminded as they both looked up only to grimace as a few dryads started to come out of the roof and cut Harley free. Well shit, Killer Moth grumbled as Harley was freed and fell to the ground, a vine from the side catching her. Woohoo! Let's do that again, Harley cheered, and Ivy rolled her eyes before giving the girl her duffel bag. Focus, Harl, we have intruders trying to spoil all our fun, Ivy reminded, and Harley nodded her head. Right, focus, this is me focused, she stated, and then reached into her bag and pulled out what appeared to be a bomb with Joker's face on it. Yo! Wonder Brat, heads up! She shouted, and Wonder Girl blinked while turning to the villainess, then cursed as she flew out of the way of the bomb before it exploded. Watching this, Harley laughed to herself while holding her sides, clearly amused by the look on Wonder Girl's face. Rolling her eyes and turning back to the battle at hand, Ivy held her hands to the sides and pulled inwards, several vines, pods, and shooters coming out of the walls to aid the Dryads. Running around the room, Kid Flash cursed as he dodged and weaved around the flailing vines, only to yelp as one of the Dryads kicked his feet out from under him, sending him skidding forward as a shooter fired several barbs towards him. Wonder Girl quickly rushed to her friend's aid, blocking the barbs with her bracelets and then grabbing a chunk of rock that she threw at them, crushing them all. Turning to Kid Flash with a smirk, Wonder Girl held a hand towards the red head. Need a hand? She quipped, and Kid Flash grinned nervously. Well, looks like I owe you one, he offered, then pushed Wonder Girl down as a spore nearly slammed into them both. Actually, I think we're even, Wonder Girl stated simply, and Kid Flash nodded his head in agreement. Flying and dodging around the vines, Starfire started to hurl her star bolts at the pods, destroying them quickly, while Nightwing frowned as he dealt with the Dryads. Ducking into a low kick, he knocked a few off their feet and quickly severed the vines from them, causing them to wilt and die as he looked around to see more crawling up out of the ground. They never end, he muttered before reaching to his belt and placed a mask over his face, a screen rising over his eyes, 2 extra plates locking over his ears as poison gas started to rise up out of the ground. Titans, get to higher ground, the teen exclaimed while firing a grapple to the roof, and Wonder Girl lifted Kid Flash. Dude, you think you can fly? BB asked, and Killer Moth opened his wings before picking up the green teen and flying upwards to a ledge before groaning. Yeah, just smack Ivy around a few times for me, would ya? Killer Moth asked, and BB blinked. Dude, you're being nice to me? He asked, and Killer Moth rolled his eyes. You're dating Kitten, he reminded, and BB chuckled nervously. One thing though, I like you more than her other boyfriends, but if you somehow manage to break her heart, you'll wish I wasn't from Gotham, Killer Moth stated darkly as the ominous clicking returned, and BB nodded, looking several shades paler than normal. Right, he said meekly while turning around and saw Nightwing land on a nearby ledge as Starfire and the others rushed over to them. Friend Beast Boy, are you and the Killer Moth of the O&K? Starfire asked, and Killer Moth scratched his head for a moment. What the hell did she just ask us? The Mothman asked, and BB grinned before turning to Starfire. Yeah, we're fine, Star, Killer Moth here is just a little banged up, BB offered, and Nightwing frowned before looking to the mutant Mothman. Speaking of which, what are you even doing here? Nightwing questioned, and Killer Moth gave the teen a flat look. You think I want these 2 psychos here? I moved to Jump City to get away from nutcases like them to raise Kitten in a safe environment, Killer Moth stated, and Nightwing blinked for a moment. But you're one of those psychos, and you've tried to do something like this before, he reminded, and Killer Moth muttered something under his breath. Yeah, but I know I won't kill Kitten unlike them, the Mothman reminded, and Night gave him that before turning as the Dryads started to crawl up the walls and the vines rose up out of the poison. This is so not good, Kid Flash noted, and Nightwing nodded his head. Dude, if X was here he could go all tornado and blow the wind away. Or if Raven was here she could do her magic Whatsit to get rid of it, or even if Supergirl was. BB started to rant, and Killer Moth twitched before slapping a hand over the green teen's mouth. Word of advice, kid, stop talking, Killer Moth grumbled out, and Night smirked slightly before turning back to the oncoming plants. Only for a burst of wind to come from a nearby hole and blow them back into the poison as Naruto kicked a few rocks out of his way as his team entered into the room. What the hell, what VE you guys been doing up here, kid, learning a new way to get your asses handed to you? Naruto questioned seriously, and Nightwing gave him an annoyed look mirrored by Kid Flash and Wonder Girl. Shut up, all 3 stated, and Supergirl flew past the thief before blowing the poison out a few windows, Ivy frowning while Harley gasped. Ah hell, it's Super Babe, what next? Harley wondered aloud while Naruto jumped to the ground, followed by both his team and Nightwing's. Skullface, what are you doing here? Harley asked, and Naruto gave the blonde-haired clown a flat look. I told you to not to destroy my town, remember? He exclaimed, and Harley blinked, then took a thoughtful expression before chuckling nervously. Whoops, I kind of forgot, I was having too much fun, you know, Harley admitted, and Naruto slapped his face while muttering under his breath. Just goes to show Harl, can't trust anyone these days. Ivy mused, and Harley gave her a look. Technically, Red, we broke his trust, Harley reminded, and Ivy blinked then shrugged her shoulders. Semantics, she replied while Naruto pulled his swords from his back and narrowed his eyes on the two. You girls really don't have any idea who you've pissed off, do you? Naruto asked with a raised brow, and Ivy leaned forward with a smirk. Another guy in a costume with a lot of toys, what's to know? Ivy replied, and Naruto narrowed his eyes, Harley looking to Ivy nervously. Red. She started to say, only for lightning to spark along Naruto's arms. Actually no, I'm not. Naruto growled out as the lenses of his mask started to glow blood red, Raven widening her eyes as wind spiraled with the lightning over his arms. So allow me to show you, exactly who you've pissed off. Naruto finished in a low demonic tone as he then brought his hands together and sent a burst of both wind and lightning shooting towards Harley and Ivy. Elsewhere, Gizmo breathed a sigh of relief as he finally put the finishing touches on the poison to take down the plants around the city. Now to talk to Temp and see where he is, Gizmo muttered while trying to call his leader, only getting static when he did so. Blinking and looking at his communicator for a moment, Gizmo growled before grabbing a different one. Looks like I have to call Batbabe. He muttered to himself while calling the red head with the device that had come from Batman's belt, and he'd wanted to save it to crank call Batman too. Hello? I'm kind of busy here, Batman. Batgirl said while Gizmo heard the sounds of thunder and static, two very familiar screams and what sounded like a wild animal tearing the place apart. This ain't Bat Breath. I'm Gizmo and I can't get in contact with my leader RedX. Gizmo stated and waited for a reply as he tapped a pen against one of the 3 canisters of his poison. How the hell are you talking to me? Batgirl demanded, and Gizmo muttered under his breath before replying. Thank X. He swiped Batbreath's tech and a communicator was among it. I was actually saving it to make crank calls to the Batcave or something, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Gizmo replied simply while inwardly calculating how they would have to go over the city to hit all the plants. Crank calls, what are you, 5? Batgirl demanded, and Gizmo gritted his teeth and mentally twitched. No snot for brains. Now shut up and tell me why X isn't picking up. Gizmo stated then demanded as he rubbed his temples only to frown when he heard a very loud explosion. He's busy throwing bolts of lightning at Harley and Ivy. Batgirl replied, and Gizmo blinked before shaking his head. Great, he's pissed off. Alright, well we're going to be dousing the city with the plant killer, smell ya later pit sniffer. Gizmo replied while turning off the connection and frowning heavily before taking his own communicator back up. Yo, Blackfire and Ray, report to the lab, I'm going to need you two for this. Gizmo stated, and the two appeared through the roof a few moments later, both panting heavily. Getting rough out there? Gizmo asked with his head tilted, and Danny grit her teeth. What's it look like, asswipe? She demanded, and Gizmo rolled his eyes before pointing to 3 cylinders before him. Look, I don't have all night to explain how I made these or how vital it is that we get every plant. All I'm going to say is that Danny, you take the east side, Blackfire, the west side, and I'll handle everything in between. The green button will release the poison and keep releasing it when you're within the city limits. Gizmo explained flatly while Danny and Blackfire looked to one another then nodded their heads to Gizmo. Alright then, let's move out girls, and I can't believe I'm actually saying this, we've got a city to save. Gizmo stated then shivered in distaste as he strapped the device to himself then activated his jets. Pressing another button while pulling his goggles down, Gizmo flew out of the base through a long tube, followed closely by Blackfire and Danny. Back with the Titans. The LexCorp building had seen much better days. Harley was certain her life had flashed before her eyes more in the past few minutes than should be possible. Ivy was beside her, some of her leaves charred from the electrical current that Naruto seemed to generate now. Red, you seriously need to apologize to Skullface. Harley stated, and Ivy gave the clown girl a flat look as her response. I only did what any villain would do, Harl, even you. She reminded curtly, and Harley yelped while pulling her friend behind a boulder. Listen Red, unless you want to be cooked vegetables, I suggest you swallow your pride and apologize already. The girl proclaimed, and Ivy frowned before shaking her head, Harley crying comical tears as she grabbed Ivy's shoulders. Why Red? She demanded pleadingly, and Ivy rolled her eyes before crossing her arms and looking to the nails of her left hand. Because he shouldn't have trusted a villainess like me in the first place, she replied, and both heard an odd sizzling sound, thus looked up to see the red-eyed Naruto. Harley couldn't help it as she whimpered lowly as the crimson-red orbs narrowed onto them both dangerously. Thanks, I'll remember that for future reference. Naruto growled while calling forth his chakra into his hands, molding it into both wind and lightning before hurling the orbs at Harley and Ivy, the blonde clown pulling her friend out of the way. Would you hold fucking still already? Naruto demanded while throwing more bolts of lightning towards the girl, Harley giving him an incredulous expression. What do you think I am, crazy? She demanded, and Naruto gave her a flat expression. Yeah. He admitted, and Harley blinked and then shrugged her shoulders. True, but I'm not that crazy. Harley retorted before yelping and running as the furious blonde came at them once more. If one looked around they might notice the distinct lack of one, Killer Moth, who had actually escaped during the insanity caused by Naruto and the many plants around the building. Said Mothman was actually scaling the side of the building, using the insanity inside to get at Ivy's mister while she was distracted. Distracted? More like fighting for her life. That kid is like Batman with demonic powers right now. Killer Moth thought to himself before shivering at the thought of such a thing. Looking to either side and seeing streams of energy followed by an odd mist, Killer Moth grinned as he figured someone had thought to make a plant killer. Blinking as he wondered why he hadn't thought of that himself, the Mothman pulled himself to the top of the building and then grinned when he saw the mister strapped to the side of it. Finally, now to finally end this nightmare. He muttered to himself while walking over to the mister. However, he then stopped and looked around, half expecting something to pop up. Shrugging, the Mothman walked over to the mister and then reared a fist back before slamming it into the device. The mister sparked wildly for a few moments before sizzling out, the green mist stopping as he did. Blinking, Killer Moth looked around once more before scratching his head when nothing came out and attacked him this time either. Nothing's happening. He wondered while feeling almost cheated in a way, and then decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Opening his wings, the mutated Mothman flew into the air, leaving the Titans and his moth army to deal with the remaining plants around the building. Meanwhile, back inside, Starfire flew out of the way of another vine, then yelped as a stray bolt of lightning very nearly got her from the side. I believe the RedX is most displeased. Starfire thought to herself while then ducking towards the ground and picking BB up before a dryad got him from behind. Dude! X has gone totally mental. BB exclaimed while Starfire mentally agreed with her friend, carrying him to a safe place to touch down. As she did, Kid Flash rushed across the room, pulling the vines from the dryads with his speed while trying to evade the poisonous vines. Flipping over some barbs and then cursing as he put on the brakes and ran as Naruto slammed a fist into the ground nearby, shattering a portion of the floor. Coming to a stop and gaping at the black-clad teen, Kid Flash shook his head. Since when was he the son of Zeus? Kid Flash asked only half seriously while Wonder Girl flew over and pulled him to the ground, a vine lashing out above them. He's not. Zeus's sons rarely had the ability to hurl bolts of lightning like this. The Amazonian girl stated simply, and Kid Flash slapped his face. I wasn't being serious, Donna. He stated, and the girl made an O with her mouth before pulling him with her as she rolled out of the way of several barbs. We can't keep up like this, he then said, and Wonder Girl gave him an incredulous look. Are you actually getting tired? She questioned, and Kid Flash rolled his eyes before giving her a flat look. No, I mean we can't keep up like this because while I do love this position, it's not exactly helping us survive at the moment. Kid Flash stated, and Wonder Girl blinked before finally realizing she was practically on top of him and quickly got up and helped him to his feet. Sorry, Bart. She offered, and Kid Flash waved it off only to push her out of the way and zip off as a dryad with flailing vines coming out of her back lunged at them. Elsewhere, Nightwing flipped over a vine while forming a sword from one of his birdarangs. Holding the weapon, he swung it, slicing the vine in half before landing in a low crouch. Narrowing his eyes, the teen then held out a second birdarang and twisted it in his hands, it forming into a sword as well. Holding both blades in his hands, Knight lunged forwards, evading several barbs from shooter plants before swinging his blades and cutting a vine in half. Rolling into a crouch, Knight then used his swords to block several more barbs before rolling to the side as a dryad came at him. Twisting on the ground and slicing upwards, the former boy wonder cut the vine from its back. Flipping to the side to evade a spore from a pod, Knight then twisted one blade in hand before lunging at it and slamming his hand into the pod, ripping the core out soon after. Leaning back quickly to evade as a flytrap tried to snap its jaws around him, Knight then swung both of his blades to cut it from its body. Twisting into a cartwheel to the side to evade, Knight then swung his blades into two dryads, disorientating them before he then brought them forward and up, slicing through their vines easily. Not bad. Batgirl noted as she flipped off of a vine and landed next to her old partner. But when did you get so good with a blade? She asked seriously, and Knight smirked beneath his gas mask before answering. I've been training myself since X started using a sword. Never thought it'd come in handy in other battles, though I have to admit it's a pleasant surprise. Knight replied before he and Batgirl turned as another flytrap came towards them. I'll handle this, Knight stated while flipping back and away from the trap. Landing in a crouch, the teen then lunged forward, his swords tipped down to the ground and grinding along it, sparking as he then jumped up onto a vine and then into the air. Throwing his swords up into the air, Knight then quickly pulled 8 exploding discs from his belt and held them between the fingers of each hand. Quickly throwing the discs at the massive plant, he watched as each of the razor-edged discs dug into the stalk of the plant. Soon finished, Knight flipped in the air to evade a flailing tentacle before catching his sword's midfall. Twirling one blade in hand, Knight then threw it straight for the flytrap, the weapon connecting with one of the exploding discs before setting it off. Flipping backwards and landing on the ground in a sliding crouch. Knight then held his hand to the side to catch his other blade and twisted around from the momentum of the blade. Wow! Batgirl stated, and Nightwing chuckled while leaning his two blades into his shoulders. X isn't the only one who's learning new tricks, Knight stated before turning and rushing back into the thick of battle. No, he's not. Batgirl mused before following after one of her oldest friends and lunging into the fray by his side. As they were doing that, Cyborg and Raven were with Supergirl as they tried to stop the flytraps that were suddenly growing out of the ground. Man, why did Temp have to go apeshit now of all times? Cyborg demanded loudly, and Raven frowned while forming her energy over one flytrap, then gritted her teeth as she ripped it out of the ground and threw it into one of the others. Breathing into her bangs, the girl then turned to give a slightly dull look to Cyborg. Bad luck. Karma. The universe hates us? Raven then offered with a shrug, and Cyborg groaned under his breath. Why did she always have to do that? Would you both stop talking? We're here to stop these stupid plants, not play 20 questions. Supergirl reminded while Wonder Girl flew past her and then threw a lasso over one of the flytraps. Kara. The girl then exclaimed, and Supergirl grabbed the golden rope with Wonder Girl and both heaved on it. Pulling, they soon ripped the flytrap out of the ground before moving on to the next one as Cyborg and Raven turned to see more of the snakes from earlier making their way up through the floor. Ah hell? Cy muttered to himself, and Raven grimaced as well. Just when you think things couldn't possibly get any worse. Raven intoned flatly with her head tilted to one side, and Cyborg nodded his head in agreement with the gray-skinned girl. We're going to need some major help with all these plants. Cy noted, and Raven nodded her head in agreement. Turning her head to see Naruto had finally stopped hurling bolts of lightning, she grimaced seeing he now had his swords out. Well, we're also going to need a shoebox for whatever he leaves left of those two. Raven noted, and Cy snorted before shaking his head and lunging at a pair of dryads, slamming into them and quickly ripping the vines from their backs. Sighing, Raven began floating into the air and off to battle as well. Back with Naruto, the said blonde was never this angry in all his life. These two idiots had officially pissed him off worse than Orochimaru ever could. It was only sheer willpower that kept the Kyuubi's cloak from forming at this point, sheer will and the fact he really didn't need it for them. Roaring out, the blonde teen suddenly teleported, appearing above Harley and Ivy and bringing his swords down, only for Batgirl and Nightwing to block his strike. Out of my way, kid, those two need to learn a lesson about not messing with someone else's town. Naruto growled out angrily, and Nightwing grunted while holding the furious thief back. Yes, they do. But not from you, X. Knight responded, and Naruto gave a low guttural growl towards the other teen. Big mistake. He rumbled before twisting down and knocked the two heroes off their feet and flipped over them. Roaring out, he brought down both of his blades on the girls, planting them less than an inch from impaling their heads. Alright, you little bitches. Naruto growled out while leaning down towards both of them, said girls hugging one another for dear life. I'm only giving you one more chance, but if you fuck with my city ever again, I swear to all that is sacred and holy in the world, I will hunt you down, find you, kill you, and then bring you back to do it all over again, clone you, then kill the fucking clones as well. You got me? Naruto demanded angrily, and both girls nodded their heads rapidly. However, as that was happening, the man plants around the building began to thrash, the dryads screaming in pain. Oh, what new hell is this? Knight wondered aloud while Naruto looked all around, and Ivy grabbed her head, pain visible in her eyes. Stop! Stop! It hurts! It hurts! Please make it stop! Please make it stop! She started screaming, and Naruto blinked. But I haven't touched her, that much? Naruto mumbled to himself, and Harley looked at Ivy before feeling the ground shake and shudder. Alright, what the hell is going on around here? Naruto demanded while pulling his swords up, and then looked all around as the other titans shrugged their shoulders. Seconds later, Naruto got a call and placed his hands to his ear to answer it. Shit. Temp, we have a major problem out here. Gizmo shouted, and Naruto frowned as he walked away from Harley and Ivy. What's going on, Giz? Ivy's twitching and shaking like she's dying or something. Naruto questioned of the tiny terror, and Gizmo took a few quick breaths, the sounds of missiles flying coming from the background. Well, you remember that poison I made to get rid of all the plants? Gizmo questioned, and Naruto slowly nodded his head. Well, it worked. All the plants that we doused with the stuff have started to wither and die. Problem is, the rest are already starting to try and adapt to the shit. Gizmo mumbled, and Naruto's eyes narrowed while turning a brighter red. Would you get to the point already, Gizmo? Naruto demanded angrily, and Giz sighed for a moment before replying. Just look out the window, he stated before cutting the transmission, and Naruto blinked before walking to the window, then widened his eyes. Oh shit. He mumbled, then cursed as giant vines tore through the building at all sides, wrapping around and then seeming to absorb the other plant creatures into itself. Ah hell, what's going on now? Cyborg demanded, and Naruto braced himself while looking around and then gritting his fanged teeth. Gizmo's poison worked. Unfortunately, the survivors are pissed off. The teen exclaimed while rolling out of the way as some thing started to rip its way through the building, a vine grabbing Ivy as it rose up. Red. Harley said in shock, only for a pod to enclose on her soon after and lift her into the air. Harley. Ivy. What the hell is going on? Batgirl demanded before crying out as a vine grabbed her. Barbara. Knight shouted, then cursed while evading a vine himself. The other vines then started grabbing the other titans while Naruto and Nightwing both flipped out of the building. Raven captured last as the two teens fell towards the ground. Meanwhile, the many mutant moths that had been attacking the building earlier were now being crushed and killed by the plants as they continued to rise up higher and higher into the air. Got any ideas, X? Nightwing demanded, and Naruto narrowed his eyes before holding a hand towards the boy. Only one. Take my hand and trust me. Naruto exclaimed, and Knight looked at him incredulously. If you don't, you're dead anyways. The blonde reminded loudly, and Knight grabbed Naruto's hand as he used a quick shunshin to teleport onto the roof of a nearby building. Grunting and pushing himself up, Naruto gaped as he saw what they were now facing, Knight voicing his own thoughts. Oh crap. Nightwing mumbled, and Naruto nodded his head mutely, eyes wide. The creature was made up of hundreds of different kinds of plants and other vegetation. Spikes visibly formed along its spine, arms which appeared more like very long vine-like roots growing from where its shoulders would be, and the back of its head. Its mouth was 5 flower petals of some kind with teeth lining the sides and folding together into an almost beak shape. Its head was distinctly lizard-like somehow with 3 glowing green eyes. Its massive arms were made up of hundreds of small vines, barb shooters visible at its shoulders with spore pods down the length of its back. Rather than one vine serving as the root for this beast, it had hundreds of vines arched into the ground to act as its roots. Bark formed along most of its body like armor, giving it a distinctly dragonish appearance. Now that could be a big problem, Naruto noted before zooming in on the creature's throat, then felt disgust well up within him. Within the creature's throat was Ivy, vines wrapped around her and coiling like snakes over her body. Strange thorns were dug into her and glowing green blood was pulled out of her and into the creature through translucent vines. It's vampirizing her, using her blood to stay alive, Nightwing said with no small amount of disgust as he zoomed away from the disgusting scene. Why? She's its mother, why would it do this to her? Naruto questioned incredulously, and Nightwing snorted. If it allows her babies to survive, I'd say she's allowing them to do it to her. Knight replied, and Naruto remembered the girl was certifiably insane. The real problem lies with those pods on its arms, Knight then said while zooming in on them, Naruto doing the same and growling low in his throat upon seeing the titans held within them, those leading to the beast's chest where Harley was stationed in a pod as well. What the hell? Naruto demanded, and Knight frowned. It must be using the others as a sort of shield to ensure no one tries anything against it. Knight mused, and Naruto grit his and gripped his sword's hilts tightly. I'm going to make this thing into mulch for this. Naruto growled out, and Nightwing leaned his broadsword into his shoulder. Get in line, X. Nightwing stated, and Naruto narrowed his eyes on the teen before spotting Raven on the thing's right arm. I'll take the right arm, you take the left. We free the others, then figure out some way to take it down that doesn't include nuclear weapons. Naruto stated, and Nightwing frowned in thought for a moment before nodding his head in agreement with the blonde-haired ex-shinobi. Agreed. But this is a one-time thing, X, don't get too used to it. Nightwing quipped, and Naruto looked at the teen with a raised brow and a cocky smirk suddenly crossing his lips. That's my line, Naruto stated before both then turned and lunged towards the creature, Naruto teleporting as Nightwing used his wings to fly over. Landing on the right arm of the creature, the blonde-haired ex-shinobi quickly formed 2 shadow clones and sent them to either direction away from the creature. Smirking slightly, Naruto then lunged up the length of the arm, several barb shooters suddenly popping up and firing at the blonde. Smirking as he ran forward, he blocked with his twin ninjutsu. He soon came towards the first of the people pods. He sliced it open and caught Raven. You! She grumbled in an annoyed monotone, covered in a sticky green goop, while Naruto continued running up the length of the creature's arm. It's really great to see you again, Kara-chan, but we kind of have a situation here, Naruto stated flatly while motioning up the side of the creature's arm, Raven raising a brow before using her powers to float next to the blonde ex-shinobi. On the other arm of the creature, Knight flipped and evaded the many barbs the creature was hurling towards him. Flipping back to his feet soon after, the teen threw a birdarang at the first of the people pods on his own arm, Starfire falling out only for him to catch her. You okay? Nightwing questioned softly, and Starfire blinked before smiling up at her friend. I am now, she whispered, and Knight smiled before looking back up the length of the creature's arm. The others are still trapped, Starfire, let's get to work, Nightwing stated, and Starfire nodded her head, flying beside of Nightwing as they went further up the length of the creature's arms. Back on the other side, Naruto and Raven were just coming to the next pods, Raven slicing this one open with her powers and caught Kid Flash from it. Catching the boy with her powers, she watched him shake his head before grinning up at her. Thanks for the save, Kid Flash said, and then rubbed his chin. You know, if you're free later maybe we could, he started to say, and Raven frowned. I have a boyfriend, she stated flatly, and Kid Flash blinked before he then playfully snapped his fingers. Aw man, all the cute girls always do, don't they? He mused aloud while Naruto ignored the red head. Soon coming on the next pod, he sliced it open, grabbing Beast Boy by his leg. Dude, talk about weird, and man, why do we always get covered in the slimiest, grossest, most disgusting shit in the world? BB wondered to himself as they continued up the side of the plant's arms. Complain later, we have a job to do right now, Naruto rumbled out at the green teen, and BB nodded before changing into a pterodactyl and flying with the others, Kid Flash hopping onto his feet and rushing up the side of the arm with them. Back on the other arm, Nightwing and Starfire came to the next pod as well, Starfire using her eye-beams to free Wonder Girl and catch her. Ugh, by Hera, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever had the misfortune of encountering, Wonder Girl muttered while flinging a string of green slime from her body. Welcome to our world, Nightwing offered with a smirk before throwing a birdarang at the next pod, Cyborg falling out of it. Star, Donna, heads up, Night called, and Wonder Girl shot out of Starfire's arms and grabbed the metal man by his underarms. Ugh, man, I'm seriously going to need a shower after all of this, Cyborg muttered while getting mental agreements from both Wonder Girl and Starfire. What's the situation here, Rob? Sai then asked as he looked to his leader, and the said boy pointed to where Naruto and his group were running up their arm. We're going to free everyone, then finish this plant off once and for all, Knight stated, and Sai looked at the sheer size of the plant and gaped. How short of a nuclear device do you plan on accomplishing this task? Sai asked mockingly, and Nightwing twitched slightly. I'm still working that one out, Knight admitted as they continued up the sides of the massive plant, soon coming towards the vines on its shoulders. Meanwhile, Naruto and his group were coming towards their last pod, Naruto swinging his swords and slicing the many vines out of their way as they went. Dude, you're a plant-killing machine, BB exclaimed as he landed next to Kid Flash and tried to keep up, only for Raven to pick him up with a black platform. Why did you change back? Kid Flash questioned, and BB grinned nervously. My arms got tired, he admitted, and Kid Flash burst out laughing before grinning towards the green teen. You and me will get along just fine, he decided before rushing forward as BB gaped then grinned. Dude, someone else who thinks I'm funny, BB exclaimed, and Raven rolled her eyes. Wow, it really is the end of the world, she mused and got a glare from BB for the barb while Naruto swung his sword at the last pod, Kid Flash scooping up Batgirl as she spit out some of the green slime. Nobody say a word, the girl grumbled angrily, and the others decided to take the redhead's advice given how she appeared ready to kill someone. Where are Harley and Ivy? Batgirl asked while turning her head as the rush towards the throat of the massive plant creature. Just up ahead, everyone prepare yourselves, Naruto stated, and the group got ready, Batgirl flipping back and onto one of Raven's black platforms, as they got closer to Harley and Ivy. Meanwhile, back with Robin and the rest of his group, they spotted the last captured Titan, and Knight threw a batarang at it, Starfire catching Supergirl as she fell out of the pod and twitched. I officially hate vegetables, she grumbled out before pushing away from Starfire and flying next to the Titans as they continued towards the neck of the creature. So what now? She asked, and Nightwing frowned for a moment. First we get Harley and Ivy free, then we can worry about taking this thing down, Nightwing replied while Cyborg sighed in exasperation. In other words, he has no idea, Sai offered with a smirk, and Knight gave the titanium teen a look while Supergirl giggled into one hand. Coming closer to the massive plant's throat, Nightwing looked to Supergirl and held out a hand. Kara, he shouted, and Supergirl grabbed his arm before twisting and throwing the black-clad teen towards Harley. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto smirked, thus deciding not to let the kid outdo him. He turned his head. Raven, he called out, and the girl made a black wall, Naruto hopping back onto it and then launching himself towards Harley as well. Naruto and Nightwing then both threw a weapon towards the girl, cutting the pod while Naruto teleported to Harley and then threw her up to Nightwing. Catching Harley, Knight fired a grapple and swung back over to his team while Naruto teleported to rest before Ivy. I know you seriously love your plants, Ivy, but this is really not a good place to be, Naruto murmured, only to curse as some form of biological shell formed over Ivy's form. Slamming his hands into it, Naruto growled low in his throat before chuckling darkly, taking 3 explosive tags he placed them onto the shell and then fell back. Fire in the hole! He cried out and the other titans began running away as the blonde-haired ex-shinobi grinned beneath his mask. Boom! Naruto exclaimed with a laugh as the explosive notes went off, the plant beast roaring out in pain while Ivy fell, only for him to teleport and quickly grab her. Teleporting away, the blonde sat Ivy down on the rooftop from before while the titans landed nearby. Well, everyone's safe, but we've still got to take care of that thing. Cyborg noted and Naruto chuckled in his throat while walking forward. Don't worry too much kids, I've got this one handled. Naruto stated while walking past them and then took a quick breath. Alright boys, time to really bring the house down. Naruto stated to himself as he dispelled one of his clones from earlier, feeling a surge of energy flow through his body before narrowing his eyes dangerously. Senjutsu, Senin Modo. Sage Art, Sage Mode. Naruto exclaimed as Raven felt a burst of pure power suddenly start to flow off of Naruto's body while he looked up at the massive plant, then teleported into the air. Grunting as he got into the air, part of the right side of his helmet blew apart, exposing one of his eyes to the world. Opening the eye to show a golden iris with a horizontal slit for a pupil and red markings around them, Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously as the lens for his other eye turned pitch black. Alright, time to finish this baby with one hell of a bang. Naruto thought to himself while his suit started to heat up, what was once black turning white while his coat, armor and sword remained the only black on him, the X on his mask and chest glowing brightly. Lunging down at the plant, he watched as it suddenly spit up a poison cloud at him and mentally scoffed. Sheathing his swords, the blonde twisted into a wave of his hands, the resulting wind he created blowing all of the poison away instantly and partly knocked the plant beast down. Whoa, I must have really gotten stronger if Sage Mode does this to my wind chakra manipulation. Naruto thought to himself before bracing his arms against his sides while the plant fired dozens of barbs at the blonde-haired youth. Chuckling to himself, the blonde twisted and dodged the barbs, the edges of his coat being torn by stray barbs. Grinning to himself, the blonde then continued on his downward ascent towards the creature as it roared out at him, a long snake-like tongue coming at him, complete with head and jaws, and snapping its own jaws tight over him. Grinning beneath his mask, the blonde then formed chakra around his body while closing his eyes. Senjutsu, 1,000,000 Blades Jutsu. The blonde called out loudly as a sphere of highly condensed blades of wind wrapped around his body. Instantly the head of the snake-like tongue was torn apart from the inside out right down to its molecules. The main plant beast roared out in pain as he did, the blonde flipping in midair to look down on it as it pulled its tongue back into its mouth. Falling ever closer to the plant, Naruto felt a wide grin start to split across his face while holding his hands out to slow his descent. Come on, smile ugly. Naruto exclaimed loudly with a wide grin over his face, and the plant roared out at him angrily. Lashing out with hundreds of vines towards the blonde, the plant could only watch on as Naruto pulled his swords from his back and started to swing them into the many vines, slicing and dicing his way through the vines easily, soon passing them and drawing ever closer to the enormous plant. Grunting as he felt his power start to wane a bit, Naruto shook his head and narrowed his eyes. Alright, time for a quick charge. Naruto thought while dispelling his last clone, another burst of pure natural energy flowing into his body as the X on his mask started to glow even brighter than ever. Quickly sheathing his blades, the blonde then created 2 clones, one at each of his sides as they looked around before turning to the original, one grinning under his mask while the other looked wide-eyed towards him. Ah shit, we're going to be using that jutsu, aren't we? One asked, and Naruto chuckled deviously while the other clone started whooping in jubilation. Alright bossu. Let's teach this oversized we just who's the boss around here. It exclaimed, and both the other clone and the original looked to it. What? He asked them curiously, and Naruto looked to his other clone. Why does he act like we did back when we were a dobe? Naruto questioned seriously, and the other one shrugged before all 3 started looking down. Alright boys, no more time for chit-chat, let's finish this thing off once and for all. Naruto called out while holding his hands to the sides, each clone moving and forming a swirling mass of wind into their hands as he did the same. Senjutsu, Futon, Otama Rasengan. Sage Art, Wind Release, Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. The clones and Naruto said at the same time and then placed their hands over Naruto's as he looked down at the plant beast. Alright, now it's time for an Uzumaki Naruto original. Naruto thought to himself before he and the clones merged the 3 Rasengans into one massive one. Senjutsu, Futon, Cho Otama Rasengan. Sage Art, Wind Release, Big Great Ball Spiraling Group Sphere. Naruto exclaimed as he and the clones slammed the attack into the mouth of the massive plant. Open wide. Naruto shouted over the wind as he and the clones slammed the massive sphere into the mouth of the creature, blown back by a sudden gust of wind once they were. Flying into the air, Naruto watched as the massive sphere of chakra seemed stuck in the creature's mouth for a moment and snickered darkly. Unsheathing both his swords, the blonde then swung both, a massive X-shaped blast of wind pushing the sphere down further into the mouth of the beast. Instantly it started to jet through the massive creature's head and neck. The wind element began shredding apart the creature around it as it went further and further down its body. From the outside it appeared as if some inner force was tearing apart the creature, spiraling down its body and leaving nothing of the creature but bits and shredded pieces in its wake. Soon inside the beast the sphere dissipated, a smaller, yet faster futon, Otama Rasengan, continuing its path. Outside, Naruto smirked to himself as his clones dispelled themselves to give him back what little power they had left. As they did that, the small futon, Otama Rasengan, shredded the insides out of the now thrashing wildly plant creature, leaving its outsides relatively fine. Then out of the Otama Rasengan came a rapidly spinning futon, Rasengan, the small sphere spinning faster and faster before stopping and creating a vacuum inside of the beast as it compressed itself. Grinning beneath his mask, Naruto held up a hand and quickly made a seal while giving a mock salute to the creature. "Alright, big guy, time for you to go out with a bang," he exclaimed as the futon, Rasengan inside of the creature rapidly expanded, expelling its condensed chakra and wind outwards and ripping apart the plant creature from the inside out as it did. Heh, who else but me could make a jutsu that starts as a large attack, then decreases in size as it condenses its accumulated mass and continues to speed up the smaller it gets before expanding into an explosion. Naruto wondered to himself with a mental smirk as he watched the attack do just that. Once the wind had shredded its way through the massive creature, Naruto himself was pushed further up into the air while the titans ducked out of the way as globs of its flesh and insides were sent flying every which way. Soon standing and looking on to see the massive roots of the plants falling, Cyborg shook his head for a moment before continuing to gape in shocked awe. "Wayo!" Sai breathed out in awe seeing the massive amount of damage from the single attack. "Dude!" BB exclaimed while gaping in shock and pointing towards the white speck that was Naruto as he still floated in the air. "He wasted that thing with one move," BB exclaimed while Nightwing openly gaped, Raven rolling her eyes as she used one hand to close his mouth. "Keep your mouth closed, otherwise a bird might make a roost," Raven offered with a smirk, and Nightwing slowly nodded his head while Supergirl whistled at the amount of destruction caused by the blonde. "Fast, strong, brave, and fun, I wonder if he has a girlfriend already?" Supergirl wondered aloud, and Raven blinked before turning and looking towards the girl with a raised brow. Supergirl merely whistling innocently as she did so, an amused smirk crossing over her features as Raven scowled. "Wow, that's one of the guys you normally fight, Dick?" Kid Flash questioned, and Nightwing grunted while rubbing his face. "Sigh, take X off the list for common thieves among our normal villains, and then we seriously have to re-evaluate his threat level," Nightwing murmured, and Cyborg nodded his head dumbly while watching Naruto as he continued to fall. Said boy was hitting the teleport button on his belt, only to groan when it started to spark and then steam. "Great, the thing's fried," he muttered to himself before being caught by two pairs of arms. Looking up he saw Blackfire and Danny, and then tilted his head. "What's with your hair?" he asked while looking to Danny's flaming white ponytail, and she blinked as she looked at his one visible eye. "What's with your eyes?" she asked in retort, and Gizmo decided to make his presence known as he flew over to the teen with gritted teeth. "What the hell kind of shit did you just pull, Temp? You were putting out enough power to not only fry your suit but also light up the damn sky like the fucking sun. What the hell did you do?" Gizmo demanded angrily while shaking Naruto, and the blonde shook his head before groaning when he noticed he was almost completely out of chakra. "Can we please talk about this later? I'm majorly wiped right now, Giz," Naruto pleaded tiredly while groaning slightly, and Gizmo gritted his teeth before grunting. "Fine then, let's get the shit liquor back to base," Gizmo conceded with a deep scowl, Danny snickering as they started to fly back to Tartarus HQ. "Oh yeah, Danny, Blackfire, you and the other girls are all seriously in for one hell of a training session when I recover," Naruto stated angrily, and both girls groaned. Given his ideas on training aka torture, they were not too happy to learn that. "Looks like his team came to get him," Raven noted, and Knight was silent for a moment, then looked over to see a calculative look on Wonder Girl's face. "Something on your mind, Donna?" he asked, and Wonder Girl nodded her head. "It's nothing, but what kind of attack was that?" "It spins and shreds from what I can tell. Not only that, but it's extremely massive and explodes. I can understand wanting an attack to be effective, but the sheer size alone must be hell to use." Wonder Girl noted mostly to herself, and Knight looked at her then frowned in thought for a moment. "Yeah, well, as far as I'm concerned, X doesn't really know how to use intelligence in the methodology for his attacks." Knight mused aloud while rubbing his chin, and BB squinted while looking at him with his arms crossed. "Dude, speak English. BB shouted while throwing his arms in the air, and Knight sighed before turning when he heard a grunt, thus watched as Snake and Otacon crawled onto the roof. Officer Connors? You're alive? Knight asked with a blink, while also clearly surprised to see the man who had a radio in one hand as he climbed up a fire escape and gave him an annoyed look in response. Yeah, I'm alive, and I called the rest of the JCPD to let them know the coast is clear. I basically told them that they can pull their heads from between their legs and stop kissing their asses goodbye now. Snake grumbled and Kid Flash and BB both started laughing, Sai joining in as well while Raven raised a brow with an amused smirk. Unfortunately, that pink ex-chick got away. Killer Moth came by and bailed her out. Snake informed, and Nightwing sighed before shaking his head. Why am I not surprised? He wondered and then turned around to look at the city with the others. Well, looks like the cops are here, Nightwing noted while seeing a van below them and the JCPD waiting on them. Funny how they're only ever on time when we're done beating the bad guys, Raven noted before turning around and looking to Snake with a slim ghost of a smile. Well, all but one or two I guess. She then corrected, and Snake smirked while Otacon chuckled and adjusted his glasses. Ugh, what hit me? Harley suddenly asked, and BB suddenly jumped on her and held her down. Hey! Get off of me! I have rights, you know. Harley started to shout before the JCPD arrived and cuffed her and the still unconscious Ivy. Dragging the girls back down to ground level with the Titans following, they were all treated to Harley ranting. Hey! I want to hear my rights. I want to see my lair, she exclaimed while they tossed her and Ivy into the back of the van only for her to poke her head back out. I want a ham sandwich. She then shouted only for a female officer to throw her back into the van roughly before slamming the doors on the blonde. Huh, new addition? Sai asked of Snake with a smirk, the said man merely shrugging his shoulders in response. I think they're taking volunteers now, only one requirement for the job, be stupid enough to be a human meat shield for you guys. Snake offered, and Sai, KF, and BB snickered while Raven shook her head. So, what now? We've beaten Harley and Ivy, survived a killer plant invasion, and made a few new friends along the way, Raven noted while ticking off fingers, and Nightwing nodded his head slowly before then turning around to look at the mentioned new friends. Speaking of which, Supergirl, Batgirl, Wonder Girl, and Kid Flash, it was great working with you guys again, Nightwing said, and the girls waved it off though Kid Flash zipped over to the former Boy Wonder and placed an arm over his shoulders. Then would you mind putting an old pal up? I mean, I like working alone as much as the next guy, but I'd kinda like having someone to watch my back, know what I mean? Kid Flash asked, and Knight looked to Cyborg. The metal man grinned as he reached into a compartment in his chest and pulled out a Titan's communicator. Welcome to the team, man. Cy offered, and Kid Flash grinned. You play Game Station? Cy questioned, and a sly look came over KF's face. Are you joking? Who doesn't? He asked while Wonder Girl shook her head then walked over to Nightwing. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, Dick, could I also join your team? The Justice League is, well, I just don't feel comfortable with them, and Diana is always fighting with them now, so I haven't been able to fight with a group. And as you know, I prefer working with others, so? Wonder Girl asked then explained, and Nightwing rolled his eyes as Cy and KF argued about something game-related. Sure thing, Donna, and with X's team out and about, something tells me we're going to need all the help we can get around here. Nightwing offers while pulling a spare communicator from his belt and tossing it to the girl. Looking over to Batgirl and Supergirl, Nightwing smirked towards the two. So, what about you two? He asked the two girls with a small smile, and Batgirl frowned. Sorry, too old to join a group of Teen Titans, she offered playfully. The teen simply, and Supergirl pushed her slightly. You're still young at heart, she offered just as playfully as her friend, and Batgirl nodded her head. This is true, but I don't think I'd fit in here, I'm just too used to Gotham for it. Batgirl mused, and Starfire gave a near silent yes to the side, and Supergirl chose to ignore it for the sake of not wanting to know. I'm actually with the JLU now, but I'll see you guys around sometime. But until then, later. Supergirl offered before crouching down and then jetting off into the air and soon enough into the distance where she seemed to disappear. That was such a cool exit, BB said, and Batgirl gave him a look. It's the only exit she or Superman use, she reminds, and BB babbles before crossing his arms over his chest. Alright y'all, time to head on back to the tower. I've got to teach Speedy here a thing or two about real gaming, Cy says while holding Kid Flash in a headlock, the speedster somehow pulling his head free to move in front of the titanium teen. Race you there, Tin Man, he offered before zipping off, and Cyborg growled before chasing after Kid Flash, the others watching them before shaking their heads. The more things change, the more they stay the same, Raven noted with a slim frown while BB flew after Cy and Kid Flash. Yeah, but let's not forget, we have new Titans, Nightwing reminded, and both Starfire and Raven raised a brow towards the boy. Thus, we have to commence with. Initiations? Nightwing stated with a toothy grin, and Starfire smiled brightly while Raven smirked evilly, Wonder Girl wondering why she had a bad feeling about this. Elsewhere, Ravager smirked as she looked over dozens of hours of video footage, all of which depicted different battles Naruto had been in, as RedX, as Tempest, and as himself. Simply marvelous. She whispered to herself, then felt a presence come up from behind her. What do you want now? She questioned coldly and then turned around to face one Uchiha Sasuke. What are you doing? Watching all those stupid videos isn't helping us or you. He reminds, and Ravager shakes her head while turning around, wondering why he couldn't see what she was doing. Actually it does. What I've been doing is watching the actions of the Titans, Tartarus, and your target. Ravager replied while pressing a few buttons while the other Konoha Nin walked towards her. So what have you learned? Kakashi questioned, and Ravager hit a few switches show scenes where Naruto went out of his way to protect Raven, others where all he did was stick an X over her mouth, and such. And then showed footage of him visibly flirting and even dating the Dark Titans. First, your target is in a relationship with the Titan known as Raven. The lengths he would go to protect her are simply mind-boggling. He even tore through the city above during the recent attack almost solely to protect her. Ravager explained, and Ino watched the videos and couldn't help a sigh. I wish I had a guy to treat me like that, she whispered while Hinata felt more and more jealous while watching the screens. Anything else? We know Naruto can do stupid things for the wrong reasons already, Sasuke demanded, and Hinata scowled towards the Uchiha, as did Ino. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? Ino demanded, and Sasuke grunted while crossing his arms over his chest. It means he should look after himself before worrying about some girl? He replied, and Ino felt her fingers twitched as she wished to reach for a kunai. Anyways, that's not my point. My point is, we capture Raven, Naruto comes to us, Ravager said, deciding to derail the situation, and Sakura paled at the thought. While deluded she wasn't stupid, well, not completely stupid, and Ayam seemed even less enthused by that idea. But then Naruto would come at us like a bull if we did that, a very very pissed off QB-empowered wind-controlling bull with swords for horns. Sakura exclaimed, visions of a furious four-tailed Naruto making her whimper lightly. Shit. We'd be lucky if it was only 4 tails. He'd annihilate us if we touched someone precious to him. Ayam shouted in her head while Kakashi shivered, having a fairly good idea how that would end as well. Yes, it's true that might work, but like Sakura said, given our and Naruto's recent past, it's safe to assume that he'd try to actually kill us if we so much as even breathed near the girl. Kakashi reminded, and Ravager nodded her head with a slim smirk on her face. She then brought up several occasions on screen of when Raven and the Titans fought with various villains, yet Naruto never showed up? What the? Kakashi wondered to himself while watching, and Ravager chuckled lightly in her throat. Naruto isn't a fool. Whenever the Titans take on a lesser criminal, he doesn't get involved no matter how dangerous it seems. When they take on truly violent or evil villains, then he gets himself involved. She replied, and Kakashi slowly nodded his head while looking at the screens. Also, Raven has some level of control over his actions, such as even convincing him to help the city. Ravager went on while waving a hand, and Neji frowned for a moment while crossing his arms. And since Naruto is trying to hide, that would mean he does indeed care for her greatly if he's willing to risk exposure for her. Neji noted, and Ravager nodded her head once more before bringing up several other shots. Also, whenever Naruto faces an opponent, he never tries to involve his own team for fear of them getting caught in the crossfire. Ravager stated, and Kakashi nodded his head, seeing what the blonde was doing. Sounds like him alright, since most if not all of his attacks do cause a mass amount of damage and destruction. That's probably why he's always using those gadgets of his, but how does this make a plan? Kakashi questioned while looking to Ravager, who then started changing the different videos to show Naruto fighting against Harley and Ivy. Wow, he's certainly stronger than I remember, Kakashi noted as the boy moved across the vast battlefield of the city, easily decimating everything in his path or that got in his way. Yes, but, notice he almost never uses his larger attacks when a Titan or civilian is in the immediate area. Ravager continued to explain while bringing up a screen, and Kakashi snapped his fingers. Because he doesn't want any of them to get hurt, Kakashi noted, and Ravager nodded her head once more before smirking darkly. However, I do have a question. From what you've said, this Uzumaki Naruto was an orphan, correct? Ravager questioned, and the others nodded, Kakashi doing so after a moment's pause. Smirking at the pause, Ravager then held her finger over a button and tilted her head to one side. Then explain this, she stated ominously while a new screen came up, a box zooming in on a picture Naruto was handing to Raven. The picture was of a beautiful woman with similar features to Naruto, though a paler skin tone, deep crimson red hair and bright yellow gold eyes that seemed to flicker like flames. In her arms was a young Naruto, half asleep and with bandages over his face and forearms. Who is that? Sasuke wondered aloud and Sakura gaped at the woman. She looks like, no, it can't be, she whispered while Kakashi paled visibly. Uzumaki Kushina? He whispered and the teens snapped their heads to him, Ravager smirking towards the man. Sighing, Kakashi rubbed his face and turned away from them for a moment. The village was never honest with anyone about Naruto, not even himself. He was raised by his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, the Crimson Angel of Yuzu no Kuni until he was 8 years old. Kakashi started to explain and then shook his head while Sasuke narrowed his eyes. That's not possible, Naruto had no parents or any living family, he said so himself. Sasuke reminded the older man with a deep scowl across his face and Kakashi nodded his head slowly. He thought so as well. But, Kushina and a girl named Rin were both murdered on his 8th birthday, right in front him no less. Kakashi started to explain and both Hinata and Sakura gasped while the others gaped towards him, Ravager merely listening on as he spoke. That same night, Naruto first tapped into the power of the Kyuubi and mercilessly slaughtered the man, ripping him apart till almost nothing was left. It took Tenambu to hold him down just so we could sedate him. Kakashi recalled and shivered violently, Sasuke clenching his fists at his sides. So, he was an avenger himself, he also knows my pain? Sasuke muttered under his breath while Hinata brought her hands over her arms. Poor Naruto-kun, to be plagued by those memories for so long. Hinata said softly and Kakashi shook his head. Naruto didn't remember it. The Sandaime Hokage feared Naruto would abandon Konoha, or worse that he might seek out the Kyuubi for its power. So, he decided to seal away all Naruto's memories of his mother, rendering everything he ever learned from her or gained from her, non-existent. The Sandaime went so far as to seal away anything that might have reawakened those memories in the library of Konoha. Kakashi then explained and Neji grit his teeth while clenching his fists at his sides. Then, the things he stole from the library, were actuality his clan scrolls? Neji demanded of the older Jounin and Kakashi mutely nodded his head. But that means Naruto was justified? Sakura demanded loudly and Kakashi shrugged his shoulders for a moment. But there's still the sacred scroll of sealing? Ino then reminded and Kakashi grimaced while rubbing the back of his neck. No. That was compiled by the Sandaime, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade and my sensei, his father, and was to be passed on to him on his 16th birthday as a gift since it was passed on to the Yondaime from the others. Kakashi explained and Sasuke frowned, calculating in his head before narrowing his eyes. And he stole it about 4 months after he turned 16? The teen noted and Kakashi grimaced as Ino looked at him completely appalled. What the hell, we're chasing after someone whose only crime is stealing what was already his? Ino demanded and Sakura started to gape before shaking her head. And no, of course not, he also attacked several shinobi and broke into Danzo's home remember. Sakura reminded and Ino still fumed as she turned to Kakashi and stomped over to the man. Whose idea was it to keep those scrolls from Naruto exactly? Ino demanded and Kakashi grimaced while pulling on his collar. That isn't important anymore, Ino. What is that Naruto obviously no longer has that seal, and that all of his old memories are finally loose in his mind, thus his increase in skill and aggression. Naruto was a very violent child before the seal, openly challenging anyone who made remarks about himself or his mother. Kakashi reminds and then explained to the ground while Neji nods his head slowly. Yes, but not being able to go to his mother's funeral, living with the thought you've always been alone, constantly being mocked for being an orphan no one wanted, so many things forced onto him that weren't true, a seal ruined his life as well I see. Neji whispered quietly and Hinata placed a hand onto her cousin's shoulder before they all turned to see Ravager clapping. Yes, and while that was a positively riveting story Mr. Kakashi. I believe we're getting off topic. Now we look at the facts. Naruto saw his mother die. He protects everyone around him like they might die as well, and let's not forget, he's blinded by the need to get strong enough on his own to defend them, training himself in ways and forms none of you have ever even dreamed correct. Ravager questioned and Kakashi nodded his head slowly while wondering how she figured all this out. Right, next few facts: he doesn't interfere with the Titans fighting villains he doesn't perceive as a threat and yet would protect Raven with his very life. Ravager mused aloud and then pressed a button, the Nin turning and gasping as the Turnian trio lumbered into the room. Dear Kami, what are those things? Kakashi whispered upon seeing them and Ravager smirked as she walked towards the three, Cinderblock bowing slightly. My father's 3 heavy soldiers will be ample to lure out the Titans. Then my droids and I will kidnap Raven among the insanity before bringing her to that lovely little warehouse you were staying at. Afterwards I will send a message to Tartarus giving the exact location of Raven. That way when he comes to save her, he'll be expecting me, not you, while you will all be waiting to surprise him. Ravager explained simply, and Kakashi frowned in thought for a few moments. Why at the warehouse? He asked, and Ravager smirked. My droids may be able to hide in the shadows in an enclosed space like this, but he's the type of fighter where they will need room to maneuver. Also, I have a few new, heavily modified droids I've just been dying to test out. And don't even worry about how you'll hold Raven, I have a few things in mind for that as well. Ravager explains, then said darkly while tapping her chin and walking over to the side, leaving the Nin with the Turnian trio. Kakashi-sensei? I have a bad feeling about this. Sakura whispered before she tried hiding behind Sasuke, who merely pushed her to the side. So do I. Kakashi whispered while looking at the beings warily. Tartarus HQ. Naruto called out in pain while lying on his stomach as Gizmo peeled another superheated piece of his X-suit off of his body. Damn it, that hurts, Giz. Can't you be a little more gentle? Naruto demanded, and Gizmo snorted while Jinx helped peel the suit off of him with a slight blush. Hey, you're the moron who went and superheated the fucking thing. Be glad it didn't fuse to your damn skin. I keep telling you not to overload it, but do you listen to me? No, and what do you go and do? You use so much power it fucking bleached the thing. Gizmo grumbled while removing another portion of the now useless X-suit. You're just lucky I'm working on that new suit, or I'd have to kick your ass for this. Gizmo then stated simply while making a mental note to put a limiter on the new suit so it wouldn't ever overload like this again. Yeah, well, why is Jinx helping undress me then? Naruto demanded, and Gizmo scoffed. That should be obvious. He started, and Naruto blinked and gave him a look. Danny chose that moment to poke her head into the room and rolled her eyes with an amused smile on her lips. Clueless, she stated, and Naruto turned only to see the girl had left, making him frown before gritting his teeth as another piece of the suit was peeled off of him. Ugh, damn Giz, why did the fucking thing do that anyways? Naruto demanded, and Gizmo grunted while peeling yet another piece off of him. Yow! Damn it, would you stop doing that? Naruto demanded, and Gizmo snorted. Whatever, and as for the reason why it did this, it's because your stupid ass overloaded the power grid of the suit. The circuits have fused with the rest of the suit and superheated it, thus the bleaching and near fusing of the suit to your skin. Gizmo replied while making a note to put some kind of a cooling unit into the suit as well. Ugh, yeah, well, how was I supposed to know it was going to do that? Naruto demanded, and Gizmo smacked him on the head with part of the damaged suit. Because Psycho, I told you your powers are very similar to Jinx's. Thus, use too much of it and electronic shit blows up. I think that might actually be why your people didn't have that many electronics. Gizmo explained, and Naruto blinked, then considered that, seeing as it was a very valid reason, well, it was something to think on at least. Grimacing, he then turned to see Jinx bite her lip as she had pulled yet another piece of the suit off of him, leaving him clad only in his black boxers. Finally, Naruto murmured while rolling off of the table and then picked himself back up from the floor. You have no idea how good it feels to be free of that, Naruto said mostly to himself while rubbing his head, and Gizmo rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, go get some rest, temp, you look like shit, Gizmo stated, and Naruto nodded his head while pushing himself back to his feet and making his way out of the room with a visible grimace. Watching the blonde go, Jinx released her breath and a blush nearly consumed her face. Does he have to look so good even though he's taken? She wondered aloud, and Gizmo made a face. Ugh. I don't want to hear about it. The tiny terror exclaimed, and Jinx blinked, then rolled her eyes and walked off. Finally gone, now I can actually get back to work, Gizmo murmured while getting back to work on the new RedX suit 3.0. Chapter 37, Inner Demons PT1. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he heard evil laughter echo all around him. Sitting up, the blonde looked around and then pushed himself to his feet when he saw Raven nearby. Kara-chan, what are you? He started to ask when Raven suddenly spoke. The gem was born of evil's fire, she stated, Naruto blinking as she did. The gem shall be his portal, she added while suddenly opening four glowing red eyes. He comes to claim he comes to sire, she added before giving a sad smile as red markings formed over her skin. The end of all things mortal, she exclaimed before a ring of red energy formed around her waist. Kara-chan. Naruto exclaimed only to hold up his arms as the ring split in two, traveling up and down her body as they tore her apart. No, no. Naruto tried to say as he pushed towards Raven before her body suddenly vanished and he was sent flying back. Screaming out as he hit the ground then bounced several paces back, Naruto gritted his teeth while sitting up, only for his eyes to widen in a combination of shock and horror. All around him lay Jump City, now left in ruins with two ominous shadows hovering over him. Such a tiny thing, this mortal. A deep voice boomed out as Naruto sat up and looked around, eyes widening as he saw the silhouette of two monstrous beings looming over him. I told you he was nothing but a ninja runt. The Kyuubi's voice echoed as the fox's eyes began to glow, narrowing on Naruto as its wide psychotic grin stretched across its long muzzle. Indeed. Although, he does hold a fair amount of power within that puny form. The second voice intoned as a four-eyed monster with red skin stood beside of Kyuubi, arms crossed while looking down at Naruto with a deep frown. Chuckling, Kyuubi leaned his head towards Naruto, bloodshot eye looking down at him as his grin widened to impossible lengths. Do you see this, child? This is your fate, you and all you love shall be consumed by our fires. Kyuubi stated darkly, the red-skinned monster grinning as well as he raised a hand. Forming a ball of fire into his outstretched hand, the monster then looked down at Naruto and narrowed his eyes. The time for mortals shall soon come to an end, he exclaimed before slamming his flaming fist down into Naruto. Tartarus HQ. Sitting up and panting as he awoke from his most recent nightmare, Naruto looked around. Seeing everything was fine, the blonde-haired youth fell back into his pillow, heart beating a mile a minute. Just a dream. He whispered to himself, eyes closed before he opened them once more. No, more like a nightmare. He mumbled to himself while sitting back up. Yawning, Naruto stretched his arms out, before smacking his lips for a moment. Rubbing his head with one hand, Naruto then cracked his neck and gave out a light sigh. Damn, I really needed that little nap. He noted to himself while getting up and stretching out his limbs for a moment. Looking to his clock, the blonde blinked then grimaced upon seeing it wasn't a little nap, instead being more of a day's worth of sleep since it was well after noon. Yikes, I was really wiped out this time. He noted while rubbing his head, making a note never to overload his chakra like that ever again, considering his normal Raisin Rengen was a little more draining than a Futon Rasengan or Raisin Shuriken, so one the size he used. Shaking his head of that thought, Naruto stretched to the sides for a moment, loosening his muscles a bit before placing his hands on his hips. Alright, what to do today? Naruto wondered before scowling as he remembered the punishment he still had to dish out on the girls. Right, business before I go out and enjoy myself a little, Naruto said to himself while walking over to his closet, then dug out his most durable clothes before laying them out. Looking around, he then remembered his RedX suit was out of commission and shrugged his shoulders. I guess it wouldn't kill me to get back to basics. Naruto mused while walking to his bed and pulled on a black umbu issue shirt with the mask rolled down over his neck, a pair of fingerless black forearm-length gloves with red bands around his wrists and metal plates at the back of each hand, a pair of black pants, his gray utility belt when he stowed the scroll into, as well as a few other knickknacks, bandages around his shins and feet to hold his pants down tightly, a kunai case on his right thigh, and then pulled on his old black calf-length shinobi sandals, some red bands placed around his ankles. Smirking, Naruto then grabbed his black headband with a red spiral and tied it over his forehead before standing up and walking back into his closet. Frowning, the teen looked around for one of his sheaths before pulling out an old one, this one being in a Y shape with armor over one shoulder and only one sheath. I wore this one when I left Konoha. Naruto mumbled to himself before shrugging as he slipped it on, then grabbed a ninjutsu and sheathed it on his back. Yawning for a brief moment then smacking his lips, Naruto then walked out of his room and looked around before making his way towards the common room. Time to deal with the girls? He mumbled under his breath while reaching the room, then walked inside and turned his head to see Dwella of all people was cooking. Dwella can cook? Naruto questioned seriously, and Danny flew out of the floor, dressed in her casual attire in human form. Not really, but she likes to dream, Danny admitted while Naruto nodded his head slowly before looking to see the guys playing one of their video games. Blackfire watching with less than a dull interest in what they were doing. What's with the sandals? Danny then asked while looking at the odd sandal boots as she mentally labeled them, and Naruto rolled his eyes. I used to wear sandals all the time, and I kind of felt like getting back to my roots while my suit is being redone, Naruto admitted before looking around the room for Jinx, then narrowed his eyes when he didn't see her. Where's Jinx? Naruto asked flatly, and Danny took a thoughtful expression for a moment while tapping her chin. I think she's talking with Gizmo about something, Danny offered, and Naruto frowned slightly before walking over to an intercom. Giz, is Jinx with you down there? The blonde questioned before watching as the bald midget came up on screen with a scowl. Yes, she is, shit liquor, what do you need? Gizmo replied with his arms crossed, and Naruto narrowed his eyes on Danny, nearly making her sink into the ground. Have her head over to the training room, she and the other girls are still in trouble for that stunt they pulled. Naruto growled out, and Blackfire and Dwella both grimaced upon hearing his words. This obviously wouldn't end well. Making their way down to the hollow room, the group entered it to find Jinx sitting down with a frown. Sighing when she saw Naruto, Jinx stood up and brushed her skirt off while giving him an annoyed look. Alright, what did you need me for? Jinx questioned, and Naruto ignored her, merely walking past her and crossing his arms. Computer, activate training level, Konoha TG7. Naruto stated, and instantly the room around them shimmered before turning into an almost perfect recreation of the old training ground 7 in Konoha. I've got a bad feeling about this. Danny suddenly mumbled and Naruto turned around, his eyes narrowed and face set into a scowl. Really have a bad feeling about this. Danny mumbled while the door sealed behind them. Alright, each of you had a helping hand in our little problem yesterday? Naruto stated, and the girls gave a few sheepish looks in response. And as I said, you're all going to be enjoying a little training. And that training is? Naruto explained and then held up a single finger, smirking as he did. Survival exercises? Naruto stated, and Jinx gaped towards the blonde-haired ex-shinobi. Survival exercises? What the hell? We've taken on the Titans and you're going to be making us go on a hike? Jinx demanded, and Naruto suddenly grinned darkly, Jinx shutting up and backing up behind Blackfire as he looked at them. Heh, you don't know what Konoha survival exercises are like. Basically is all of you fighting for survival against me. However, whenever I capture one of you, you're out of the game and cannot help those still playing as I try and beat them with my skills. Naruto stated simply, and Jinx grimaced, the other girls giving her an annoyed glare. Also, you might want to come at me with the intent to kill, Naruto stated, and got wide eyes from all but Dwella, who grinned insanely as she reached a hand into her bag. Because, I won't be holding back for once. The blonde-haired teen uttered while vanishing into thin air, Dwella looking around for him. Oh shit. Danny said while she and Blackfire quickly flew into the air and started looking around for him. Where'd he go? Blackfire questioned, and Danny shook her head, Jinx forming pink energy around her hands before Naruto appeared before her. Lesson 1, Taijutsu. Naruto stated before smirking as he took a stance and thrusting his palm into Jinx's abdomen, sending her flying back into Dwella. Shadow Claw Taijutsu, Style 4, the art of the open palm. Naruto stated while looking up towards Danny and Blackfire, a smirk crossing over his lips as he made a simple come-on gesture with one hand. Titan's Tower. Nightwing was sitting down and looking over a file on RedX with a scowl. Nearby, BB and Sai were playing a video game while Kid Flash watched them. Starfire was explaining something to Wonder Girl about the day-to-day workings of the tower, and Raven was watching all of this from the kitchen. Just another ordinary day at Titan's Tower. Raven mused to herself, since it seemed that even with 2 new Titans added to the team, their habits would never change. Sighing, the violet-haired girl then turned and readied some herbal tea, listening absently to the others as they conversed. Oh, new friend Girl of Wonder, do you think that we could go to the Mall of Shopping later? I would very much like to introduce you to the joys of earthly hair ornaments. Starfire questioned of Wonder Girl with a bright innocent smile stretched across her face, and the black-haired girl blinked. First of all, it's Wonder Girl. Second, just call me Donna. Third, I already know what hair ornaments are and have a few, Donna stated, and Starfire blinked before scratching her head and snapping her fingers with a bright smile. Then perhaps we could do the shopping of windows. It is most enjoyable and does not use any of the cash monies, Starfire offered while hugging Donna with one arm and grinning widely, the Amazonian literally shrugging off Starfire's strength with her own formidable strength. Well, if I go with you, could we get milkshakes while we're out? Donna asked, and Starfire grinned widely before nodding her head vigorously. Indeed. I would be most mirthful to partake in the shaking of Mile with you, Starfire said, and then blinked for a moment. But please, why would you wish to shake the milk? Starfire questioned naively, Donna snorting and then snickering as she tried to hold back full-blown laughter. I don't mean shaking milk, Starfire. It's ice cream mixed with milk that's made into a drink, Donna offered, and Starfire blinked for a moment before making an O with her mouth and then smiling brightly. Oh, that sounds most delightful. The sweetness of the ice cream is always most enjoyable. And perhaps they will also have a mustard-flavored shake of milk as well, Starfire said aloud, and Donna gaped at the alien girl incredulously before shivering at the thought of a mustard-flavored milkshake. Okay, I'm from an island with no men or technology, where we hunt for our food if we don't grow it, and I still think that's really weird, Donna thought to herself while Raven shook her head in the background as she sipped her herbal tea, absently reading the Amazonian girl's surface thoughts. If you think that was weird, wait till she introduces you to some more of her Tamaranian culture, Donna. Raven thought to herself before turning her eyes towards BB, Sai, and KF as they sat on the couch. So when do I get a turn? KF questioned of BB and Sai, the Titanium Titan answering for him. When Green Bean here gets code, Sai replied with a smirk while BB narrowed his eyes on the game. No way, dude, Cyborg Shinobi Showdown is so my game. You may whip me repeatedly in racing, first-person shooters, and strategy games, but this is my... BB started to say only to gape as Sai's character vanished, then reappeared behind him before slicing his character in half. You were saying BB? Sai asked with a grin and BB gave him an annoyed glare, only to quickly have his control taken by KF. So what is this game anyways? KF asked while taking over as BB sulked to the side with a pout. Cyborg Shinobi Showdown, it's just a basic fighting / role-playing game, man. It's okay for its make and all, but BB likes it mostly cause it has ninja in it. Sai offered with a yawn and BB glared at him indignantly once more. Dude. So not cool, Sai. I never diss any of your favorite games like that. BB said while glaring and Sai rolled his eyes in response. Let's just face it, B, it was a good game at first but it's not so fun after you've learned all the secrets and beaten the story mode. Cyborg said with a shake of his head and Beast Boy crossed his arms with a huff. Yeah, well, the new one's going to be awesome. BB stated and Cyborg frowned as he and KF played the game. You mean Cyborg Shinobi Chronicles, right? That new MMORPG they came out with to increase the fan base? Cyborg questioned and BB frowned towards his longtime friend for a moment. Yeah. You get to make your very own cyborg ninja in it? BB reminded and Cyborg had to admit that did sound a little interesting. And it also gives you special items when you have a saved game of Cyborg Shinobi Showdown. BB then added and Cyborg nodded his head before smirking as he took down KF's character. Man, how can you concentrate on beating me while talking to him? KF questioned and Cyborg gave a cheeky grin in response. I'm just that good, he replied while blinking as a frowning Nightwing turned off the game off. Hey, we were playing that. Sai complained and Knight pinched the bridge of his nose for a moment before hitting a button on the computer, bringing up several criminal files on the big screen. Sorry to interrupt your game, guys, but we have more important things to worry about, Nightwing stated before bringing up files for Jinx, Dwella, and Blackfire. First of all, the fact that these three are now working together, Nightwing stated and both Donna and KF grimaced when they saw Dwella. Ah shit, it's the Joker's daughter, man, does she follow you or something, dick? KF questioned and Knight twitched slightly for a moment before Starfire frowned at the list of girls on the screen. Please, friend Robin, what of the Ray girl that I did battle with? Was she not also working with my sister, the Jinx, and this Joker's daughter person? Starfire questioned and Knight sighed before typing in the name Ray with a blank folder with the others on screen. I would have added her star, but I didn't know her name, nor do I have a picture of her to add to the list. Knight responded and Starfire made an O while nodding her head. Crossing his arms, Knight then turned to the screen while crossing his arms over his chest. Alright, what we now know is that Jinx is a member of a team. What we've seen for a fact so far is that at the very least Blackfire, Dwella, and this Ray girl are also on that team along with RedX. Knight explained while pointing to the screen and BB frowned. Dude, how do you know they're all on the same team? BB asked and Nightwing rolled his eyes. Because X never showed up until after the girls attacked us. Also, he mentioned telling Harley and Ivy he didn't want them trashing his city, and he mentioned having Gizmo on his team. So, since Gizmo is most often teamed up with Jinx and Mammoth, we know who two more of his partners are and that Jinx and the other girls are on his team as well. Nightwing explained and BB blinked before slowly nodding his head. Alright, now then, what do we know of X's team based on the members we know are in it thus far? Nightwing questioned of the others and Cyborg rubbed his chin with a frown. Well, for one, Jinx has powers over bad luck as we've seen before, she's also a gymnast and not to mention one of the smartest of the Hive group. Add on Blackfire and X's intelligence and you've got some problems. Mammoth is strong, suitable for heavy moving or knocking down walls but not really for stealth. Gizmo is mechanically smart, regardless of how much he annoys me I gotta admit that he knows what he's doing when it comes to machines. So he's probably the one who works on X's suit and gadgets. Cyborg offered with a thoughtful expression across his face and Starfire grimaced. I would also like to add that the Ray girl could fly, pass through walls and other solid objects, do the vanishing, and form beams of energy from her body. Starfire offered while rubbing her head, a phantom pain from being slammed into the ground still haunting her. Also, my sister Blackfire has all my powers, but added onto it is a keen military mind and numerous martial arts. Starfire then explained with a finger raised and KF blinked for a moment. I was wondering why they looked so similar. KF stated while looking from Starfire to the picture of Blackfire. It isn't that hard to see the resemblance? Raven mused while KF looked at her in shock as she appeared behind him. What? She asked with a raised brow and KF looked at her strangely. Don't sneak up on me like that, he stated and Raven rolled her eyes for a moment before turning back to the screen. Alright, good, anyone got anything to add? Knight asked and Raven nodded her head with a thin frown. However, before anyone else could speak, Beast Boy then popped up with a grin. Dudes, if Jinx, Mammoth, and Gizmo are on X's team, what's to say none of the other members of the Hive didn't join up with them? BB asked and Nightwing frowned for a moment then nodded his head. Good point, Beast Boy, but we still don't know if that's the case. Nightwing reminded and BB shrugged his shoulders. True dude. But, maybe we should check out the old roster of Hive members, Sai might be able to figure out if any of them are on that team. BB offered thoughtfully, Night, Star, Raven, and Sai all looking at him strangely. What? BB questioned and Cyborg shook his head for a moment. Wow, that was actually a good idea. I mean yeah I might not find who else is on his team exactly, but at least we could prepare. Sai said aloud and Raven suddenly reached out and poked BB in the head. Dude. What was that for? Beast Boy demanded and Raven shrugged her shoulders. Just making sure you were you. She replied and BB gave her a look in response as she turned to Nightwing. Also, we know Johnny Rancid isn't on good terms with RedX and his team, especially if the fact he came in on one of the Motorhead's motorcycles is of any indication. Raven then offered and Knight nodded his head slowly with a frown. True, but still this is all mostly just speculation. Knight reminded and Raven shrugged her shoulders with a bored look. Yeah, but that's all we can really do for the time being, at least until X and his team decides to try and steal something so we can fight them. She reminded with a flat tone and Knight nodded his head, he had to give her that much. Hey, how much information do you actually have on this RedX guy, Dick? Donna suddenly asked while leaning forward on the back of the couch and Knight turned to the computer and brought up a file on RedX. Is it just me, or does he not wear that outfit? KF asked while looking at the caped RedX with a frown. Sighing for a moment Knight started rubbing his face before he explained why that was. No, I suppose it's not the same one he wears now, but in my own defense I haven't had time to update these files recently, and I don't have a clear picture of X in his new gear since he's constantly changing it. Knight explained with a slight frown across his face and KF nodded his head while Sai leaned forward. Alright, we know X has powers over the elements of wind and lightning to a startling degree, what seems like a heightened healing factor, the capability to use not just one but two swords at the same time, a myriad of gadgets at his fingertips, strange energy-based abilities added onto the elemental ones, the ability to multiply, enhanced strength and speed, and he's also got a keen mind and very advanced martial arts skills. Sai mused aloud and KF whistled at the list while Donna frowned for a moment. That is an impressive amount of abilities, Donna noted while Starfire decided to put in her own 2 cents. He also has the ability to do the teleporting and seems to have very little interest in destroying the city. Starfire piped up and Nightwing nodded his head. Yeah, he's not psychotic like the Joker or most other villains, though he is selfish, he doesn't really have a need to cause mass destruction or rule the world like most villains. Knight said mostly to himself as he leaned back and tapped a finger into his bicep. However, Knight then turned when the alarm went off, his eyes narrowing as he quickly brought up the map of Jump City on screen. Shit. Titans, we've got Plasmus, Overload, and Cinderblock attacking downtown. Move. Nightwing ordered and the group quickly made their way out of the op center. Tartarus HQ. Danny flew through the air with wide eyes as she and the other girls trained with Naruto. Which at the moment, mostly consisted of him beating the ever-loving crap out of them with taijutsu as he called it. Note to self, next time I feel like doing something stupid, remind myself of this lesson in pain. Danny thought to herself as Blackfire was thrown into her, both of them hitting the ground. Ouch. Danny mumbled to herself while Blackfire groaned out in pain. I thought humans were weaker than Tamaranians. Blackfire mumbled aloud while rubbing her forehead and Danny snorted for a moment. I'm not 100% sure he's actually human. Danny grumbled out in a pained voice before pushing Blackfire off of herself. Rolling onto her back, Blackfire heard Dwella yelp and tilted her head back in time to see the girl being thrown into the air. Naruto then vanished before appearing above her and slammed a single open palm down into her back, sending her careening into the ground. I think she's getting a little too much punishment. Blackfire noted while Jinx popped up from behind a rock, eyes wide in fright. Actually, no, she's not. She did kinda admit to carrying around Smilex and Fear Toxin, and tried to use it on him. Jinx stated then reminded and Blackfire grimaced, thankful it seemed that neither had worked on the boy as he tied Dwella up and then hung her from a nearby tree. Nodding his head as Dwella hung, Naruto then turned towards the other three and each quickly rushed off. Smirking, Naruto whistled while making his way after the 3 girls. Blackfire took to the air to evade Naruto, while she knew this would only slow him down, it was better than being captured immediately. Looking around for him she groaned upon seeing him appear before her with a grin. Honestly, you're flying? Don't you know that won't work against me? Naruto questioned before twisting into a kick, Blackfire easily evading and flying higher into the air. Evade this! She shouted while gathering a large starbolt into her hands before throwing it down at Naruto. Grinning, the blonde-haired youth evaded the attack and landed in a crouch on the ground. Very good, but now it's time for Lesson 2, Ninjutsu. Naruto uttered while Danny and Jinx ducked into the surrounding trees. Shaking her head, Blackfire went into the trees as well, Naruto suddenly vanishing as he used a shunshin. Appearing in the trees, Naruto contemplated how he was going to weed the girl out before snapping his fingers. Kagebunshin no Jutsu, he exclaimed as 3 plumes of smoke appeared all around him. Spread out and find them? Naruto ordered, and his clones hopped to work, quickly spreading out while Naruto crossed his arms with a smirk. It's only a matter of time? Naruto thought to himself as his clones rushed off amongst the trees in search of the girls. Said girls were dispersed. Danny, having gone intangible and invisible, was hiding within a tree while watching for Naruto. Taking a gulp of air, she put her hands over her mouth to prevent a yelp as one of Naruto's clones landed on the tree she was hiding within. Looking around silently, the clone frowned before launching further into the trees, Danny giving a silent sigh of relief as it left. Elsewhere, Blackfire wasn't really hiding, as much as she was resting. She was hanging in a tree, her back to it with one leg on a nearby tree holding her up. Cracking her neck, Blackfire then considered her options against Naruto in this ninjutsu contest of his. Looking down, she saw one of Naruto's clones and contemplated using an attack before thinking better of it. It had been proven, twice now, she was no match for him if she attacked head-on after all. Watching the clone, she breathed out when it moved on and thus slid down the trees before finding a new place to hide. Meanwhile, Jinx was making her way through several bushes, her eyes darting to and fro as she did. We just had to piss him off, didn't we? Jinx couldn't help but think to herself as she continued to make her way through the bushes until suddenly bumping into something. Grimacing, the Pinkette looked up and then flipped back as a Naruto clone looked at her with a smirk. Found you, Jinx, Naruto said in a sing-song, and Jinx quickly threw a hexbolt at the teen. Smirking as the hexbolt hit, the clone was consumed by the ground before going up in a plume of smoke, Jinx blinking for a moment before grimacing. He used that clone thing of his? She mumbled to herself before looking all around for wherever Naruto was. The said boy suddenly opened his eyes from on top of a tree and smirked as he fell down and then seemed to dig through the ground. Making his way towards where Jinx had been, Naruto knew his clones would have already gone to distract the Pinkette for him. And upon heard what sounded like Jinx's hexbolts, Naruto smirked while digging until he came to a spot near Jinx. Oi, if I'd known this shit was this much fun before, I would have gotten me a Genin team. Naruto couldn't help but think while Jinx finished off the last of his shadow clones. Doton, Shinji Zanshu no Jutsu. Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu. Naruto suddenly exclaimed as he reached his hands up before dragging Jinx down into the ground, leaving only her head free. What the hell? Jinx demanded while struggling to free herself from the dirt. Seconds later, Naruto flipped out of the ground and into a crouch, smirking at Jinx as he then crossed his arms. Man, and here I thought taking all 4 of you would actually be something of a challenge? Naruto mused to himself before turning and making his way away from an angry Jinx as she glared at his back. Hey! Get me out of here! Damn it, this isn't funny, Tempest! Jinx exclaimed loudly, still struggling, and Naruto snickered to himself while making his way further into the forest, wondering idly if this was how easy Kakashi had it against him, Sakura, and of course the team Sasuke. Probably. Naruto mused with a nod of his head before sighing as he formed a single-hand seal and stood still. Lesson 3, Genjutsu. Naruto stated before a stern look crossed his features and he crossed his arms over his chest. Shadow Claw Taijutsu, Style 2, The Art of True Fear. Naruto stated as he closed his eyes, an ominous mist forming all around the area and rising up into the air. Meanwhile, Danny and Blackfire were all hiding in their own spots when the strange mist suddenly rolled over them. What the? Blackfire wondered mostly to herself while looking around, then shivered as a familiar feeling suddenly overtook her body. I remember this. She mumbled before wrapping her arms over herself and backed up into a tree. The Art of True Fear. She mumbled to herself while looking all around for Naruto. Nearby, Danny was nearly hyperventilating, a feeling as if some kind of killer was stalking her present in her mind. What the hell is this? Danny wondered to herself while slowly making her way out of the tree and onto a branch, still unable to see a single thing due to the mists. This is one of the styles my mother helped me to create. Naruto's voice suddenly echoed out and both Danny and Blackfire looked for its source. It wasn't easy, seeing as I'm not really that good at using normal genjutsu. But chakra shaping and manipulation is my specialty. So, Mom had this funny idea, rather than channel chakra for a genjutsu, we figured out how to channel killing intent and chakra together. Thus, when hit by it, rather than me having to create something for you to experience, your own mind creates the genjutsu, allowing you to enjoy your very own private hell. Naruto suddenly explained as Danny shivered, the dark tone of voice he was using causing no small amount of fear in her. Meanwhile, Blackfire was trying desperately to distance herself from Naruto. The first time she'd been inflicted by this, she'd been scared out of her mind. Learning that it was truly her worst nightmares made manifest didn't really make the ability all that appealing. I'm not going through it again. I hate this stupid trick already, and he's only used it on me once before. Seconds after this thought, Blackfire fell to the ground and shook her head. Looking down, she felt her eyes widen in shock at what she was seeing. Her armor was gone. Her armor was not only gone, but dark shadows were suddenly started to rise up all around her. Oh no, Zal, no, please not this again. Blackfire thought to herself while quickly standing up and looking all around as the blackness soon completely covered everything else. No. No, I don't want to be alone. Blackfire mumbled quietly while bringing her arms up to wrap them around herself. Looking for any sign of light or of Naruto, the Tamaranian princess was not surprised to find no one and nothing was around her. No. I don't want to be alone again, I hate being alone. Blackfire thought to herself and then backed up, then turned and started to reach out, trying desperately to find anything she could touch. Meanwhile, Danny was taking deep steady breaths, trying to control her own reaction to the strange ability. However, she then paled greatly as she felt a familiar sensation and looked down. Screaming loudly as her hands looked to be melting away, Danny shook her hands rapidly before falling to the ground. Looking to her legs, Danny started to pant heavily, seeing her legs melting into a puddle of green slime as well. What was truly more frightening than anything, however, was that it felt exactly like she remembered. It felt like she was really melting. No, please not this. Anything but this. Danny screamed with tears in her eyes as she curled up into a ball, hugging herself tightly. Whimpering as in her mind she was continuing to fade into nothing, she didn't notice as Naruto walked towards her. "And make it stop?" she muttered pitiably, and Naruto rolled his eyes, then again to his eyes. She appeared fine. Shaking his head at the sight of her curled into a ball and nearly hyperventilating, Naruto cancelled the genjutsu, Danny's breathing returning to normal before she yelped as Naruto tied her to a nearby tree. Giving his apprentice a look, Naruto then crossed his arms while the mist slowly faded, a quivering Blackfire looking at him with wide eyes. "I'm surprised you didn't scream," Naruto admitted, and Blackfire took several calming breaths before looking down to make sure she still had her armor on. "In my worst fears it wouldn't have mattered if I screamed," Blackfire admitted, and Naruto decided to stow that little tidbit away. Smirking, the blonde then reached back and removed his ninjutsu from his back. Lesson 4, my personal favorite, Kenjutsu, Naruto stated with a grin, and Blackfire took a breath while giving Naruto a look. "First of all, you mean sword techniques, right?" Blackfire questioned, and Naruto blinked before nodding his head. "Then how exactly do you expect me to show you any when I don't even have a sword?" she demanded, and Naruto nodded his head with a thoughtful look across his face. Getting an idea, Naruto suddenly smirked while looking at the black-haired alien princess. "Alright, how about this? Knock my sword out of my hand, and you can use it?" Naruto offered while taking a stance, and Blackfire gave him a look for a moment before nodding her head as she took a stance opposite him. "Alright then, let's go," Naruto exclaimed before quickly lunging at Blackfire. Growling, the black-haired alien princess quickly blocked Naruto's sword with her armor before thrusting her palm forward, into his chest and knocking him back several paces. Not bad," Naruto mused to himself as he slid to a halt and then twisted the ninjutsu into a reverse grip. Chuckling lightly in his throat as he took a different stance, Naruto smirked towards Blackfire. "Alright princess, let's see what you can really do," Naruto called out before lunging forward, ducking low and swinging his sword once more. Quickly, Blackfire flipped over the swing and threw a kick towards Naruto's head, only for the blonde to use a Kawamari no Jutsu to replace himself with a log. Blinking in surprise at this, Blackfire then cursed while flying away as a hail of kunai came flying down on her. Growling under her breath, Blackfire flew into the trees to evade the numerous kunai. So this is what he's like when he's not holding back, though obviously he isn't completely serious about the actual fighting, or I would have been trampled by now. Blackfire thought to herself before feeling something and quickly back-flipped as Naruto swung at her from behind. Thanks Al, I was trained to detect and evade surprise attacks like that. Blackfire thought to herself, making a note to personally visit that dojo and thank the sensei there. Not bad Blackie, you're doing way better than I would have thought, Naruto complimented, and Blackfire narrowed her eyes onto the blonde-haired youth indignantly. "And what exactly is that supposed to mean?" she demanded, and Naruto gave her a shrug of his shoulders as his reply. Growling low in her throat, Blackfire launched forward, thrusting her palm forward into his chest before slamming her free hand into his wrist, knocking his sword free. Quickly kicking Naruto, she sent him skidding back and couldn't help a smirk as she kicked the sword up and caught it. Swinging the blade a couple times, Blackfire then leaned it into her shoulder, a smirk stretched across her face. Now what are you going to do without your sword? Blackfire asked mockingly, and Naruto twirled on the ground before throwing himself up into a flip and landed on the ground, almost completely unscathed. Looking at him in shock as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, Blackfire then shook her head and lunged forward. Not used to the sword, she swung it at him sloppily, Naruto sidestepping her and holding a foot out to trip her up, arms crossed behind his back and a smirk across his lips. Sliding to a halt behind Naruto, Blackfire breathed out before launching herself at the blonde. Swinging through him, she's surprised as he disappears in a plume of smoke and quickly looks around for him. I'm really starting to hate that clone shit, Blackfire muttered to herself while looking all around for the blonde-haired youth. Turning all around, she eventually saw him on a tree with a serious expression across his features. Opening his eyes and looking down at Blackfire, Naruto sighed for a moment before chuckling in his throat. Right then, looks like I have no other option, Naruto mused to himself before forming several hand seals. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Kuno Tachi. Grass-cutting sword, long sword of the heavens, Naruto exclaimed while throwing his hand to the side, grimacing as a sword ripped out of his flesh and he caught it in his open palm. What the hell? Blackfire demanded, but before anything else Naruto lunged forward and slashed at her. Raising the ninjutsu to block the sword, her eyes widened in shock when the blade was sliced cleanly in half by the other sword. Shit! Blackfire then cried out while dropping the ninjutsu's hilt and quickly flipping back as Naruto used an overhanded swing to bring the Kusanagi down where she had been. Smirking, Naruto twirled Kusanagi in his hand before thrusting it forward, the blade shooting out towards a shocked and awed Blackfire. Shaking her head and cursing, Blackfire quickly rolled out of the way as the sword impaled several trees behind her. Chuckling in his throat, Naruto then called the blade back, the weapon returning to normal size as Naruto took on a grim expression. Throwing the Kusanagi into the air, Naruto twisted before catching it in a backhand grip and focusing his chakra. Closing his eyes, Naruto then twisted on one heel, swinging the Kusanagi as he did. Instantly the wind around him went out in a wave, cutting through everything around him. Gaping for a moment, Blackfire then quickly flew into the air, the wind tearing trees apart while Naruto smirked and twisted his blade in hand. Returning it to a forward grip, Naruto then appeared above Blackfire with a grin. Rearing his arms back, Naruto swung the sword down at her, Blackfire holding her arms up to block. Yelping in pain, Blackfire flipped away from Naruto and looked at her armor in shock upon seeing he had cut through it just as easily as he had his own sword. What the hell kind of weapon is that thing? Blackfire internally demanded before watching as Naruto took a deep breath while still falling towards the ground. Landing in a low crouch, Naruto then twirled in place before swinging the Kusanagi up towards Blackfire, a burst of wind flowing straight towards her. Cursing, the girl flew out of the way as the wind went past her. Turning her now clearly wide eyes towards the blonde-haired youth, Blackfire wondered what she could do to take him out now. However, Naruto didn't relent, twirling his Kusanagi in hand. Naruto then thrust it up in the air towards Blackfire. Instantly, the blade lengthened once more and Blackfire quickly flew out of the way before getting an idea. That sword, it's got all these special abilities, the wind thing isn't new, but cutting through anything and growing impossibly long is. If I get rid of it, he won't have any more weapons. I hope. Blackfire thought to herself before flying down towards Naruto as he called back Kusanagi's blade and raised a brow towards the girl. Smirking seconds later, Naruto felt as she kicked the Kusanagi out of his hands and then moved his head to the side as she threw a punch at him. Hearing a roar, Naruto then flipped back as she threw a kick at him and landed with his arms crossed. Alright little girl, let's see if you can play with the big leagues. Naruto couldn't help but think while Blackfire took hold of the Kusanagi. Laughing outright, Naruto shook his head while Blackfire fixed her eyes onto him dangerously. What exactly do you find so damn funny? She demanded with a scowl across her face, and Naruto chuckled lightly once more before grinning towards her. Well, that's simple, Naruto stated before rolling his hand, the Kusanagi instantly turning into a snake that hissed at Blackfire. Yelping, the teen dropped the snake and it slithered over to Naruto. What the hell? How did you do that? Blackfire demanded, and Naruto couldn't help a sly smirk as he held one hand out. Slithering up one of his legs, the snake then slithered to his right arm before its tail wound up into his hand. Smirking, Naruto clenched his fist on the tail and swung his arm, the snake transforming back into the Kusanagi. What good is a sword that can be used against you? Naruto quipped with a smirk across his features and then twisted Kusanagi in hand until it was held in a reverse grip once more. Lunging forward, Naruto then twisted Kusanagi in his hands into a downward swing and stopped the blade a millisecond before it would have sliced straight through the alien princess. You're dead. Naruto said teasingly while Blackfire fell down to her ass and looked up at him with wide eyes as he twirled the Kusanagi in hand before leaning it into his shoulder. Why you cut your sword in half? Blackfire mumbled and Naruto nodded his head for a moment before walking over to the damaged blade. Stabbing Kusanagi into the ground, he then placed the broken pieces together and concentrated his chakra into them. Smirking as the repair seal took effect, Naruto watched on as the blade was soon returned to its original perfect condition. Blackfire stared as Naruto swung his repaired sword for a couple moments, and then sheathed it onto his back before retrieving the Kusanagi. Walking over to Danny, he cut the ropes from her, and then did the same with Dwella. Finally walking over to Jinx, Naruto used a jutsu to get her out and she gave him a very annoyed look in response while he shrugged his shoulders for a moment. So now what, sensei? Danny questioned while slumping slightly, and Naruto considered what they could do before stretching his arms out and falling back. Wrapping his arms behind his neck, he then stared up at the holographic clouds and gave the girls a look. What do you need an invitation? Come on, after a hard bit of training it's always good to relax a little as well, Naruto stated, and Danny shrugged before joining the blonde on the ground and sighed. Looking to the others, Dwella then did the same and Blackfire and Jinx sighed before joining them all and staring at the clouds. Sighing in content, Naruto cracked his neck and then looked over to Danny. Reaching out, he plucked the domino mask from her eyes with a frown while Danny turned to him with a raised brow. What? She asked, and Naruto frowned towards the simple eye mask. You don't need a domino mask when you have a mask over your lower face. It's kind of redundant, and besides, you don't look like a female Robin clone without it, Naruto stated, and Danny merely rolled her revealed eyes before looking back to the clouds above them. Say, what's with that sword you used to beat Blackfire? Jinx questioned, and Naruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment. Why do you ask? Naruto questioned with a raised brow towards the pinkette. Because, I've never seen a sword like that before and it's kinda interesting, Jinx admitted while looking towards the Kusanagi, and Naruto suddenly held it up into the air. Closing his eyes for a moment, Naruto then smirked as he looked up to the blade, remembering everything that he had to do to get his hands on it. This sword is the legendary sword, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi itself. It was once wielded by the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, until I took it as my own, Naruto explained while the light of the fall sun glinted off of the blade and stretched out. Whoa! So that's the Kusanagi? Jinx asked while looking at the blade in shock, and Naruto merely nodded his head. Wow, to think you have a legendary weapon and never even use it, Jinx noted, and Naruto chuckled lightly, the sword suddenly turning into a snake as it wrapped around his arm and vanished into his skin. Well, I don't like to have to rely on things like the Kusanagi, to me it's nothing but a shortcut. And I usually prefer fighting under my own power, Naruto admitted while lowering his arm and placing it back under his neck. Say, where does it go when it does that? Danny asked curiously, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. No clue. All I know is that once you become the sword's wielder, it becomes a part of you. Orochimaru actually had it living inside of him within a snake of all things, he admitted, and Danny slapped her face for a moment before shaking her head as Blackfire looked over to him. Now that we're on the topic of your abilities, what was that thing you used against that plant monster last night? From the size of that blast I almost thought it would take out more of the city rather than just that big plant thing, Blackfire questioned, then noted curiously, and Naruto sighed softly while closing his eyes. It was a senjutsu I came up with called the Futon Cho Odama Raisin Renga. Basically it's just a much larger version of a new jutsu I've been working on. That was actually the initial test run for that version of it, Naruto admitted with an amused grin across his face, and Danny snapped her head towards him. You mean you used an attack you hadn't perfected yet? Danny demanded with wide eyes, and Naruto chuckled for a moment. Wow, and here I thought we couldn't be any more alike without it being creepy, Danny muttered, Dwella snickering softly as the white flame-haired girl looked at the clowns once more. Yeah, well, I've been trying to modify my Rasengan so it packs more of a punch than it normally would without also having to increase its overall mass. Thus, I came up with the Futon Raisin Rengan, Naruto offered, and Jinx looked over to him, now intrigued by that little tidbit of info. So how does it work? She questioned, and Naruto hummed in thought. Basically, it's composed of 3 shells, an outer shell, a middle shell, and an inner shell. The innermost shell is the fastest of the 3, having the energy swirling in it at a phenomenal rate, while the outermost shell is slower than it, it's at about the normal speed of a Rasengan. The middle shell is pretty much set between the other 2. Now then, the wind blades formed from it being a Futon Jutsu spiral around it and head inwards instead of outwards, Naruto explained, and Dwella picked up on what that meant. So you have all the energy from all 3 shells compacting into the innermost shell, thus condensing it and making it go faster and faster as it moves forward? Dwella questioned, and Naruto nodded his head mutely while staring at the clouds. Oh, I get it, and since all that wind and energy is being compressed, inside of something like that monster, it started pulling all the air inside it inwards. Then when all 3 shells were broken, it forced all the compressed energy and wind outwards in an explosion of sorts that took everything around it out. Danny said in realization, and Naruto gave a simple to the girl while closing his eyes. So, if the attack is just that, why is it called a Raisin Rangan? Jinx asked the blonde curiously, and Naruto opened one eye and gave her a look. Because it is quite literally a group swirling sphere. It has 3 spheres inside it, thus it's a group of 1 sphere. I thought Raisin Rangan was the best name for it. Naruto explained with a shrug, and Jinx decided he could have thought of worse names before going back to staring at the clouds. This is nice, Danny noted suddenly, and Naruto nodded his head. My friend Shikamaru was lazy as hell and loved doing this, just staring at the clouds was his favorite pastime. Naruto admitted, and Jinx smirked slightly while looking to the clouds. He was that lazy genius you mentioned, right? Jinx questioned, and Naruto silently nodded his head. Yeah, I thought so, Jinx admitted, and then sighed in content while laying back and watching the clouds go by. He really was a genius. This is so nice, I could do it forever, Jinx said mostly to herself while closing her eyes, Naruto and the other girls nodding their heads in agreement. Yo Temp. We've kind of got a problem downtown. Gizmo's voice suddenly blared out, causing the group to jump, Naruto muttering a mendokus under his breath before rubbing his forehead. Alright, what's happening, Giz? Naruto demanded while looking around, a floating screen with Gizmo in it popping up before them. How about your girlfriend just getting kidnapped by a freaking chick in a knockoff of Slade's outfit while the other Titans are being trashed by Cinderblock, Overload, Plasmus, and a ton of Slade commandos and hive droids? Gizmo exclaimed, and Naruto was silent for a moment, the girls quickly moving away as a snarl formed on his face. Giz, how long until that new suit is ready? Naruto questioned with a twitch, and Gizmo frowned in thought. Probably a week, he admitted, and Naruto started cracking his knuckles. Alright, then it's time I started beating on things with my own 2 hands, Naruto growled out before pushing himself up and pulled up the mask over his lower face as he walked over to the doorway and exited the hollow room. You going to get your armor? Jinx asked, seeing the blonde leave, and he shook his head, hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. No, it'd only slow me down, he grumbled out angrily while Dwella shivered and then made a mock prayer. Someone is dead meat, Dwella said as Naruto exited the hollow room, the other girls merely nodding their heads in agreement with her. Hey, where'd Danny get off to? Dwella then asked while looking around, Jinx and Blackfire blinking as they only just noticed that the younger girl was gone. Growling in his throat, Naruto made his way through Tartarus HQ before walking into his room. Moving over to his closet, he pulled out an orange spiral mask and slipped it over his face. Pulling out the Akatsuki's rings, he added those as well, and then looked at the 2 versions of the Akatsuki's cloak he had. Reaching out, he took Madara's hooded cloak and pulled it over his shoulders, the hood hiding his hair as he appeared to almost mirror Madara once more. Turning away from his closet, he saw himself in a mirror and narrowed his eyes while walking out of the room, and then left the HQ completely in a plume of smoke. Jump City. Nightwing grunted as several Slade commandos fired off laser blasts towards them, more hive droids marching towards them while Plasmus and Overload kept them down with acid and electricity. They had been handling the massive amount of droids and robots fine at first, but then Raven was captured, thus disorientating the team. Not to mention the others still haven't gotten a hang on working with Bart or Donna yet. Knight thought to himself while mentally making a note to schedule several training sessions to get the others up to speed with fighting with them. Damn it, Knight grunted out, kneeling down next to Sai as he fired at Plasmus from behind an overturned car. We can't keep this up, man, there's too many. Sai exclaimed while Kid Flash lunged into the fray, punching his way through numerous commandos before running back to the others as Cinderblock slammed his hands into the ground. Dude, this is so crazy. I mean, we haven't even repaired the city from when Harley and Ivy trashed it yet, and now we have to deal with all this. BB exclaimed while Starfire fired her I-beams at another Slade commando and then ducked down with a yelp as a hive droid sent several missiles flying towards them. I believe we may be in need of the assistance, friend Ro. Nightwing, Starfire said aloud, and Knight grunted before turning and throwing an ice disc into Plasmus, temporarily freezing him until Overload melted the ice with his electricity. Grimacing upon seeing this, Knight looked around and saw Donna fending off several of the robots with Cyborg, but otherwise they were being severely thrashed without Raven to at least knock out Plasmus for them. I hate to admit it, but you might be right, Star. Knight stated before ducking down as a few more missiles came their way. Kid Flash then ran out from behind the car once more and started to attack the droids again while Donna and Cyborg covered him. Gritting his teeth, Nightwing then produced several explosive discs in both hands and quickly flipped over the car and ran into the fray. Titans, go! He exclaimed while throwing his discs, several robots going down around him as he pulled out his bow staff. Following their leader's lead, the other Titans went into battle as well, Beast Boy turning into a T-Rex as he stomped on several robots before slamming into more with his tail. Starfire grabbed one of the hive droids before throwing it into Cider Block while Kid Flash used this to slide next to a water hydrant. Donna quickly threw her lasso down to Kid Flash and he placed it over the hydrant before giving a thumbs up, Donna yanking on it and ripping the hydrant out of the ground. Sai then made his way forward, blasting his way through several Slade commandos before sliding to a halt by the hydrant and using his hands to aim the water at Overload, instantly shorting him out. However, both Kid Flash and Cyborg were then grabbed by Plasmus, the muck monster screeching as it dragged them into its body. Roaring out, Cinderblock got up as well before rushing forward and batting Nightwing away before slamming a fist into BB's jaw, knocking him back and forcing him back into his human shape. Growling, Starfire concentrated and unleashed her eye beams into Cinderblock, sending him flying back before she threw a hail of starbolts into Plasmus, allowing Cyborg to fire a sonic blast and pull himself and Kid Flash from its grip. Shaking his head and spitting out some Plasmus goo, Kid Flash gave a look to Sai. "We never speak of this again," he stated, and Sai nodded his head in agreement with the speedster. Pushing himself away from Sai, Kid Flash then lunged back into the fray as Sai fired into the commandos, and then ducked down as a missile passed over him. Narrowing his eyes, Sai then lunged at a hive droid and lashed out, slamming his sonic cannon into its chest before firing, thus sending it flying back as he then rolled out of the way of several blasts from Slade commandos. Meanwhile, Kid Flash was running around the field, dodging and weaving around the many Slade commandos. Grabbing a metal pipe from the ground, Kid Flash started to slam it into the commandos' heads, knocking them off the robots. "This isn't so bad," Kid Flash mused before two Slade commandos looked to one another and lunged at the speedster. Smirking, Kid Flash ducked under them and then quickly ran around them, causing a small tornado to lift them up into the air. However, as those commandos distracted Kid Flash, two more made their move. Reaching to its side, the first threw an explosive disc at the tornado, causing it to explode and knock Kid Flash into the air. Moving quickly, the second commando slammed a fist into Kid Flash before then flipping into a kick to his chin, knocking him back while the two commandos he'd held in the air came down on him as well, soon knocking the speedster out. Making their way over to the speedster, one held out his blaster to finish him off until Sai and Donna intervened, Sai firing his cannon and taking out two of them while Donna grabbed the other two before throwing them into a wall. Nearby, three more Slade commandos made their move, two grabbing another's outstretched arms before throwing it. The commando rammed into a flying Starfire, then while in the air, slammed a fist into her gut as they landed. Rearing back a fist, the commando then started to repeatedly slam its fists into Starfire while the others dealt with the remaining Titans. Grimacing as he pulled the unconscious form of Kid Flash to safety, Cyborg then fired a sonic beam at the commando while Nightwing got up and gathered Starfire before bringing her behind the side-turned car as well. Breathing heavily, Cyborg turned to Nightwing with a frown while Donna continued an aerial assault on the attackers. "We can't keep this up for much longer," Cyborg noted as more commandos approached. "Ugh, where do they keep coming from?" Cyborg demanded, then blinked as several of the commandos were suddenly cut into pieces, a cloaked figure walking towards them, dressed in an orange spiral mask with a long black cloak with red clouds over the debris. "What the hell?" Cyborg questioned and then watched the figure swing his sword as a blade of wind came off of the sword before cutting several of the Slade commandos and hive droids in half. "Who?" Nightwing wondered while the figure came closer to them, stepping over Beast Boy's prone form while holding a familiar ninjutsu in hand. "Is that X?" Sai questioned, only for the person to then grabs a commando and stab it in the gut, then literally gut it before throwing it into one of the other commandos silently. "Okay, that's definitely not X. X would have started mouthing off by now," Sai mumbled while the figure continued to march forward, silent as the grave and getting ever closer to them. The figure merely turned his head towards Cyborg and Nightwing before silently walking forward, eyes narrowed dangerously on the robots before him. "Useless hunks of metal," Naruto growled out while holding his sword, gripping its hilt tightly. Suddenly stopping, Naruto narrowed his eyes while the robots all aimed at him, some of them backing up. "I have only one question for you," Naruto stated, Nightwing easily recognizing his voice and blinking in surprise. "It's Naruto," Nightwing questioned in shock while Cyborg nodded his head. "What the hell is he doing down here? I know he cares about Rei, but he's been trying to lay low," Sai said aloud while Naruto looked all around himself and glared at the many robots angrily. "My one question is, where is Raven?" Naruto demanded of the robots, and they quickly fired their blasters, or in other cases, missiles at him. If that's how you want to play, then so be it. Naruto growled out as he suddenly vanished into thin air as the energy from their attacks hit empty air. Blinking, and feeling an ominous wind flow past them, Sai and Knight both watched on cautiously as Naruto suddenly reappeared in front of Cinderblock, and then plowed a Rasengan into its stomach, thus sending him flying back through a building. Oh shit! Sai whispered while Plasma spit some acid at the blonde-haired youth, the boy vanishing as it did. Naruto then appeared in the air and formed a Kagebunshin. Looking to it, they both nodded and Naruto threw the clone into Plasmus. Instantly Naruto held up his hand, forming a single seal. Bunshin Daibakuha. Naruto called out loudly and the shadow clone exploded within Plasmus, sending the massive beasts flying out in all directions while Donna shielded herself by ducking behind a building, Sai and Knight ducking down to evade any of Plasmus' leftovers. Coming out from their cover, they all saw Naruto land on the ground while turning to the commandos as they fired on the blonde. Lifting his sword, Naruto twirled it in place, blocking the beams for a moment until his sword shattered, thus causing him to shake his head. Looks like I've been too rough with this one, I'll need a much more durable weapon from now on. Naruto mused to himself before throwing his hand to one side with his eyes narrowed. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Kuno Tachi. Naruto exclaimed while once more forming the legendary sword and taking hold of its hilt with a slight grimace of pain. Damn it, the stupid thing really needs an easier way of being summoned, that fucking hurts. Naruto can't help but think while the hive droid suddenly launched several missiles at him. Frowning, Naruto lunged forward, flipping and dodging around the many missiles before landing on the other side of them. Moving quickly, several commandos lunged at him, Naruto eyes closed as a flash passed for a second. The commandos then hit the ground before falling to several pieces and sparking violently at his feet. Kicking ahead of one commando into the air, Naruto then twisted and kicked it at another commando, taking its head off with it. Obviously sensing danger, the many robots lunged forward, attacking him with everything they had. Naruto merely tilted his head to one side for a moment before holding the Kusanagi to his side. As the robots got closer, Naruto quickly swung the sword, the blade instantly lengthening and slicing straight through dozens of the robots in a single stroke of the blade. Those remaining looked at the blonde-haired youth as he then swung the sword diagonally and narrowed his eyes on the remaining robots dangerously. Meanwhile Knight looked to Sai, both having wide eyes at the show that Naruto was providing for them. Note to self, never piss off Raven's boyfriend. Cyborg muttered and Nightwing nodded his head in agreement with the titanium teen. Oh, I fear that my head is doing much of the pounding. Starfire suddenly mumbled as she got up, Donna flying down and bringing Beast Boy over to them. Blinking, the orange-skinned alien saw Kid Flash was also starting to come to, thus stood slightly and looked towards whatever Sai and Nightwing were staring at. Please friends, who is the frightening figure with the sword that seems to be destroying Slade's robots of badness? Starfire questioned and Cyborg shivered, Kid Flash sitting up and then gaping at what he was witnessing. Holy shit, who is that dude and how did he do that? Kid Flash demanded and Nightwing grunted. That would be Raven's boyfriend, and he's apparently very pissed off. Knight offered and Starfire gasped while inwardly Kid Flash paled, praying that the guy never found out he made a pass at Raven. Dick, how in Hera's name is a warrior with that much power in your city not on your team or even fighting with the Justice League by now? Donna demanded and Knight frowned for a moment before sighing. He's laying low, some other ninja are after him for leaving his village, and after seeing that I'm guessing that he doesn't want to have to hurt them. Knight explained and Donna frowned before turning back towards Naruto and he quickly formed more hand seals, the robots staying far away from him this time. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Naruto created out as roughly 24 shadow clones appeared around him, all equipped with a Kusanagi. Holding out a single hand, Naruto motioned towards the Slade commandos and the clones nodded their heads. Instantly they all began to form hand seals as well before sinking into the ground as Naruto watched on silently. Seconds later the Slade commandos were dragged into the ground feet first as several Narutos burst out of the ground. Doton, Shinji Zanshu no Jutsu. Naruto stated as the clones then came out of the ground and swung their swords, taking the heads off of the many Slade commandos and leaving only the hive droids for him to deal with. Snapping his fingers, Naruto's clones all made their way back to him before seemingly sinking into his body. Whoa, what was all that? Sai wondered aloud and Nightwing merely shook his head with a wide-eyed look. Hearing a groan, Sai ignored it while BB slowly sat up and rubbed his head with a visible grimace on his face. Ugh, dude's what I miss? BB suddenly questioned while sitting up and then looked to the others before looking to whatever they were staring at. Seeing what appeared to be a dark ominous figure in the distance and numerous decapitated Slade commandos causing the green teen to shiver. Whoa, talk about majorly creepy, who is that guy? BB questioned of his friends and Cyborg turned, looking more than just a little pair as he answered the green teen. That would be Raven's boyfriend when he's officially pissed off. Sai answered, and BB gaped while turning to Naruto as he raised the Kusanagi into the air and began to spin it above him. Wind collected along the blade as he did, thus causing a mini hurricane to hover over the blade before Naruto swung the sword, tearing through everything that was left of the attacking forces, leaving him as the sole person standing on the battlefield while the Titans watched on. Dude, if I'm ever about to piss him off, slap me, BB suddenly said, Sai nodding his head while Naruto looked around the area for a clue to Raven's whereabouts. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto then turned and saw Ravager herself standing on a rooftop and smirking down at him. Growling, Naruto vanished and appeared in the air before her before landing with a soft plop. Backing up a few paces, Ravager took in the blonde-haired youth's appearance and couldn't help a slight shudder. I must say, Mr. Uzumaki, I absolutely adore the mask. I'm not so sure about the cloak though. Ravager quips with an amused smirk, and Naruto narrowed his eyes onto her dangerously. You have the next 5 seconds to tell me where Raven is or I'm going to cut you in half. Naruto growled out, and given his obviously very violent temper, Ravager was fairly certain he'd make good on that threat. I see someone needs to learn how to control their temper. Ravager teased, and then saw a quick vision of Naruto swinging his Kusanagi at her. Quickly evading the attack, Ravager raised a brow as the sword cut into concrete as if it was cardboard. That is a very interesting sword, but I don't have time to study it, and if you want to find your precious bird. Ravager mused to herself, then smirked as she turned and started to run from Naruto before sliding to a stop a ways from him with a smirk. Then you'll have to follow me to her. Ravager then called out, and Naruto grunted before lunging after the woman as she made her way towards the warehouse where the Konoha nin were lying in wait. Behind Naruto, a pair of glowing green eyes were briefly opened before vanishing as a transparent shimmer flew behind the pair. Chapter 38, Inner Demons PT2. Jump City. Ravager smirked as she jumped from building to building with practiced ease, Naruto following hot on her tail. And he's catching up? She noted to herself before flipping onto another building and slid to a halt, Naruto landing in a crouch, cloak billowing out before falling down around his body. She has above human level speed, about the same as a normal shinobi, which is odd, to say the least. Naruto thought to himself while staring at the strange white-haired girl as she smirked towards him. You have truly marvelous skills, Mr. Uzumaki. Ravager noted while standing up, and Naruto did the same, the single eye hole of his mask pointed towards her. But let's see just how skilled you really are, shall we? She then quipped, and Naruto narrowed his eyes before lunging at Ravager, swinging his sword at the girl. Seeing a vision of the blonde teen cutting her head off, Ravager quickly ducked the attack before flipping back and threw several shuriken at the blonde. Blinking, Naruto used the Kusanagi to block the oncoming shuriken before throwing 5 of his own. Ravager saw them coming, and effortlessly moved in the air to evade them before landing in a low crouch. Pulling a disc from her side, she threw it straight at Naruto, the blonde-haired teen jumping over it. The disc, however, exploded behind him, knocking him forward before slamming a hand into the ground as he pushed himself to his feet. What's the matter, Mr. Uzumaki? Ravager taunted with a mocking smirk, Naruto narrowing his eyes onto the girl. Running out of steam? She finished while quickly unsheathing her twin katana from her back and then took a stance. Scoffing at the accusation, Naruto narrowed his eyes on the girl's stance, noting she didn't actually have much of a stance. This was one he'd used before he made his style. You were never trained to actually use 2 swords, were you? He questioned of the girl flatly, and she tilted her head for a moment before smirking. That easy to tell? No, my father only taught me to wield the one, but I so enjoy using 2. She replied simply, and Naruto scoffed, wondering what she was thinking by taking him on with 2 swords when she had no idea how she was supposed to wield them correctly. He didn't either, mind you, but he at least knew how to effectively. Yes, it's to tell, and it makes you look a little foolish for doing so, he stated, and Ravager frowned slightly before shrugging her shoulders. Naruto's mental gears were turning and churning as he looked at this odd girl. Regardless of her having no idea how to wield both swords right, she has her weight distributed evenly, most likely to be able to evade. Her arms are being held close to herself for the same purpose. She must know she can't block Kusanagi's blade. This should be interesting, Naruto thought to himself before lunging forward, Ravager ducking back to evade a swing. Stopping with one foot, the one-eyed girl then thrust both her swords at Naruto, then blonde twisting around those and threw a punch at the girl's face. Smirking, Ravager dropped one sword and caught the fist before pushing him back. Lifting up a foot, she then kicked her sword up and caught it before twisting into another stance. Sliding back, Naruto frowned towards Ravager. The girl was strong and very intriguing. Now that was very impressive, enhanced reflexes and strength added on to her knowledge. Naruto thought to himself before twirling the Kusanagi into a backhanded grip. Swinging his arm, he felt the wind spiral out, Ravager flipping up onto the side of a small water tower before quickly flipping off of it. Landing in a crouch as the water tower fell from the attack, taking out its support beams, Ravager gave an amused smirk to the blonde-haired ex-shinobi. Naruto couldn't help a frown at seeing this. The girl had evaded his attack effortlessly, and what's more, it was almost like she was ready for it to come at her. Her agility is above average as well, she's very dangerous, and it's almost like she sees my attacks before I use them. Naruto thought to himself before crouching down into another stance. Alright, physically, she's no stronger, faster, or more agile than any other shinobi from my world. However, that does make her much tougher than a normal human for the fact she can keep up with me. However, her reflexes are on par with a Sharingan user, and she seems to enjoy battle to startling extent given how much she's been grinning. Naruto thought to himself while Ravager lunged forward, Naruto evading several quick slashes and thrusts from the girl and her blades. Even more surprising is the way she carries herself, she's moving like a fully trained ninja. Her musculature points to one as well. Not a medical nin like Sakura, Shizune, or Tsunade. Not a Hyuga, her muscles are far too developed for one of them since they focus more on being limber and fast, not strong like her. Not like Ino either, since Ino focuses mostly on her mental jutsu. No, wait, it's like Tenten. Yes, her body has the exact identical musculature as Tenten, a weapons user who's also got taijutsu down as well. Naruto thought to himself and mentally thought of a way to counter Tenten. All he could come up with was his wind jutsu, but even that had proven itself to be less than effective against this girl. But that's what's weird, Tenten had trouble with wind jutsu because of how it works. Wind jutsu usually leave most weapons users in the dust because of its speed, and its ability to hit from long ranges. This girl, however, anticipated one, almost like she knew it was coming, but, let's see how she does against a few more. Naruto mused to himself as he quickly swung his blade, an arc of wind flying towards her. Smirking, Ravager flipped over it and then stepped to the side to evade another before spinning into a flip to dodge two more, landing on all fours in a low crouch, sword still in hand. Yes, wind jutsu are officially useless against her. Naruto noted and then considered using lightning jutsu, but that wouldn't be prudent since he needed both hands to form seals to use most of his lightning jutsu. Sure, he could always mix a little wind and lightning together, giving the lightning a path so he could throw it like he did with Harley and Ivy, but he somehow guessed she'd dodge that as well. Oh well, looks like I'm going to have to do this the hard way. Naruto mused as he then lunged forward and swung Kusanagi at Ravager, the girl merely leaning back before placing her hands on the ground to evade it. Smirking, the girl then twisted into a spin, thus also swinging her swords up at Naruto. Flipping back to evade the attack, Naruto narrowed his eyes on the girl as she landed on her feet and smirked at him. Growling in his throat at this, Naruto twirled the Kusanagi in his hand before stabbing it forward, the blade lengthening towards Ravager who effortlessly moved her head just far enough to evade it. Blinking in surprise, Naruto frowned deeply before recalling the sword's blade while Ravager stood up, still smirking at him as if she was enjoying this. What the hell are you? Naruto questioned while holding Kusanagi to the side, the sword forming into a snake before sinking into his right arm. Looking on in intrigue, Ravager made a note to find out what that sword was from the Konoha before she then smirked towards Naruto. The blonde then removed his cloak before throwing it into the air and pulled out a scroll, forming several seals. He then slammed his hand into the cloak and scroll at the same time, sealing it into it in one motion, rolling the scroll up. Naruto then placed it back into his belt while narrowing his eyes on her. I'm a metahuman of course. Ravager replied and Naruto frowned darkly while pulling a pair of kunai from his belt. Oh really? Then what's your superpower? Naruto questioned and Ravager chuckled in her throat while taking a stance with her two swords. Oh that? It's powers, as in plural, and I'm certain someone of your intelligence can already guess most of them. Ravager replied and Naruto mentally nodded his head while remaining stoic on the outside. But the one I believe that you're so intrigued with is one of my personal favorites. I have what your little raven would call precognitive senses, so I can see into the immediate future and block, dodge, or counter any attack sent at me accordingly. Ravager explained with an amused grin and Naruto grimaced, now that was a superpower that he was wishing didn't exist. While the Sharingan could trick you into thinking its wielder could see into the immediate future, Rose actually could. That explained some things. 1. Most attacks would be useless against her, because she'd see them coming and do as she said, evade, block, or counter. It made the fight more interesting, sure, but how do you fight someone who knows what you're going to do before you even do it? Shaking his head, Naruto knew one thing, regardless of the fact she could see the future, she still had to be fast enough to dodge his attacks. If he sped up, he might be able to actually hit her. Lunging forward with this thought, Naruto twisted and swung his kunai, Ravager moving back and grimacing as he caught her midriff. So I was right, she may be fast, but if someone's faster than her it won't matter how far she can see into the future. Naruto thought while lunging forward once more, swinging the kunai at Ravager as she evaded them and then blocked them with her swords. Smirking behind his mask, Naruto pushed chakra into his arms, forcing the white-haired girl down to one knee before he lashed out with a kick to her stomach. Exhaling when he did, Ravager was lifted off the ground before Naruto twisted into another kick to her side, sending her skidding away. Not letting up, Naruto threw his kunai at the girl and she easily deflected them while flipping back to her feet. Taking a stance, Naruto watched as Ravager lunged at him and blocked her swords before slamming his forehead into her own. Ravager blinked and stumbled back at this, looking more than just a little disorientated before Naruto lashed out with a fist to her gut. Eyes wide, Ravager fell to the ground, dropping her swords before he then twisted into a kick to her head sending her skidding across the ground. Impressive skills, but special powers and abilities can only take you so far, Naruto told Ravager while walking over to her, the white-haired girl's eye widening as her father's voice overlapped his own for a moment. Reaching down, Naruto grasped Ravager's hair and lifted her up, the girl grabbing his wrists as he glared into her eye. "Now, where is Raven?" he demanded darkly, and Ravager smirked slightly while looking at the blonde-haired teen. "Look behind you, you'll see a warehouse just outside the city from here, she's being held there," Ravager offered, then hissed as Naruto pulled on her silver locks and leaned forward, his single visible eye narrowed angrily. "If anything has happened to her, I swear I'll make you pay," Naruto uttered sinisterly before throwing Ravager to the side and quickly ran to the edge of the building. Looking into the distance, Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw the warehouse and then jumped to the next roof over before rushing off. Ravager smirked as he left, then pushed herself back to her feet and picked up her swords. "Truly amazing," Ravager noted while sheathing her swords and then smirked slightly while crossing her arms. "And I could almost confuse him for you for a moment, father," she then said to herself before backing up into the shadows, leaving no traces of herself behind. Warehouse. Raven sighed while looking dully at nothing in particular, a frown stretched across her lips and her arms chained above her head. "How many times am I going to be caught by a random psycho for some master scheme?" Raven wondered to herself since she'd been caught what felt like a dozen times. Let's see, those weird nanobots from Slade, 1, that time with Atlas, 2, that time with Mad Mod, 3, that time with Brother Blood in Steel City, 4, that time with Professor Chang, 5, the incident with Mother May I, 6, well, it was quite a few times, and while it was often she was captured with some of the others, it was still annoying. Sighing once more, Raven looked up at her hands and frowned at what she was seeing. A pair of gold rings were placed around each her ring fingers, each one had red markings along the bands and gave off a faint glow. "Rings of Azar, the only way to cancel out my father's or my own dark powers," Raven noted to herself, wondering who had gone to the trouble of finding a pair of these rings considering their rarity in this dimension, as well as the fact they were original created by the same order that had imprisoned her so-called father. Though it's odd that they only seem to nullify my more destructive powers. I wonder if I could express my emotions without anything blowing by wearing them. Raven suddenly wondered to herself, thinking of the many benefits that this could bring if it worked. Blinking as a shadow came over her, Raven scowled as Uchiha Sasuke looked down at her. "What do you want?" Raven questioned flatly, Sasuke kneeling down to look the girl in the face. "I'll give the dobe one thing, at least his tastes in women have improved. You're neither annoying, nor too fucking talkative," Sasuke stated with a smirk towards her, and Raven scowled deeper while trying to keep from growling. "You're lucky my powers aren't working, or you'd learn firsthand exactly what the deepest, darkest, most horrible pits of hell are really like," Raven stated, and Sasuke raised a brow for a moment before scoffing as he stood up with his arms crossed. "Am I supposed to be intimidated?" Sasuke questioned and then flinched as Raven's eyes both turned a bright red in color. "You tell me," she intoned darkly, and Sasuke rolled his eyes. "You have no power right now. I could probably even kill you if I felt like it and you wouldn't be able to stop me," Sasuke reminds before grunting as Kakashi placed his hand onto the teen's shoulder while reading his book. "Sasuke, why don't you go watch for Naruto?" Kakashi ordered, and Sasuke brushed the hand from off his shoulder before making his way to the side. Closing her eyes, Raven felt them return to normal while Kakashi made his way to stand beside her, his back to the wall as he leaned into it while reading. "Something I've learned about Sasuke, his sanity is on a hair trigger lately, and I don't want to take any chances," Kakashi explained the unasked question, and Raven snorted while looking at the thick-tempered steel chains holding her to the wall. "What sanity?" she quipped, and Kakashi shrugged his shoulders before returning to his book. "So, do I get bathroom breaks?" Raven then asked, and Kakashi blinked, trying hard not to laugh at the question while giving the girl a look. What? She asked seriously, and Kakashi stared at the girl before blinking for a moment. It's just, normally prisoners don't ask for bathroom breaks. Kakashi responded, and Raven gave him a look in response. What if I really had to use the bathroom? She responded, and Kakashi gaped at the girl before shaking his head. You're a strange one, he noted while looking at her with a slight blink of his eyes, and Raven rolled her eyes. You should meet my father? She replied with a small smirk crossing her features at a confused look on Kakashi's face. Shaking his head, the silver-haired man then turned back to his book, watching the girl from the corner of his eyes. He noticed her look up at her hands, not even bothering with the rings. She started messing with her chains, frowning when she noticed their strength. Releasing the chains, she then tried to stand, only to fall to the ground as a chain around her waist held her in a sitting position while her hands were kept in the air and apart from one another. Across the room, Hinata looked at the violet-haired slash-eyed girl strangely, wondering many things. 1. Why her skin was gray. 2. How her hair was that color. 3. Why she would dress like that. 4. Why she wasn't scared and even emotionless. And 5. She had to wonder how Naruto could like her. Not to say she thought less of the girl, but she just didn't strike her as the type Naruto would like. True, the revelation about his true past left much about Naruto's personality up for debate, but he surely couldn't be that much different, right? You know, she's not anything like I thought, Ino suddenly said, and Hinata yelped, Raven raising a brow as she looked over to the two. What do you mean, Ino-san? Hinata questioned while poking her fingers together, and Ino sighed before crossing her arms. I don't know, it's just something seems off. I mean, I know Ravager said those rings would keep her from using her powers, but why isn't she doing anything to escape? Or even trying to warn Naruto that we're here? Ino explained, and Hinata was silent for a moment before shaking her head, not knowing what to say. Besides that, how many captives are this casual about it? It's like she's been through all this before and is more annoyed than she is scared. Ino then stated while Hinata poked her fingers together and turned to look at the girl as she looked all around herself, then stared at a strange tube filled with a bright green liquid warily. Maybe she has been captured a lot, she is a hero? Hinata reminded, and Ino grunted before she rubbed her temples with one eye closed. Hero. I hear that word so often in this world. I think of most heroes and even several villains as nothing but a bunch of extremely overpowered bloodline users. Ino admitted, and Hinata gave the blonde-haired girl a look. That's not very nice, Ino-san. They protect their home just like we do. Hinata reminded, and Ino shrugged her shoulders before looking back at Raven as she glared at the chain around her waist for a moment before letting out a sigh and leaned back, almost like she was going to take a nap. Where is Sasakura-san? Hinata suddenly asked, and Ino frowned slightly before nudging her head to the side, where Sakura was yawning as she leaned back into a wall, obviously very tired from the dark circles that were starting to form under her eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto landed outside the buildings of Jump City and narrowed his eyes on a warehouse. I wonder why she was being so informative. Something's up? Naruto thought to himself before sighing as he turned his head, eyes looking towards an unseen figure with a dull expression. Come on out, Danny, I know you're there, he stated flatly, and blinked when the girl yelped, as she appeared floating nearby. Blinking as she looked up at the blonde-haired teen, Danny managed a nervous chuckle while rubbing the back of her neck for a moment. How long have you known I was following you, sensei? She questioned, and Naruto crossed his arms with a slightly amused smirk across his lips. Since we left the HQ? He replied, and Danny blinked before sighing, mentally saying she needed more stealth training. And I suppose you want me to head back, right? She asked her sensei, and Naruto frowned though for a moment before shaking his head. Huh? Danny asked intelligently, and Naruto chuckled lightly while looking at the girl. 1. Even if I tried to send you back, you'd just try and follow me again. And 2. Unlike Sasuke team, I realize that having help isn't a sign of weakness. So, just try to keep up. Naruto explained, then said playfully as he turned around before running towards the warehouse, Danny blinking a few times before following after her sensei. Getting closer to the warehouse, Naruto quickly dodged as a couple Slade commandos jumped from the roof and started to fire on them. Oh great, more robots, Danny mumbled while Naruto grabbed then pulled her to cover while crouching down to avoid a few more shots from the commandos. So what's the plan, sensei? Danny asked while looking up to the orange-masked teen, and Naruto looked at her for a moment before clenching his fists. We tear these stupid robots apart, of course, Naruto stated, and Danny blinked before nodding her head slowly as Naruto threw his right hand to the side, the Kusanagi forming from his hand before he lunged forward and into the fray. Blinking, Danny sighed before holding her hands to the sides and formed a pair of small green orbs. Clenching her fists over them, a pair of glowing green ethereal blades, as Gizmo called them, formed into her hands. Lashing out, Naruto cut the head from a Slade commando while then rolling forward and stabbing Kusanagi into another before twisting on his heel and throwing it into another commando. As he did, he saw Dani using her ethereal blades to cut through the robots with obvious ease. Shaking his head, Naruto turned, only to blink as an odd new variation of the Slade commandos, having a blue bar down the front of their mask and red eyes as the only difference besides a blue bandolier with a sheath over their torso, jumped from the roof with swords in hand. Great, now they can use swords as well. Naruto mumbled to himself while Dani blinked and then looked all around them. Sensei? I think you need to train me to wield a sword better if we survive this. Dani suddenly noted and Naruto blinked before nodding his head in agreement as the commandos lunged forward. Yeah, but no ifs about it, I already know we'll definitely survive, Naruto assured, and Dani gave him a look before lunging into the fray with the blonde-haired teen. Dodging several swings from the sword-wielding commandos, Naruto then slashed into them, noting that while they were able to use a sword, they didn't seem much different otherwise. Stowing that away for future reference, Naruto ducked under a swing from another of the blade commandos and then flipped as a Slade commando fired at him. Turning in the air, Naruto sliced the blade commando's head off before throwing a shuriken with an explosive note at the Slade commando. Making a quick seal, the note exploded, taking out about 5 of the commandos while more of them suddenly jumped at him. Dani took that moment to throw her swords, thus turning them into her normal ectoblasts, making Naruto raise a brow as she then fired several more beams to take out the commandos above them. Impressive, so she's figured out how to convert her energy quickly. That will come in handy if I teach her something like Rasengan or something similar. Naruto mused to himself before tilting his body to the side to evade a blade. Frowning, Naruto evaded several more swings before suddenly thrusting the Kusanagi into it. Ducking and twisting at the same time, Naruto threw the blade-wielding commando head first into another commando. Watching as Dani quickly formed 2 more ethereal blades, Naruto made a note to talk to Giz about that video game where he got the idea for the name for the blades. If he could somehow work how that person used his blades into a style, Dani could have her own sword style for her blades. Watching as Dani flipped over a commando, only for one to slam a fist into her chest, thus knocking her back, he also made a quick mental note to get several chakra weights ready for her. Dodging another swing from one of the commando's blades, Naruto turned around and narrowed his eyes at the sheer numbers. And to think I used to use Kagebunshin like this? Naruto thought to himself while glaring at the proverbial cannon fodder as it came their way. Dani, duck! Naruto suddenly exclaimed, and the girl did as ordered when Naruto suddenly swung Kusanagi, the blade lengthening and cutting dozens of the commandos in half before he slid to the side slightly once he was finished with the attack. Seeing that was over, Naruto threw his hand to the side, allowing Kusanagi to reform into his arm before flipping back to Dani. Hang on, he ordered as he grabbed her around the waist and then jumped into the air. Forming a quick, single-handed seal, a Kagebunshin appeared and nodded its head while allowing itself to fall to the ground. The clone then formed several seals before suddenly glowing brightly. Once it hit the ground, it exploded while Naruto flipped in the air and landed as the blast slowly subsided, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Wow, now that's what I call going out with a bang, Dani said with a blink, and Naruto rolled his eyes then grunted as several more commandos came out of the shadows around them. When do they end? Naruto demanded while rubbing his temples, and Dani shrugged her shoulders before flying out of his grip while going intangible. Don't know, but head on and get to Raven, I'll deal with them for you, sensei, Dani offered, and Naruto looked at her silently as she formed a pair of ethereal blades into her hands once more. You sure you can handle them, Dani? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow, and the girl grinned under her mask. Of course, besides, you have someone else to worry about, Dani reminded, and Naruto silently nodded his head as Dani flew forward, slicing the first few commandos in her way before twisting and cutting another's head off. Behind her, Naruto watched on silently for a moment before making his way to the warehouse. The warehouse? I wonder if they know how much of my power is actually sealed with these rings? Raven suddenly wondered to herself after attempting, and surprisingly succeeding, in sending a telepathic message to her friends. Checking her healing powers, Raven wasn't surprised to find those were fine as well. Considering they had been taught to her by the temple monks, it wasn't all that surprising. Although, now my soul self and telekinesis, however, those are more directly tied with my dear old dad, and I have more problems controlling them than I do my telepathy or healing. Although, given their function, I might keep these rings, if for nothing else then to at least seal off some of my more destructive powers on dates where I'd like to feel. Raven thought to herself with a slight scowl before yawning as she wondered how long it would take for her friends to get to her. Though she was certain that the explosion outside meant a severely pissed Naruto, or at least mildly annoyed. She was starting to get cramps from having her arms up in the air for so long. Looking to Kakashi, aka the worst teacher in all of history as far as she was concerned, Raven idly wondered if he actually thought he could win against a pissed-off Naruto. Mulling over the idea of Naruto being that angry about her being kidnapped briefly made her wonder if he was just a wee bit possessive, which in turn made her remember her demonic attack on Jinx and even Sakura for the same exact reason. She was hyper-possessive of the boy. "Do you honestly think you can hold me here for much longer with Naruto at your front door?" Raven asked Hataki casually, and Kakashi sighed before turning to the girl and giving her a look. "You don't know Naruto very well, do you? If it means the safety of his most precious person, he'd willingly cut his own heart out." Kakashi explained, certain that Naruto wouldn't endanger Raven further. "No. You don't know him that well. When I'm in trouble, one or both of two things will happen. A. He'll come save me, B. Whatever got me into trouble will end up dead," Raven stated flatly, and Kakashi blinked before shivering. He had seen what Naruto had done to save her from those plants after all. "And just how well do you think you know him?" "I've known him since the day he was born," Kakashi stated, and Raven gave the silver-haired man a fierce glare, her eyes bleeding slightly red until she calmed herself. "Regardless, what honestly makes you think he'd ever go back to your village?" Raven questioned with a raised eyebrow, and Kakashi let out a breath while snapping his book shut and turning his head to her. "It's his home, his mother lived and died there, and his father did too. His father died protecting the village, why wouldn't he want to do the same? After so many sacrifices, how can he turn his back on his home?" Kakashi questioned of the gray-skinned girl, and Raven scowled deeply. "Home? You think that place is his home? After being tormented all his life by its villagers? After somebody in your oh-so-precious little village hired the same assassin that killed his mother, the only person who loved him? After having every memory he had of her sealed away to control him? You honestly think that place is still his home?" Raven demanded, and Kakashi scowled beneath his mask while Sasuke blinked while stowing this information away. Nearby, Ino and Hinata frowned, and Niji looked to see Sakura had a vacant expression. "So he's told you about himself, odd, he's usually not so open with strange girls?" Kakashi noted with a slight frown under his mask. It was obvious Naruto was fond of the girl, but this was starting to worry him. "Unlike you ninja, we try not to keep secrets from one another, although we each have secrets we respect one another's privacy," Raven replied, and Kakashi scoffed while crossing his arms over his chest. "Yeah, I can tell, but I suppose he didn't tell you his biggest secret?" Kakashi mused, and Raven frowned at the silver-haired man. "Well, how about I tell you a little story then?" Kakashi mused before clearing his throat for a moment. "Once upon a time, there lived a kitsune with 9 tails. And he was so powerful that whenever he shook those tails, landslides and tsunamis would result. Its name was whispered in infamy and fear among all, Kyubi no Kitsune." Kakashi started, and Raven frowned, listening despite herself as she was very fond of fairy tale stories and the like. Then, the beast came to a little village known as Konohagakure no Sato, the Hidden Leaf Village. The suffering people gathered the great shinobi clans to fight this menace. Until finally, risking his life, one ninja was able to imprison its very soul. Kakashi continued, and Raven blinked in surprise, though had a pit forming in his gut as she continued to listen. The yondaime looked to the beast as he rode on the back of the great Gamabunta of the Toad Summon, calling out, "For Konoha, for the future. I will sacrifice my life." The yondaime sealed the great fox into the belly of a newborn babe whose umbilical had just been cut. Kakashi continued while Raven's eyes widened in shock before it started to make sense. With an ancient jutsu, the yondaime called forth the power of the Shinigami himself. Unable to ask for anyone else to sacrifice his or her child, the yondaime used his own newborn son to seal the beast. Allowing the Shinigami to take his soul, the Kyubi's power was sealed into his son, and the battle finally came to an end. Kakashi further explained to the violet-haired girl as something Naruto said rang in her mind. "What my father did, he was actually loved for it." Widening her eyes, Raven grit her teeth as Kakashi continued his story, now seemingly lost in memories. Having defeated the demon, the brave shinobi died. That shinobi was the yondaime Hokage, the 4th Fire Shadow, champion of Konohagakure no Sato. Kakashi finished while the ninja around them listened in shock, Sasuke and Sakura looking at the man strangely, since that wasn't really information he should be revealing to the enemy. "I suppose you think I'll be afraid of Naruto now, or even angry that he never told me?" Raven asked dully, and Kakashi blinked as the girl frowned towards the silver-haired man. "What you fail to realize, however, is that none of that matters to me, demon, human, angel, or god. I don't really care. It's not what he is that love, it's who he is," Raven stated simply, and Kakashi blinked for a few moments while looking at the girl. Well, that wasn't really my intent, I was only trying to show you that there are things that you don't understand about Naruto. Kakashi mused mostly to himself only to duck as a kunai nearly hit him in the face, Naruto crashing through a window and quickly flashing over to Kakashi visibly shaking in rage. Oh, give it a rest already, Kakashi no Baka? Naruto growled before grabbing Kakashi by his throat and then slammed his back into the wall behind him. Grabbing the blonde-haired teen's wrist with his eyes wide as a single blood-red eye glared out of the eye-hole of his orange spiral mask. Let him go. Neji suddenly shouted at Naruto and the blonde turned to look at him with a glare. What for? So he can try and hurt Kara-chan to get me to go back with you? Naruto questioned and Neji frowned while taking a stance, Sasuke smirking as he unsheathed his chakatu. Finally. Sasuke said with a smirk as he lunged at Naruto, swinging his chakatu at the blonde youth. Growling, Naruto threw Kakashi to the side and blocked the chakatu with the plates on his gloves. Team, I'm seriously not in the mood to deal with you right now. Naruto growled out before kicking Sasuke in the gut, sending him flying back while Neji came at him from behind. Twisting out of the way of a Juken strike, Naruto then elbowed Neji in the face while Sakura ran at him and jumped into the air. Rearing her hand back, the pinkette then slammed her fist into the ground. Naruto jumping back to evade placed his hands onto a chunk of rock as the floor was shattered from Sakura's inhuman strength. Oi, how do I always wind up in situations like this? Naruto wondered to himself before grabbing Neji's wrist as he tried to hit him with a Juken strike and quickly threw him into Sakura. Ducking down as Kakashi came at him, swinging a kunai, Naruto narrowed his eyes while twirling around and knocking the silver-haired man to the ground. Flipping back to his feet, Naruto ducked to the side to evade a thrust from Sasuke's chakatu before kneeing him in the gut and then back-flipped into a kick to the Uchiha's chin. Landing in a crouch, Naruto looked around as the nin got back to their feet and mentally cursed. Raven was too close to use any of his more destructive techniques, not only that but the building could collapse if he wasn't careful. Shit, someone else planned all this. The Ravager no doubt, and thus took all my jutsu and skills into consideration for how things would go down. Naruto realized before flipping up, one hand on Kakashi's shoulder as he evaded a swing from both Kakashi and Sasuke, twirling on one arm. Naruto then slammed their heads into one another's before landing and rolling out of the way as Sakura brought her leg down in a drop kick. Nearby, Ino and Hinata watched the fighting silently, Hinata chewing on her lip with obvious worry. Please be safe and Naruto-kun. Hinata thought while Ino watched the fight as Naruto evaded several more attacks, also seeming to lead the others away from Raven as he did. Clever, he doesn't want Raven hurt so he's trying to get them a distance from her. Ino noted, still wishing someone would be that considerate for her safety, especially given that he had fought his way through an entire city filled with mutant plants for the girl. And Naruto-kun has always been unpredictable, Ino-san. Hinata reminded and Ino nodded her head with a slight smile before turning back to the battle. Naruto raising his arms to block two blows, grabbing the fist of Sakura and Kakashi at the same time with his single visible eye glowing an eerie red. Oh, that's not good. Ino whispered as Naruto jerked his head to look at Kakashi before jumping up with both him and Sakura. Roaring out, Naruto then threw Sakura at Sasuke before then throwing Kakashi to the ground. Rearing back a fist as he fell to the ground, Naruto then slammed it into Kakashi's sternum, digging the man into the ground slightly. Raising his hands a millisecond later and knocking Neji's fist out of the way of hitting him as well, Naruto then turned and rammed his shoulder into the teen, knocking him back. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto then vanished as Sasuke swung his chakatu at him, the blonde now standing on the ceiling above them, arms crossed. Growling, Sasuke narrowed his eyes on the blonde as he made a simple come-on gesture with one hand. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke grinned while forming several familiar hand seals before taking a deep breath. Breathing out, Sasuke sent a fireball flying towards the blonde-haired teen, only for him to vanish once more. Appearing behind a surprised Sasuke while forming the Kusanagi from his hand and swinging the blade at the Uchiha. Cursing, Sasuke rolled out of the way while Naruto then ducked as Kakashi threw a kunai at his head. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto then swung his arm and sword, wind forming off of his body and pushing the nin away from him briefly. Once he was allowed that moment of reprieve from the all-out assault, Naruto quickly formed several Kagebunshin, each with a Kusanagi of its own and motioned for them to deal with the other nin while he walked toward Sasuke. Smirking at this, Sasuke stood up and squared off against Naruto, circling one another like hawks. Madara said it would come to this dobe, we are destined to face one another in battle. Sasuke reminded and Naruto was silent while merely glaring at Sasuke silently. But he was wrong about one thing, I'm not going to fight you because of any revenge. Sasuke then said and Naruto raised a brow before leaning Kusanagi into his right shoulder with a thin frown. Oh really? I find that hard to believe, team. Naruto noted and Sasuke scoffed before taking a stance with his blade, Naruto casually standing opposite him. It shouldn't be, I'm not fighting for revenge. I'm fighting you out of hate, pure and simple. I hate you, I hate that you're stronger than me, I hate that you killed Madara, but most of all, I absolutely hate that you can somehow find happiness and acceptance when all I've ever found is more reasons to hate. Sasuke roared out while lunging forward, swinging his Chakatu at Naruto, who merely raised a hand and caught the blade with one hand. Sasuke then growled as Naruto started to laugh, clearly amused by the Uchiha's words. So that's it, all this time, you've just been jealous of me. To think, team? Naruto mused to himself with a quiet chuckle, Sasuke snarling as he tried to press down with his Chakatu. I truly pity you, Uchiha Sasuke. You can no more find happiness than you can beat me. You're trapped in the past, your body is all that exists in the present, and that is why you cannot find happiness. If you truly wish to be happy, then forget the past and move forward with your life already. Naruto stated darkly and Sasuke roared, Naruto throwing his sword to the side before turning with a kick to the young Uchiha's back, knocking him forward. Besides, it's not like there's anything left for you to hate. Your brother is dead, as is Danzo and Madara, you've only got your foolish hatred left to live for and nothing to direct it at is slowly driving you insane. Naruto noted with a shake of his head while Sasuke growled angrily towards the blonde-haired teen. Not only that, but your precious Manjikyu Sharingan is all but useless to you unless you wish to go blind. So stop this stupid violence and move on already, team. Naruto then told the Uchiha flatly while Sasuke merely snarled once more and formed a few quick hand seals. I'll show you dope. Chidori Nagashi. Sasuke exclaimed while lunging at Naruto, swinging his Chakatu as it was imbued with the energy of his lightning. Dodging the wild attack with ease, Naruto merely moved to one side and then tripped Sasuke, smirking as the teen slammed a fist into the ground before getting back to his feet and lunging at him once more. Taking a quick step back to evade being sliced open by Sasuke's Chakatu, Naruto then swung the Kusanagi up, Sasuke rolling to the side to evade it, his eyes twitching. Face it, team, you're not powerful enough to stop me, even with all your hate, you're still too weak. Naruto said with a shake of his head, Sasuke's eyes widening in fury before breathing through his gritted teeth. I'll show you. I won't be humiliated by a dobe like you any longer. Sasuke exclaimed before opening his eyes, revealing his Sharingan at last as he then formed several hand seals. Breathing in, he then unleashed a fireball straight for Naruto, the blonde blinking then turning to see it would hit the others. So you still don't think beyond killing what you hate, I see, well then maybe I should just carve out those eyes of yours so you won't see what you hate anymore. Naruto noted the muse darkly with a frown before swinging Kusanagi up and throwing it into the air before grabbing and swinging it down. The swing caused the air to create a vacuum, the vacuum quickly extinguishing the fireball Sasuke had created. However, the black-haired teen then appeared in front of Naruto and grinned as his eyes took on a red atom shape within the black of his eyes. Amaterasu! He exclaimed and Naruto's eyes widened before he dodged out of the way of the black flames, and then took a quick breath in relief while Sasuke's scowl deepened. Concentrating, he caused the flames to turn and lash out at Naruto, the youth cursing as he quickly got out of the way as it shot into the ground, Naruto landing in a low crouch and frowning at Sasuke. Has he already forgotten that if he uses his Sharingan too extensively he'll go blind? Or maybe he just doesn't care anymore? Naruto wondered, then mused to himself while Sasuke then lunged at him once more, swinging his Chakatu in a wide arc ducking under the attack. Naruto twirled Kusanagi for a moment before lashing out, sending its blade flying up at Sasuke. Narrowing his eyes, Sasuke formed a field of black fire before his body. However, it slowly cut through the flames and Sasuke's eyes widened, blood slowly trailing down like tears from his left eye, before he flipped away from the blade. Swinging Kusanagi to the side, Naruto mentally smirked, thanking Kami he'd managed to get his hands on the legendary blade. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke looked around for something to give him an advantage against Naruto before looking up. Grinning even as he cried bloody tears, Sasuke was surrounded by what felt like an unholy purple chakra that slowly started to form into something around him. What is this abominable energy? The blonde wondered until a skeletal half-muscled monster of some kind appeared around the young Uchiha and roared lowly. The black flames of Amaterasu then wrapped around Susanoo and Naruto made a note to figure out why the Manjikyu had attacks that all seemed to be named after gods while preparing for anything from this new development. Behold, the third power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Dobe. The power only available with both of my eyes. Susanoo! Sasuke exclaimed as the skeletal creature reached up and slammed its hand into the roof. Looking up in shock, Naruto then looked around and flashed over to Raven before wrapping his arms around Raven while digging the Kusanagi into the ground. Kakashi however looked at Sasuke with wide eyes as the roof suddenly came down on top of them. Are you mad? You're going to crush us all. He shouted while Sasuke merely watched Naruto as he placed himself over Raven. Neji cursed before flipping up and bouncing up along debris, Naruto's clones doing the same. Sakura used her strength and broke any rubble that might have came down on her while Kakashi flipped from rock to rock like most of the others. Hinata and Ino were the only two who were far enough away from Sasuke that the roof didn't cave in on them, Ino's eyes wide in shock. What the hell? Hinata, do you feel that? The blonde asked and Hinata nodded, a cold chilling feeling starting to fill the room, like something was sapping all warmth from them. It's see coming from Uchiha-san. Hinata reported and Ino blinked, and then noticed the girl had her Byakugan active. His C chakra isn't N normal, it's T to TH thick, and it seems L like it saps heat F from the air. Hinata reported while Ino looked at Sasuke, her eyes showing her unease with that tidbit of information as Sasuke watched the rubble fall on top of Naruto. He's finally dead. Sasuke whispered as the roof slowly stopped falling and the other nin managed to calm down. However, Sasuke then frowned as the Kagebunshin around them were still fine, each having managed to evade damage. But if the Dobe were dead, they wouldn't be here. Sasuke said to himself before watching as rubble exploded up and Naruto pushed himself up, Raven having her eyes closed before looking around and breathing a sigh of relief. Too close. Raven whispered and Naruto nodded his head before turning to look at Sasuke with a glare. Meanwhile, nearby, Sakura looked at Sasuke with no small amount of fear as he started to seethe visibly in his rage, the monster around him slowly forming a sword in its hand. This C can't be Sasuke-kun, he's not like this, it was all Madara. Sakura said to herself with wide eyes while Aine nearly pulled her hair out inside of her mind before deciding to give her other self a wake-up call. Damn it, you blind-ass stupid excuse for a fangirl. Would you finally just wake up and get a fucking clue? That is what your oh-so-precious Uchiha really is? Aine screamed in her mind while Sakura shook her head slowly, trying desperately to deny it. Behind her however, one of Naruto's clones landed and then landed a hit to the back of her neck. The girl slowly swayed for a moment before suddenly falling forward and hitting the ground, thus leaving her unconscious while the clone flipped back and slid into the shadows to wait for its next chance to strike an opponent. The other two clones wasted no time in attacking Kakashi and Neji, not allowing them even a small moment to catch their breaths while Naruto and Sasuke stared one another down. This is getting more and more dangerous for Kara-chan. Sasuke's starting to sink back into the darkness, well, further into the darkness. I have to put a stop to him while I still can. Naruto thought to himself before flipping Kusanagi into a reverse grip, the blade shortening down accordingly. Raven, no matter what happens, don't try and interfere, Naruto whispered and Raven gave him a look in response. I'm kind of chained to the wall, not like I could even if I wanted to. She reminded yet Naruto remained silent for a moment before turning to look at Sasuke. You've certainly learned nothing, Sasuke, especially if you're still relying on the power of your cursed Manjikyu Sharingan to get you through fights, Naruto noted while Sasuke scoffed, growling mentally as Naruto's mask made it impossible to look into both of his eyes. The Dobe must have realized that and is using it to his advantage to stop me from using Genjutsu, Sasuke noted while gripping the Chakatu in his hand tightly. What's that supposed to mean? You're the one who's got a demon's power coursing through his veins. The Manjikyu Sharingan is no more cursed than your own cursed powers, Dobe, Sasuke retorted and Naruto tilted his head for a moment before sighing as he made 5 quick hand seals behind his back so Sasuke wouldn't see them. I had really hoped I'd never have to use this particular jutsu. But given that I can no longer get close to you, it seems that I have no other choice, Naruto mused while concentrating his chakra and opened his eyes. Futon, Fujin no Jutsu. Wind release, God of Wind technique. Naruto exclaimed as wind flowed all around his body before visibly forming into blades along his body, the longest of the blades arching off his forearms and shins, forming into claws over his hands and feet as well as wisps off his back and shoulders. What is this? Sasuke demanded while Naruto chuckled in his throat as the wind spiraled around his body. Did you honestly believe all my wind techniques were going to be sealless blade techniques, team? Well, this one is special in that it's a wind jutsu that augments taijutsu. It's like the Raikage's lightning armor in that effect, only it basically just coats my entire body in wind chakra, allowing me to guide wind and thus hit opponents without having to touch them. Thus giving me a way around your damn Amaterasu Shide or Susanoo. Naruto explained, simply a hand on his hip while Sasuke grit his teeth while glaring furiously at the blonde. Where do you come up with all these stupid jutsu of yours? Sasuke demanded and Naruto tilted his head to one side before chuckling in his throat. What do you think I was doing the year I stayed in the Hive team? Went to class and studied like a good little student? Besides, my control of wind is based off of this jutsu. This jutsu is basically a refined, perfected version of my normal wind control," Naruto stated with a smirk, and Sasuke roared while having Susanoo form a sword out of Amaterasu's flames and quickly lash out at the blonde. Quickly Naruto moved out of the way, with his speed being augmented by the wind chakra as it literally put an extra spring in his step. Seeing this, Sasuke's eyes bolted open as he tried to follow Naruto and sent some Amaterasu flames towards him. Flipping back to avoid the flames, Naruto spun in the air, a blade of wind instantly arching from his foot and flying towards Sasuke. Widening his eyes, Sasuke flipped back to avoid the attack and then rolled to the side as Naruto flipped in the air and lashed out with a hand, wind forming from his air claws and arching towards him. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke had Susanoo lash out with his sword at the blonde once more, only to gape as he jumped into the air, high enough that he then spun for a moment before kicking towards Sasuke, unleashing a miniature tornado from his leg that swirled towards the young Uchiha. Ducking out of the way once more, Sasuke had Susanoo swing its sword at Naruto once more while he was in the air. Chuckling, the blonde held his hands to the side, Naruto twisting in the air for a moment to evade Susanoo and then made 4 quick hand seals. Soon finishing, Naruto held his hands together as Sasuke glared at him furiously. Raitun, Flash Bomb Jutsu. Naruto called out as a bright flash of light came from his body and temporarily blinded Sasuke, causing him to stumble back and out of Susanoo's protective area. Grinning as the young Uchiha got into position, Naruto made it to the ground quickly before lunging at Sasuke as Susanoo dissipated. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes as he did, only for Naruto to slam a fist into his face, the wind around his arm spiraling out and propelling him away from the blonde. Moving quickly, Naruto slid under Sasuke before twisting onto his back and then kicking Sasuke into the air. Pushing himself up and jumping after Sasuke, Naruto then slammed his fist into the Uchiha's stomach before quickly spinning into a kick that sent Sasuke flying into the ground. Panting, Sasuke looked down at himself and saw how wherever Naruto had hit him, cuts and lacerations were appearing. That stupid jutsu, it's allowing him to cut me without using his sword," Sasuke realized while gritting his teeth in outrage, the blonde youth looking towards him as he got back up. "I'll show him, I'll make him pay," Sasuke's thought before he formed the seals for a fireball jutsu, then breathed it out towards Naruto. The blonde in question chuckled in his throat before twisting and swinging Kusanagi, creating a vacuum that dissipated the fireball almost instantly. Growling, Sasuke then lunged at Naruto, swinging his chakatu wildly at the blonde as he moved with unreal speed and grace while evading the attack altogether. Soon tired of this, Naruto dug a foot into the ground and raised his left arm up, stopping Sasuke's chakatu with the metal plate on the back of his glove. Pressing down, Sasuke tried to slip off the plate so he could take the blonde's hand off, only for him to force his hand up, knocking Sasuke off balance long enough for Naruto to slam a fist into the Uchiha's stomach, sending him flying back from the combination of physical strength and wind chakra slamming into his body. Slamming into a wall, Sasuke fell to one knee before looking up as Naruto shook his head, amusement clearly wafting off of his body. "How are you doing this?" Sasuke demanded angrily, and Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders for a moment. "Damn you, Dobe, I won't allow you to do this," Sasuke stated while slowly standing up, and Naruto froze before narrowing his eyes on the young Uchiha dangerously. "Honestly team, would you just shut the fuck up about your kami damned hate already?" Naruto demanded while pulling all the wind chakra from around his body and lunged forward, focusing it all into his right arm. "Because I really don't care anymore, and right now, all I want you to do is leave me the hell alone," Naruto exclaimed while slamming his fist into Sasuke, a tornado forming from his arm before slamming into the Uchiha before pushing him back into and then through a wall into the desert outside. Relaxing his stance once the attack was finished, Naruto then turned to where his clones were still dealing with Kakashi and briefly swooned to one side as he came out of his Fujin no Jutsu. "Damn thing still eats up chakra like nobody's business? I really need to figure out a way to fix that," Naruto thought to himself, since though the technique was useful, it left even his reserves fairly drained after a prolonged period. Shaking his head of these thoughts, Naruto ran towards Kakashi before forming 4 clones at his side and watching as they slide forward and under the man. "You!" one called out while kicking up. "Zu!" the next exclaimed while doing the same. "Ma!" the third exclaimed while the final one came up with a grin under his mask. "Ki!" the clone finished as they all hit Kakashi and sent him up into the air. Naruto then lunged forward and jumped up off one of the clones' backs, flipping in the air before flipping and kicking Kakashi in the chest, sending him flying down into the ground. Naruto Rendan. Naruto himself finished as he came down on top of Kakashi, causing the man to groan before he flipped off of him and swayed for a moment before the clones went over to him. The clones then concentrated and returned their chakra to him, vanishing in mere shimmers of energy while Naruto turned towards where Neji was facing off against his final clone and ran towards him. Seeing the blonde coming at him, Neji prepared to attack only for Naruto to vanish in a plume of smoke before appearing behind the Hyuga. Twisting into a kick, Naruto slammed his foot into the side of Neji's head, sending him skidding away before he rolled to a stop before where Hinata and Ino were both watching on with wide eyes. So this is what a real Kage-level shinobi is capable of, incredible. Ino thought to herself while gaping in astonishment, while Hinata managed a slight smile, feeling proud of Naruto's obvious growth despite him not being with Konoha. However, that smile faded as Sasuke made his way back into the warehouse, panting and visibly bleeding while forming a silent Amaterasu that headed towards Naruto from behind. "And Naruto-kun behind you." Hinata called out and Naruto turned and then lunged out of the way of the attack, his clone being hit and thus dispelled by it while Naruto rolled into a crouch. Growling, Sasuke gave a glare to Hinata before turning back to Naruto as he slowly rose back up to his feet. "Why won't you just die already?" Sasuke demanded as he lunged at Naruto while swinging his Chakatu, the blonde frowning before lunging at him as well and swinging Kusanagi. Seeing this, Sasuke widened his eyes before quickly swinging his Chakatu to block, only for Kusanagi to slice through it easily. Sasuke's eyes widened upon seeing this and he then gaped as Naruto then slammed a fist into his gut. Leaning back, Naruto then punched Sasuke in the gut once more, lifting him off the ground from the force of his attack. Backing away from Naruto with wide eyes, Sasuke wrapped his arms around his waist before falling to his knees, obviously in pain. Preparing to use another Manjikyu technique, Sasuke wasn't given the chance as Naruto quickly grabbed him by the throat and lifted him into the air, keeping his eyes away from Sasuke's line of sight. Throwing Sasuke forward, Naruto then threw a familiar three-pointed kunai at the youth, which the Uchiha rolled out of the way of while coming into a crouch on the ground. Looking up from his position on the ground, Kakashi saw the kunai and his eyes widened greatly for a moment while Naruto suddenly vanished. "Hiraishin no Jutsu!" he exclaimed loudly while appearing behind Sasuke. Naruto came down in a drop kick to Sasuke's skull, the other teen's eyes widening in shock as his head was slammed into the ground and Naruto landed in a low crouch. Cracking his neck as he got up, Naruto fell to one knee while panting, grunting in discomfort at the amount of chakra he just used to take out the Konoha flunkies. "Alright, maybe not flunkies, but they are annoying as hell at least," Naruto thought to himself while pushing himself back to his feet. Cracking his knuckles, he made his way over to Sasuke with a scowl. Looking down at Sasuke, Naruto reached down before lifting the Uchiha up and glared at him without looking at his eyes. "Impressive, you all actually managed to wear me out. Impressive at the very least. I haven't had a fight tire me out this bad in quite a while, that stupid plant invasion notwithstanding," Naruto muttered to himself before throwing Sasuke to the side, as he looked around the room, noting that only Ino and Hinata were still standing and they had been the only ones not fighting. Noticing Kakashi pushing himself to his knees, Naruto shook his head as the man barely managed to look at him from his position on the ground. "And to think, you were the ones who thought you could take Kara-chan to force me to go back with you. Well, at least you know better than to try that now," Naruto noted with a shake of his head before turning his head as the doors suddenly burst open, the Titans finally arriving. "Everybody freeze," Nightwing ordered while Naruto gave him a look before walking over to Raven. "Whoa. I don't think he needed any help here, Rich," Kid Flash noted while looking at the sheer level of destruction around the room and shivered violently, mentally promising to never make a pass at Raven again. Sighing, the former boy wonder pinched the bridge of his nose while pulling several explosive discs from his belt. "Alright, then everyone else, freeze," Nightwing amended while Naruto crouched next to Raven and took a look at her chains. Using the Kusanagi, Naruto then snapped the chains before allowing the sword to become a part of him once more. "Took them long enough to get here?" Naruto thought to himself while helping Raven up to her feet, and she rolled her eyes with slight frown. "It's not like anyone could lead them here, you know," she reminded, and Naruto had to give her that while Ino and Hinata came out of the shadows. "Yo," he said, "freeze, and in case y'all don't know, that means don't move," Cyborg called out while Sasuke pushed himself to his feet, eyes filled with hate as they glared towards Naruto furiously. "Alright, now you're all coming with us, either peacefully or we'll be forced to," Nightwing started to say while Sasuke made 3 quick hand seals with his eyes widen and glaring at Naruto furiously. "Dope. I won't be beaten by you this time, nor ever again," he exclaimed as lightning arched over his fist, the sounds of birds chirping in the air, before he launched himself forward. "Sasuke no!" Kakashi cried out as Sasuke moved faster than any of the Titans could react, reaching the other side of the room mere seconds later. Seeing Sasuke, Naruto immediately saw that he wasn't aiming for him. "Wait, if he's not trying to hit me then who?" Naruto wondered for only a moment before his eyes widened and he quickly pushed Raven out of the way of the attack, taking the Chidori through the chest as it burst through him and slammed into the tank behind him. Instantly a strange green slime burst out of the tank and all over the three. Naruto then formed a quick Rasengan before slamming it into Sasuke's stomach, sending him flying back before Naruto fell to his knees and holding his wounded shoulder. Naruto! Raven exclaimed worriedly while the blonde spat up some blood into his mask that had somehow worked its way into his mouth. And Naruto-kun? Hinata said with wide eyes while Ino had to hold her back and then glared at Sasuke, wondering what in the nine hells she'd ever seen in the psycho. Dude! BB exclaimed while Starfire gasped, then formed her starbolts and Sai aimed his sonic cannon at the other conscious Nin. Great Sasuke, get us into even more trouble, why don't you? Kakashi growled out angrily to himself while looking for some way out of this new predicament. Given that they were in a small space, that wasn't looking very good at the moment. Not only that, but Naruto's clones had been surprisingly tough and had worn all but 2 of them out. And those 2 wouldn't be all that effective against the combined abilities of the Teen Titans. What do we do, Rob? Sai asked, and Nightwing narrowed his eyes, the unmoving Sasuke posing no threat for the moment. Take them in, of course. And if they resist in any way, I'm fully authorizing you all the right to restrain them painfully. Knight responded darkly while the Titans made their way over to the weakened ninja, Starfire hurrying over to Raven and Naruto as he hacked up blood while holding the open wound in his shoulder. We have to get him back to the tower to try and heal his wounds, now. Raven said urgently, worry clear in her voice, and Nightwing nodded his head while looking at them from the corner of his eye. Starfire, you go with Raven and see if you can help him, we'll deal with these guys. Nightwing ordered, and Starfire reluctantly nodded while helping Naruto up, Raven quickly pulling the rings from her fingers. Stuffing them into the shadow space of her cloak, she then wrapped her cloak around herself, Naruto, and Starfire before quickly pulling them to Titan's tower. Meanwhile, Kakashi sighed while surveying the area, seeing no way that he could possibly escape without leaving one or more of the others behind. He raised his hands in surrender. Not putting up a fight? Nightwing questioned while slapping a pair of cuffs over his wrists, and Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. No point. He responded while a half-conscious Sasuke rolled onto his side, and then tried to push himself to his feet. Growling, Donna stomped over to the dark-haired youth before placing her boot onto his back and then pushing him to the ground and digging her heel into his back, causing him to grunt in pain. Down, boy. Donna said mockingly, though with no trace of humor in her tone, however, as Sasuke tried to glare at the girl. Kid Flash checked around the room, making sure there was no traps or hidden surprises waiting for them before giving an okay to Nightwing, who nodded his head and then motioned for the others to follow him. Meanwhile, Neji was gathered up by Cyborg along with Sakura, both being slung over his shoulders before he glared at the single-eyed Kakashi. You better pray Naruto's gonna be alright, man. Sai suddenly growled out darkly, the unsaid threat registering to Kakashi. To think, Naruto, you've even got friends like these here. Kakashi thought to himself before motioning for Ino and Hinata to follow them. Donna then wrapped her lasso around Sasuke and literally dragged the Uchiha behind her with BB at her side, unusually quiet. Walking out of the warehouse, Kakashi blinked when he noticed several silver spheres on the ground. Did you leave those there? He asked Nightwing, who looked down, only for knockout gas to suddenly spray out of them. Shit. Knight called out while covering his mouth, only to be hit from behind as the others didn't react in time. A commando was left standing behind each the Titans, while the Nin fell unconscious due to the gas and their own exhaustion. Jumping to the ground behind the commandos was none other than Ravager, a gas mask worn over her face. Secure the ninja? She ordered of the commandos before crossing her arms as she shook her head while looking down at Sasuke. Idiot. I need him alive. You best hope you haven't ruined any chance I had of my plans working. She grumbled while kicking the unconscious youth. Sighing, she then snapped her fingers, several more of her commandos dropping down before collecting the Konoha ninja. They've all but proved themselves useless to my needs, especially the Uchiha brat, but I could still probably find some small use for them. Ravager mused to herself while walking away, her commandos following her with the Nin over their shoulders. As they made their way from the warehouse, Ravager made a quick mental note to find out what that green shit Sasuke, Naruto, and Raven got covered in was. And she also made a note to get a smoke when she got back to base. It had been a very stressful day and she felt she deserved one for putting up with so much failure, though if she'd been more careful, she might have noticed a pair of glowing green eyes as Danny watched her leave, then looked down at the Titans for a moment before sighing. She really hated tough choices. Titan's Tower. Raven landed in Titan's Tower, more importantly, the infirmary, and quickly set about working around the room. Friend Raven, what should I do to help you? Starfire asked worriedly while holding up Naruto, the blonde slipping in and out of consciousness due to the heavy amount of blood loss he'd suffered. Lay Naruto down and get his shirt off to start with Starfire. I need to see the extent of the damage that idiot did to him before I can do anything. Raven said quickly while trying mostly to calm her raging emotions, most of which were for once in complete agreement with wrath in wanting to gut Sasuke alive. However, at the moment, that wasn't productive as she'd need to concentrate if she wanted to be able to heal her friend and not do more harm than good. Hearing what Raven needed, Starfire went to work on removing Naruto's spiral mask, then his headband, then his bandolier, and finally his shit. However, upon seeing the fist-sized hole in the side of his chest, just barely missing his heart, part of which she could actually see in the hole, the girl turned visibly green. Friend Raven. I have done the removing of his shirt for you. Starfire offered meekly, and Raven quickly turned to see what the damage was and turned green as well for a moment. Please let me be able to help with this. Raven thought to herself before taking a breath and placing her hands over the wound. Concentrating on her healing powers, Raven's hands were covered in a blue glow over his wound. Grunting in his sleep, Naruto groaned for a moment while the wound started to steam slightly, red energy pooling within the wound before spiraling around its edges as it helped seal it up. Noticing this, Raven frowned for only a moment before quickly realizing what it was based on Kakashi's little story. QB, it doesn't want to die, and if you do, you take it with you, so it's going to keep you alive as long as it needs to. Raven noted to herself, easily knowing what that felt like. I think we're almost too much alike, Naruto, but like I told that idiot pervert, I'm not going to leave you over something like that. Raven thought to herself while concentrating her powers and working on the wound. What a most interesting development. A familiar four-eyed demon mused while QB frowned towards its compatriot. Interesting? How can you say that when my host is dying? QB demanded with a low growl, and the other being chuckled lightly for a moment. And what do you find so funny, Trigon? QB demanded once more, and the four-eyed being chuckled once more before grinning at the kitsune. Haven't you noticed something odd inside your host? Trigon questioned of the kitsune, and it raised a brow before narrowing his eyes, a grin spreading across his muzzle as he noticed what Trigon did. Ah, now I see what you mean. Yes, this could indeed be most interesting, especially if this were to affect your darling daughter as well. QB mused to itself with a grin spread over his lips, and Trigon nodded his head in agreement. I know it will. And once it takes hold of them both, it will be most interesting to see what their inner demons will do to their so-called friends. Trigon noted aloud, and QB nodded his head with a light chuckle before narrowing his eyes for a moment. What of our plan? We are soon to escape our prisons, surely we shouldn't wait. QB reasoned, and Trigon was silent for only a moment before chuckling in his throat as he pulled his power from a glowing figure within a subterranean cave. True, but I'd rather like to enjoy this show. And my plan can only fully take hold on my daughter's birthday. We still have plenty of time before that will come to pass. Trigon reminded, and QB grumbled under his breath for a moment before closing his eyes and vanishing. Remaining for a brief moment, Trigon chuckled in his throat before vanishing as well to watch the show. Chapter 39, Inner Demons PT3. Ravager sighed while rubbing her temples through her mask for a moment. All things considered, today had been one massive disaster after another. Her being beaten, while anticipated, had been more thoroughly than she had liked. Never expected him to figure out how to get around my future sense. She admitted to herself before opening a drawer and pulling out a packet of cigarettes. Tapping it a couple times, she then pulled one out before lighting it with a match and breathing in the smoke before exhaling a breath of smoke. I don't care what father says, I really needed that. Ravager mused as she felt several muscles loosen while leaning back in her chair. On the screen before her, like on many occasions, were scenes of Naruto in battle. However, this time they were showcasing hers and the Konohanin's failure in capturing the blonde. Admittedly, not one of my better ideas. I had at least thought blindsiding him so soon after taking down Harley and Ivy would have worked to my advantage. Ravager mused to herself before hearing a ruckus from nearby and placed a hand over her face. Somebody please shoot me. She thought to herself while Sasuke suddenly threw open the door to the infirmary, breathing heavily while using the wall to brace himself from falling. While he knew the youth was fully capable of killing her if given the chance, especially with his speed, death truly didn't frighten Ravager in the least. Damn it, Ravager. I finally had him. Why the hell did you extract us? Sasuke demanded while ignoring the fact he'd also been soundly beaten. It was only thanks to Ino and Hinata's healing jutsus and Wintergreen's admittedly advanced medicinal skills he was even standing after all, let alone moving after that beating he took. Ravager scowled. If it weren't for the fact that, in her eyes, Naruto was worth putting up with this Sharingan-wielding idiot, she'd have already killed Sasuke herself. He wasn't smart, not from what she'd seen of him now, or heard he'd done in the past. He wasn't especially cunning, he only seemed to have rare bursts of intelligence actually. He wasn't all that strong, she could gut him in his sleep if she had half a mind to after all. And he most certainly wasn't as handsome as that pink-haired moron of a medic Neen seemed to think. Blowing out some smoke, Ravager swiveled around in her chair and stood up. Idly, she saw Kakashi wander out of the infirmary as well, holding his ribs, which Naruto had broken. Marching over to Sasuke, Ravager grabbed the Uchiha by the throat and lifted him up off his feet with one arm and a scowl across her face. The teen grasped at her wrist with wide eyes while she merely tightened her grip until the only sounds to escape his mouth were labored gasps as he futilely clawed at her arm so he could try to breathe properly again. Because fool, ever since he arrived, Uzumaki's turned into a major factor in my agenda. He's no good to me if he's dead. I need him, preferably alive, for my plans to work, Ravager said with a snarl, bringing her face right up to his and glaring hard into his onyx black eyes. Feeling repulsed by the Uchiha's nearness to her person, she then tossed him to the side with all her strength and sent him across the room. She found the thud when Sasuke struck the opposite wall to be immeasurably satisfying. Ouch! Kakashi mumbled and Ravager looked at him, having actually forgotten he was present for a moment. Meanwhile, Sasuke gasped and greedily took in air as he slowly pushed his body up, then turned around to face Ravager and saw she had went back to watching recordings of Naruto in that Takura mask outfit fighting with the Teen Titans. Inwardly, he wondered what was so fascinating to her. The dobe wasn't worth all the attention she seemed to have focused on him after all, but antagonizing her was clearly not in his best interests. So is it that you need him for your plans to get revenge with how hard he can push the ones you hate? Sasuke questioned and Ravager felt her head start to pound because of the Uchiha's stupidity. She honestly only cared about fulfilling her father's plans to find the perfect apprentice. Terra and Robin had been flops, the former having actually killed him, but Naruto was scarily like her father. He'd be the perfect one to take over for him in his stead. I can understand that. I suppose that as an Avenger, I can try tolerating him until he has no further use to you, Sasuke said while Ravager tuned back into reality and made a mental note not to drift off into her thoughts too greatly from now on. Shut up, Ravager said venomously while resisting the urge to throw something at the whelp. She wasn't stupid, if angered to a point she knew he could kill her, but she found it hard to put up with him. Sasuke himself merely watched her for a moment while noticing her rub her temples with an obvious headache, then turned and made his way back to the infirmary to rest. Powerful, ruthless, cunning, this Ravager was truly worthy of being an Uchiha's woman. There was just the problem that she seemed to prefer that dobe rather than him to deal with. However, she had made it very clear if she used his Sharingan to try to make her his woman, she'd castrate him with a rusted kunai. Not to mention she seemed all but immune to genjutsu, having apparently trained in mental arts to shield her from such silly illusions as she'd called them. You'll try tolerating him until he's useless to me? Funny, I was just thinking the same thing about you, you egomaniacal fool. And should you attempt to kill Naruto again, well, ever since I learned you existed and decided to use you Konoha fools, I've looked forward to showing you that pawn's re-expendable, Uchiha. Ravager thought to herself while reaching up to pull her cig from her lips and exhale a breath of smoke. She then pulled up the recording of when Naruto had just plain chewed up and spat out the Konoha group while he'd been dressed in that Akatsuki garb of his the first time. Watching as without Sasuke they were clearly more than just a little outclassed, Ravager could see why the boy was so arrogant. Regardless of his stupidity and obvious insanity, Sasuke was still powerful, but as she watched Naruto beat the Konoha Nin without Sasuke, then watched the fight with him as they still lost, it showed just how much stronger the blonde really was. She shook her head in amusement. Naruto was right, these Konoha shinobi, and she used the word shinobi loosely, were flunkies. Her father's assembly line robot commandos were less expendable than these fools and she allowed dozens of them be torn apart during this last fiasco. Sighing and shaking her head, Ravager then looked over to where Kakashi was only for the man to say something. You do know smoking can kill you, right? Kakashi asked the white-haired girl and Ravager gave him a look before taking a puff of smoke and exhaling, basically telling him to go fuck himself while also flipping the man off. What she did to unwind was none of his, Sasuke's, or even her father's business as far as she was concerned. Holding up his hands placating, Kakashi then made his way back to the infirmary and blew out smoke once more. Digging her now nearly burnt-away cig into her ashtray, Ravager then rubbed her temples with her index fingers and frowned in thought. If you fools are of any indication of what everyone else is like in your home, I can see why he'd leave it. Betraying his former home? Huh. Uzumaki probably just got sick of babysitting so many worthless buffoons that boasted of their so-called superiority thanks to their so-called abilities as warriors. She thought to herself bitterly, making a mental note to go out and get severely hammered tonight while she was unwinding. She hardly knew about Naruto's past other than the scraps she had got hold of it that he'd shared with his teammates on Tartarus and Raven from all the time she'd been observing him, and even she could tell that much about Naruto. He wasn't going to be used but people who didn't even appreciate everything he did for them. So he left that place. It was as plain and simple, cut and dry as that. Sighing to herself, she pulled up a screen much smaller than the others that showed when the Konoha flunkies were wondering if they could use her, and smirked slightly to herself. Huh. It was insulting for them to think they weren't being watched at all times since they had gotten here and yet could get away with trying to reverse roles with her. She was the one using them, not the other way around. It was one of her first lessons from her father: if you offer to side with anyone, keep as close an eye on your allies as you do with your enemies. Or as the old saying goes, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Shaking her head and putting that screen away, Ravager returned to observing her other files. She looked over the recordings of Naruto again, a smirk making its way onto her face. Of all the words to describe Uzumaki, she found complex suited him best. He was neither good nor evil, willing to go against the law and those that upheld it, yet at the same time, he was selfless and noble. He was truly a shade of gray in every sense of the word. Naruto Uzumaki, he continued to pique her interests relentlessly. Shame he already had a girlfriend. Wait just 1 second. Where the hell did that come from? Blinking, Ravager grimaced while rubbing her temples and shook her head. I really need to get out more. She noted to herself and made that mental note to get hammered into a plan for tonight so she wouldn't go stark raving mad. Ravager quickly switched the screens to watch solely the Titans. It was best not to dwell on what had just gone through her head and get ready for her night on the town. Turning her computers off, Ravager took one last look at them before they shut down, then made her way to her room with a smirk. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, yes, complex suited him very very well. Titan's Tower. Starfire sighed while sitting in midair, waiting for the other Titans to return while Raven tended to Naruto's wounds. I hope he will be alright, she thought to herself before stretching out her limbs and leaned back in midair, floating around the Titan's Ops Center absently. I wonder if friend Raven requires my further assistance? Starfire wondered before shaking her head and sighing once more. Unlike Raven and Cyborg, she had no idea how to use any healing abilities or medicines. Rolling over and floating on her stomach, Starfire folded her arms under her head and looked at the door. I wish I had something to keep me busy, but I do not feel like doing any of the cooking. Friend Raven is preoccupied with the healing, and I do not know where the others are, though. I must wonder what is taking them so long. Starfire said, then wondered to herself while looking to a clock nearby. Given the usual length of mission, Starfire wouldn't be surprised if the others were out longer, but given that the ninja had been all but incapacitated when they left, she felt that they should have returned by now. Sighing, Starfire closed her eyes, but the sight of the hole in Naruto's chest seemed to flash before her vision. While a warrior by nature, Starfire had never seen someone who could take a hit like that. This Sasuke had literally punched through Naruto and he'd still been able to fight back. It was impressive, but she truly hoped he would be all right. She would have preferred if he hadn't gotten hurt, but she supposed the sight of Raven being in danger overrode anything else in his mind. I believe you are very lucky, friend Raven, to have a consort who is so loyal and caring. Starfire mused with a wry smile, happy the normally aloof girl was finding some small semblance of happiness. While unknown to most, Starfire was actually older than Raven, and thus thought of her more as her little sister than anything. She supposed that might be why she was so clingy to Raven. Her own experiences with her sister probably, instinctively, wanted her to be nicer to Raven than was probably necessary because she saw the girl as somewhat of a sister as well as a friend. A sudden ringing broke Starfire from her pondering, thus causing the alien to sit up and look around. Hello? She questioned and then frowned as the ringing came once more. Snapping her fingers as she remembered they had a doorbell, Starfire flew down to the entrance hall of the tower. Coming out of the elevator, Starfire gasped seeing the other Titans all unconscious on the floor. Quickly flying over to them, she checked for pulses and was happy to find they were all alive. Looking around for a moment, Starfire then looked to her friends and decided that they shouldn't be lying around on the floor, thus beginning the arduous task of carrying each of them to their rooms. Nearby, Danny watched as Starfire took the Titans through the tower while giving a mental sigh. It had been a choice between bringing the Titans back here and trying to follow Ravager to her base. Unfortunately, she'd gone with making sure the Titans were safe, and she had to admit she wanted to make sure Naruto was as well. I swear, Sensei, you're starting to rub off on me. Danny thought to herself and wondered what that said about how similar they are to one another. Shaking that thought out of her head and then seeing that Starfire was preoccupied with taking her friends to their rooms, the young ghost girl flew up and through the ceiling, heading up the tower while checking rooms. Soon finding the infirmary, Danny saw a tired Raven trying to heal Naruto. The girl was opening and closing her eyes at random, while, all things considered, Naruto's wounds were almost completely healed. Frowning at that, Danny flew over to Raven and stayed invisible. If the older girl hadn't been so wiped from what Danny could tell, she probably would have been found out. Watching as Raven suddenly slumped forward from exhaustion, Danny moved and caught her, keeping her from falling on a sleeping Naruto. Shaking her head, Danny then flew inside of Raven and overshadowed her, the violet-haired sorceress eyes glowing the same neon green as Danny's. Standing up, Danny grimaced as she noticed how stressed out Raven's body was. Does she never just relax herself? She's got enough tension in her neck and shoulders to suggest it. Danny wondered, then mused while twisting around for a moment and taking a breath to relax. One thing Danny knew was that overshadowing only took control of the body. The mind was more or less put to sleep, thus, Danny was only in control of Raven's body while her subconscious and conscious minds were both still asleep. She had to admit this made things easier for her, especially since it basically meant she didn't have to worry about causing Raven's powers to wig out. Rubbing her, or Raven's, shoulders for a moment, Danny then turned invisible and walked over to the door before sticking her head out. Not seeing Starfire outside, the young ghostling girl made her way through the tower. Checking various rooms to see if they were Raven's, Danny wondered why it was so annoying to find. Suddenly noticing a door with the word Raven printed on it, Danny felt her eyes drop and a flat expression fall across her face. Well, that isn't obvious at all. She mumbled in Raven's voice, and then blinked, almost thinking Raven had said it since sarcasm was her thing. Making her way through the door, Danny then pulled off Raven's cloak and folded it before placing it down on her nightstand. Turning and looking around, Danny stopped at a mirror and blinked. I didn't know Raven had curves like these, Danny noted while moving her, or Raven's, hips from side to side. Blushing as she realized what she was doing, Danny turned away from the mirror and crossed her arms. No ogling your sensei's girlfriend, no matter how nice a body she has. Danny scolded herself before groaning at the way it came out, making a note to hit herself later. Danny removed Raven's belt, gloves, and boots before putting them away and stretched out her, or Raven's, arms. Lying down in Raven's bed, she pulled up the covers and got comfortable before closing Raven's eyes. Sighing, Danny got out of Raven and watched as Raven fell fast asleep before nodding to herself. Looking back at Raven for a moment, then at her cloak, and took a thoughtful expression before snapping her fingers. So that's it. The cloak hides her figure. She mumbled to herself and then made sure she didn't disturb Raven's sleep. Seeing the gray-skinned teen roll over and dig deeper into the covers, Danny gave a sigh of relief before placing the cloak back where she found it. Flying out of the room, she then made her way back to Naruto to check on him. Seeing the now only slight wound where Sasuke had hit him made Danny breathe a sigh of relief. Good, don't want you dying on me, sensei, Danny said before floating out of the tower. Now assured her sensei was in good hands, she flew back towards Tartarus HQ to fill in the others to what happened. Something told her those Konoha nin were going to be dead soon as well. Ravager happily walked into her HQ, dressed in some civilian attire of a black leather jacket, white tank top, blue jeans, and black high-top sneakers. Giggling almost drunkenly, the girl walked past a shocked Kakashi as he stared at her. Ravager? He questioned, and she turned on one heel, surprisingly graceful given how intoxicated she was from the smell alone. Yes, who else? She stated in a surprisingly serious tone, and then turned back around and stretched her arms into the air while walking to her room, Sasuke paying particular attention as she passed. Have you been drinking or something? Kakashi asked while covering his nose, the stench of alcohol clear to him, and Ravager turned to give him a look. Yes. What of it? She asked before turning back, not waiting for an answer, and walking into her room, closing the door behind her as she did. She's amazingly in control of herself if she's drunk, Sasuke said while walking out of his room and pulling off his soaked shirt. He'd unfortunately been unable to change clothes after his fight last night. Regardless of how tough he liked to act, he didn't like sleeping in the green-soaked clothes. He also wondered what he'd managed to bathe himself in during his latest moment of insanity. Turning to the side, he then saw Sakura and thus tossed his shirt at her face. Hey, Sakura complained, and the Uchiha smirked slightly as she pulled the shirt off of herself and groaned when she felt the partially dried green stuff get on her. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Ravager suddenly called while poking her head out of her room. Looking to her with a raised brow, Sasuke gaped, seeing that she was quite clearly topless, though used the door to conceal herself. Whatever that green shit is could be toxic or worse. So it'd be better that you not throw it on people if they might mutate into monsters because of it. Speaking of which, I need to run an analysis on it anyways, so don't throw it away either. Ravager then mused before moving back into her room, Sasuke looking to Kakashi with wide eyes. I love this universe, Kakashi said with a nod of his head, and Sasuke scowled while mentally telling the man to back off. Turning away, Sasuke took his shirt back from Sakura while she twitched and then shivered. You okay? Kakashi questioned and Sakura looked at her arms for a moment before nodding her head. Shrugging, Kakashi reached into his weapons case and retrieved his newest book before happily reading it to himself. Great, now your precious Sasuke got us covered in something toxic. Ain complained and Sakura pinched the bridge of her nose. When will you just shut up already? He's not evil, he's not insane, he's just really stressed is all. Sakura insisted and Ain growled and wished she could slap her, then gaped as Sakura's left arm suddenly did so. Both were silent for a moment before looking at their arm, Ain grinning as she made a fist, the left hand doing as she did. Widening her eyes, Sakura looked around to make sure no one had seen that before making a break for the bathroom. Entering and looking at her reflection, she wasn't surprised to see that a vision of what Ain looked like appeared over her reflection. Unlike when they were younger and she'd only looked like her with the kanji 4 inner Sakura on her brow, her inner self seemed to reflect portions of her, as in Ain's own personality. Ain was rather different to Sakura, having fuchsia hair and dark forest green eyes, possibly reflecting her darker, more violent nature. Though she was pale since she never got out that much before, she was also more physically fit, being a reflection of her growing strength of will, and the last thing that made Sakura hate her with a passion, she seemed to have a larger chest than her, which Ain said just reflected her being more confident in herself and her looks than Sakura herself. Bitch. What the hell was that just now? Sakura demanded and Ain shrugged before lifting her left arm, Sakura's left arm following it. I don't know but I like it. Ain replied with a grin and flexed her arm, causing Sakura to do the same. Stop that. Sakura ordered and Ain stuck her tongue out at her. Damn it. Why won't you just go away already, haven't you pestered me enough? Sakura demanded and Ain crossed her arms and gave her a look, Sakura's left arm moving to rest in the same fashion as if she'd crossed her arms. Why? Maybe because I don't want to leave. Ain told the pinkette and Sakura nearly screamed before leaning towards the mirror. Then why can't I make you go away? She demanded and Ain grinned towards her evilly. You honestly think you can make me do anything? Ain questioned before snickering and placing her hand onto the mirror, forcing Sakura's arm to do the same. Now that is rich pinky. My will is too strong for you to stick me into some little hole, so you'd better get used to me or get ready to spend the rest of our life in a little hole pinky, 'cause I'm not going anywhere. Ain told the pinkette before fading from the mirror, an amused snicker following her even as she left. Looking at her hands worriedly, Sakura then exited the bathroom and looked around, figuring that Ino and Hinata were still asleep. She wondered what Sasuke was doing and sighed upon seeing him standing next to Ravager's door. What she got that I don't? Sakura inwardly demanded and Ain snickered before piping in what she felt was the answer. You mean besides money, power, an army at her beck and call, the capability to use swords, a body any supermodel would kill for, and Sasuke's attention? Well, she has a much better rack than you. Ain offered with a laugh at her expense and Sakura growled indignantly before crossing her arms and stomping off. Titan's Tower. Raven opened her eyes and stretched out her limbs as she sat up in bed. What the hell, where am I? She suddenly wondered while rolling out of the bed and then rolled her arm in its socket. Geez, I feel like I just went one-on-one with Wrath. She noted and then looked at her reflection in a mirror. Let's see, purple hair and eyes, check, gray skin, check, female, check. She listed while looking at herself, then stopped and noticed that her hair was a little longer, probably meaning she needed a trim, and that her finger and toe nails were longer, looked more like claws, and seemed to be black. Who the hell painted my nails? Has Happy been getting extra frisky again or what? Raven wondered with a frown before stopping when she saw a blue cloak laying on the nightstand and her eyes widened. Oh shit. I'm free. She asked, then picked up the cloak and grinned as it started to turn green in her hands. Yes. Ha ha ha. Freedom baby. It tastes so sweet. She then exclaimed before looking at her clothes and frowned before holding out a hand. Concentrating, Raven formed a ball of black energy before 3 items fell into her hand and she smirked. Seeing as I'm in charge now, I think a little armor would be much better to being completely defenseless and weak. Also better figure out a way to get this body into shape. I swear, I know controlling rage is important, but she could at least work out a little. She muttered while pulling on a pair of leather fingerless gloves that were attached to segmented leather armor that reached over her forearms, then pulled on similar armor on around her waist before nodding her head. Reaching over, she then pulled on her belt and cloak before pulling on her boots, grinning, as they turned green as they came into contact with her body. Hopping up, the confident girl then made her way out of the room and out to Ops. Passing by a shocked BB who gaped upon recognizing the girl, she walked into Ops and turned to the kitchen. Bobbing her head while humming a tune, the girl then looked over to the side as a very groggy cyborg entered the room. Time for breakfast? Hey Sai, Could you make some waffles? Raven asked with a cocky smirk across her lips, and the titanium teen blinked before turning and gaped when he saw the familiar green cloak. Oh shit, this can't be good, Sai said, remembering this particular version of Raven from a trip into her mind. Hey Sai, yo, Earth to Sai, Raven called out while looking at the metal man, and he shook his head. Yeah, what did you need again? Sai questioned, and Raven grinned once more. I'm in the mood for waffles, she replied, and Sai blinked before grinning and making his way to the kitchen. You got it, Ray, he said while Raven bobbed her head while humming a tune again. So somehow Raven's bravery and confidence is loose? I wonder what that means. I should probably scan that green shit for anything, Sai thought to himself, but decided that breakfast should come before he did that while getting the waffle iron out. Meanwhile, BB just stared from his seat at Raven as she bobbed her head. Nightwing then entered the room while nursing a pounding head and stopped when he saw a green-cloaked Raven humming. She seems awfully happy, he noted, and Raven grinned. Yep. I'm free and all is right with the world. Hooah, Raven said while pumping a fist, and Nightwing stared at the girl before turning to Sai. Cyborg, we need to talk, Night said while walking over to the metal teen, then turned to look at Raven as she continued humming to herself. Turning back to the metal teen as he worked on making waffles, Night gave him a look. What the hell is going on with Raven? Night asked quietly, and Sai leaned towards him while keeping his robotic eye on the waffle mix. This is one of her personalities me and BB told you guys about. That is all her bravery, confidence, and fighting spirit rolled into one being, Cyborg replied, and Night felt his eyes widen before frowning as he took a moment to look at the girl. He noticed her elongated fingernails first, then the strange leather armor she was wearing, and turned back to Cyborg. I thought they were supposed to be identical to Raven. But this one has armor and long claws, Night said, and Cyborg nodded his head casually while also pouring the waffle mix into the iron. I know, and that's not normal. I think that green shit from last night did something to her. It might have unbalanced her mind enough to give her other emotions temporary control of her body. Or, possibly permanent control. I need to do a scan on some of that stuff to figure out what's going on with her, Cyborg explained, and Nightwing nodded while Sai flipped the first waffle onto a plate and started his work on the next one. Good morning, friends. Is it not a most joyous day? Starfire commented as she entered the room with her arms outstretched, and Brave quickly turned to her with a wide grin on her face. Meanwhile, BB continued to stare at the green-cloaked Raven, still too shocked to say anything about it. Got that right, Star? Brave said while throwing an arm up, and Starfire stopped, then looked at the green Raven with a blink. Friend Raven, are you feeling alright? She asked, and Brave grinned while giving her a look. Of course I'm alright, the sky is blue, the sun is shining, and I feel like kicking some bad guy butt, Brave said, causing Starfire to stare at her with wide eyes while Nightwing turned back to Sai with a blank expression. We've got to fix this, and fast, Night stated, and Sai had to agree with him on that while he finished with Raven's plate. Here you go, Ray, dig in, Sai offered while sliding some waffles over to Brave, the green-cloaked Raven catching it and digging in with gusto. Flying over to Cyborg and Nightwing, Starfire continued to look at Raven for a moment before turning back to the two boys. Friends, many things about friend Raven still confound and confuse me, but I believe that this is definitely not normal, Starfire stated, and Nightwing looked to Cyborg, both nodding their heads in agreement with the girl's analysis. Man, what a night, and we lost those ninja creeps to boot, Kid Flash mumbled as he walked into ops with Donna, the Amazon, nodding her head. I just hope Raven's boyfriend is alright, he was pretty badly injured after all, Donna noted, and Brave suddenly finished her waffles and slammed her plate into the counter with wide eyes. Shit. Naruto. You stupid bitch. How do you forget about your man so easily? Brave demanded of herself before blinking as the alarm went off, then quickly made her way over to a computer. Alright, I'll kick one, maybe two bad guys' asses, then come back to make sure Naruto's fine, 3 bad guys tops, Raven's confidence said to herself before grinning as the information came up on the computer. Mumbo jumbo. Ha, this will take all of 5 seconds, Raven said to herself before snapping her fingers and vanishing in a burst of black energy. Looking to one another, the Titans waited all of a second before rushing out of ops to make their way to the scene, hopefully before Brave went overboard. Jump City. Brave appeared in front of the bank Mumbo was robbing and pulled her hood up with a grin. Walking into the bank, she walked inside and then watched as Mumbo Jumbo made money float into his hat. Hasn't he done this trick before? Brave noted while mentally thinking that Mumbo needed to get some new material. Oh wow. Good one. A bubbly version of her voice said with a laugh, and Brave blinked for a moment while looking around, wondering why she was hearing her sister's voice. Weird, she mumbled before shrugging her shoulders as she confidently marched into the bank, smirking despite herself. Hey blue boy. Brave shouted at the villain, and the blue magician turned to her and grinned. "Ah, so it's the little birdie girl? Where are the other titans? Or did you come to see a real magician at work?" Mumbo questioned with a grin, and Brave cocked her hip to one side and gave the blue man a look. "First of all, I don't need the others to take you down. Second, if you don't give up in the next 3 seconds, I'll be forced to resort to more violent measures," Brave replied with a smirk, and Mumbo raised a brow before grinning. "So the little raven is flying solo today? Well, you're too late to stop me, Mumbo Jumbo," the blue magician called out while waving his magic wand towards Brave, a boxing glove popping out of the ground and heading for her. Grinning, Brave jumped into the air and placed a hand onto the glove before flipping off of it in an amazing display of acrobatic ability before landing in a crouch. "Huh. This'll be even easier than I thought," Brave said to herself while standing back up and brushing off her arms. Seeing this, Mumbo looked at the girl in shock, wondering when she got so athletic, then took the time to notice her change in colored cloak and claws and thus blinked. "There's something different about you," he noted, and Raven grinned before crouching back and lunging forward, kicking Mumbo in the nose and knocking him away. The mad magician threw his hands into the air when the kick connected, sending his wand flying as he skidded along the ground comically before slamming into a wall face first. Catching his wand with one hand, Brave gave him a very amused look before snapping it like a toothpick. Gaping as he returned to the form of a normal man, Mumbo looked at Raven in shock while all his spells were instantly cancelled. "But, you, I mean, how did, where did, what?" Mumbo mumbled to himself in shock, and Brave cocked her hip to the side with a smirk across her lips. "Wow, looks like all you're missing is why and when," she said mockingly before cracking her knuckles as she made her way over to the villain. Hey now. You've already snapped my wand, no need to get violent anymore," Mumbo insisted, and Brave merely grinned while grabbing his shirt and lifted him off the ground with one arm. Gulping audibly, Mumbo looked at the green-cloaked girl with a small amount of fear before both she and her cloak were lifted her up by Cyborg. "Sorry to do this, Ray, but you seriously need to chill," Sai stated before wrapping his arms around Brave to hold her down. However, he then briefly saw both her eyes and her cloak turn blood red, only for Brave to shake her head and look panicked. "Let go of me," Brave shouted loudly while struggling in Cyborg's grip. "Damn it. You have 3 seconds to let me go," Brave growled out before twitching as she huffed. 1, 2, 3. Brave exclaimed before elbowing Cyborg in the side, causing him to grimace while backing up slowly, then looked at her with wide eyes. "When the hell did you get so strong?" Cyborg demanded, and Brave grit her teeth while continuing to struggle in his grasp. "Come on now, I said chill already, we're not going to hurt you, we only want to," Cyborg tried to say before Brave slammed the back of her head into his nose, causing him to lurch back, her sheer strength surprising him as she pried his arms away from her body. "No, you don't understand. You shouldn't touch me. She'll get mad if you touch me," Brave started saying before bringing her legs up and then kicked into Cyborg's stomach, knocking him away with the same surprising strength before flipping in the air and landing in a crouch. "Cyborg," Knight said in shock while he and Starfire moved to help their friend up, Brave looking around worriedly. "Friend Cyborg, are you undamaged?" Starfire asked worriedly while Cy grunted and placed a hand over his stomach. "Now why does she have to hate on me like that?" he muttered to himself with a frown while Brave slowly backed away. "Cyborg, I'm sorry, I was just, you shouldn't have," Brave started to say before quickly bolting, leaving the Titans in the bank with Mumbo while she ran away. "Beast Boy, wait here for the police to take Mumbo into jail. Donna, Bart, you two should follow and keep an eye on Raven. Sai, do you think you?" Knight ordered before turning to Sai while Donna and Kid Flash went after the girl, Sai giving Nightwing a look as his response. "Find Ray, I'm heading back to the tower to check on that green shit that got on her. If I find out anything, I'll be sure to call you," Cyborg stated, and Nightwing nodded his head before looking to Star. "Come on, let's go find Raven before she hurts someone," Knight stated, and both teens nodded before following him as they exited the bank and went after Raven. "Dude, why am I always left watching the bad guy?" BB wondered, and Sai rolled his eyes before patting the teen on his shoulder. "Take it this way, BB, Rob trusts you with making sure Mumbo and the other villains don't get away again," Sai offered the younger teen, and BB blinked before grinning up at the titanium teen. "Dude, do you really think so?" he asked, and Sai nodded his head before patting BB on the shoulder. While no one said it, BB was dependable. He didn't have the raw strength of him or Star, the sheer power of Raven, or even the brilliance and tactical genius of Robin, but BB never let his friends down. "I know so, BB," Sai offered before frowning as he made his way out of the bank and walking over to the T-car and got in. "Don't worry, Ray, whatever's going on, we've all got your back," Sai thought to himself while he put the pedal to the metal and went well over the speed limit. Naruto groaned lightly, then grimaced when he felt something hit his face. A dripping sound then caught the blonde nin's attention before he looked all around and felt his eyes widen. He was now laying in the corridors of his mindscape, only something weird had happened. Reddish-black tendrils were covering all the walls, and even the bars to Kyuubi's cage. "Hello Gaki? I'd like you to meet a new tenant of yours. He just moved in recently, but he's just dying to meet you," Kyuubi said with a chuckle, Naruto looking at him strangely only to yelp as a tendril of the red stuff suddenly shot from the walls and wrapped around his legs. Looking down towards it, Naruto cried out upon seeing a beast of some kind with a pumpkin grin and white bones shaped like a skull for a mask, its flesh reptilian in nature and black as onyx with tufts of reddish fur scattered over its visible body, its long almost rabbit-like ears reaching off the back of its head while its dangerous orange eyes with plus-shaped pupils loomed in the darkness of its mask. Gritting his teeth, Naruto twisted around and started clawing at the ground, trying desperately to pull himself away from the monster behind him. Giving out a low, screeching roar, the beast reached out with a pair of massive claws that easily wrapped around Naruto's entire lower legs. Crying out, Naruto grabbed the edge of the entrance to the Kyuubi's cell. Looking at it, he saw it grin darkly as he started to loose his grip, the beast behind him narrowing its eyes while four furry tails came out of the darkness and wrapped around his arms and neck, pulling him into the darkness with a scream while the Kyuubi started to laugh while pumping its chakra towards the beast in the shadows with an evil grin. In the real world, Naruto's eyes suddenly opened, however they were no longer blue. Now they were a dark orange color with a horizontal slit like a toad being pierced by a thin vertical slit, red markings at the sides of his eyes. Growling low in his throat, the blonde opened his mouth to reveal fang teeth while claws grew from his fingers and a screeching roar tore its way from his throat as the rest of his body suddenly began to change as well. With the Titans. Brave ran down an alley before sliding to a halt when she felt that she'd finally ditched the others. Shit. What's going on? I just felt rage. I don't do rage, so was she getting out or what? Brave wondered to herself before grimacing and leaning into a nearby wall, a hand on her head. Hearing someone behind her, Brave looked at Kid Flash and Donna with a slight frown. "Gee, get away. I'm not safe." Brave mumbled before groaning once more as she felt a migraine start to come on. "Now look Raven, I know we don't know you that well, but you can't just expect us to leave you when something's wrong," Kid Flash stated with Donna nodding at his side, and Brave made a mental note to get Raven to be nicer to him and Donna in the future. Shaking her head however, as she realized these two probably wouldn't listen to reason, Brave decided to take a more direct approach to the matter, and given she was the best fighter and second strongest emotion in Raven, it was clear to her what that was. "Fine then if that's the way you bozos want it, HIIYA. Brave said before jumping into a flying kick to Kid Flash's face. Ducking down into a roll as Donna tried to grab her, Brave then twisted into a sweeping kick to knock her to her back. Hearing something, probably Bola, heading her way, Brave then flipped over the weapon and turned to see Star and Night had caught up. "Friend Raven, please stop this senseless fighting, we only wish to help," Starfire insisted, and Brave groaned as her cloak and eyes flashed red once more. "And no, you guys can't be around me. I'm not safe right now," Brave said mostly to herself before flipping back and making a break for it. "Starfire, get her," Night ordered, and Starfire reluctantly flew towards Brave. Seeing the Tamaranian girl, Brave mentally groaned before turning and running clear up a wall, flipped off of it and dropped her knee into Starfire's back. "Remind me to have her teach me that move," Night said to Donna as she got up, and the Amazon nodded her head with wide eyes. Meanwhile Kid Flash got back up and then rushed towards Brave. Seeing him coming, Brave couldn't help it as she held her cape to the side. Toro, she called, and Kid Flash slid to a halt and placed his hands on his hips while giving her a look. "You didn't honestly think that'd work, did you?" KF questioned, and Brave looked thoughtful for a moment before moving her cape to show her fist and then socked him in the jaw. "No, not really," she admitted while clapping off her fists, and KF held his now throbbing jaw while Night looked to Donna. "I had my turn," Donna commented while holding her hands up, and Night grimaced, before then rushing past KF and jumped into a flying kick. Seeing this, a grin spread over Brave's face as she evaded the attack and then lashed out with a quick punch. Dodging to the side, Nightwing grabbed her arm and tossed her to the side. "Finally a real fight," Brave commented while pushing herself up and flipping into a double kick, Night blocking them before kneeing her in the gut and wincing. "I'll just apologize to Raven when she's back to normal, and I'm also going to see about having this emotion let out more. She's pretty tough," Night thought to himself while evading several punches from Brave, and then grabbed her arm and spun her around before leaning her into the wall. Nearby, Starfire helped Kid Flash back to his feet as they watched the fight between Raven and their leader finally end. "Listen Raven, we're your friends, we're here to help, so stop fighting already so we can help you," Nightwing insisted, and Brave groaned as she flashed red once more, her body posture dropping as if she was becoming exhausted. Damn it. I know, and that's why I'm trying to get away. Brave shouted before using her legs to push back, then flip over Nightwing and kick him in the back, shoving him into the wall. Bracing himself against it before he would have hit, Night then turned as Brave swayed and placed a hand on her head. Ugh, something's really wrong with me. I should. She started to say before feeling her eyes roll up into her head as she fell to her knees. Raven. Night called out to the girl, only for her to shoot up and her cloak to change colors. What? He started to question before the girl turned, making him blink. She still looked like Brave had, having the armor though minus the pink cloak, however now she was actually smiling. Hi guys. She offered with a grin and then seemed fascinated by the light leather armor she was wearing. Oh wow, Brave's armor. Cool, she never lets me wear it or play with her stuff. She said happily to herself and then frowned as she looked at her hands for a moment. Too plain. She said mostly to herself before snapping her fingers, a pair of jeweled brooches attaching themselves to the backs of her hands like on her old gloves. Much better. She said happily while flexing her fingers, the smile not once leaving her lips. Friend Raven, is that you? Starfire asked the newcomer and the violet-eyed girl gave her a look. Of course it is, who else do you know that looks like this? She quipped and Starfire blinked for a moment while Nightwing raised a brow. But why are you wearing pink? He questioned with a gaping jaw and Raven took a mock thoughtful look for a moment. 'Cause it's my favorite color? She offered and the other Titans looked at her strangely. What, do I have something on my face or something? Raven asked while looking at them with a confused stare and Kid Flash shook his head. Are you okay now Raven? You're acting kind of funny, but then again at least you're not attacking us anymore. Kid Flash questioned then mumbled to himself and the girl grinned, as she couldn't resist making a joke. Yeah well you look kind of funny in yellow tights so I guess we're even. She said before laughing to herself and walked off while holding her ribs as she continued to laugh to herself. Gaping for a moment, Kid Flash looked to Nightwing and Starfire, both of whom looked just as, if not more, confused than he was. I don't know and I don't want to know. Nightwing mumbled mostly to himself before running after the now pink-cloaked girl. Racing out of the alley, they spotted Raven now happily smelling flowers and sighing in content. The last one was bravery, this one must be joy. Nightwing suddenly realized and Kid Flash inwardly named the new Raven Joy. Oh my, so this is the most pleasant and positive aspects of Friend Raven? Starfire questioned and the others mutely nodded their heads while watching Zhao now happily skip away without a care in the world. Please, if Friend Raven has so much positive energy, why does she not ever show it? Starfire wondered and Nightwing gave her a look making her make an O with her mouth as she remembered Raven's powers. Come on, we better catch up with Happy Raven before she accidentally blows something up. Night stated, instantly getting agreements from the others as they ran after Joy. Turning a corner they saw Joy looking into a pet store with her hands clasped together. Ah, the puppies are so cute. Joy said to herself and Starfire blinked for a moment before looking to Nightwing. Friend Robin, may we please keep the positive Raven? She is most agreeable, yes. Starfire asked her friend and Nightwing gave her an incredulous look while Beast Boy flew down towards Joy. Happy? Oh man wow, you got out too? Beast Boy questioned while changing back to normal and the overly cheerful girl turned to him and grinned. Ha, oh hey BB, long time no see. She offered and Beast Boy nodded his head before frowning. Say, what happened to Miss Commando Green? I thought she was the one who got loose. BB questioned and Joy laughed to herself at the slight joke about her sister Emotion Brave. Really? Don't know where she went BB. I just suddenly found myself here, kind of nice really, and the puppies are just so cute. Joy said while turning back to look at the puppies and BB nodded his head before walking over to Night and the others. Hey guys, what happened? Beast Boy questioned and Nightwing sighed while rubbing his temples. It looked like it was going to be one of those days. Well, we caught up with Brave but she kept insisting she wasn't safe or something before she was replaced by Joy over there. Nightwing explained and BB nodded his head for a moment. Joy huh, me and Sai always just called her Happy not Joy. BB noted and Joy placed an arm over his shoulders with a smirk. Well Joy is an actual name so I like it better. She noted and BB yelped while looking at her in surprise. Dude, where'd you come from? He demanded and Joy smirked. Blame my parents? She offered and BB blinked before laughing to himself. Dude, good one. He told the pink-cloaked girl with a smile and Starfire looked to Nightwing once more. Even friend Beast Boy gets along with the positive Raven, may we please keep her for a little while longer friend Nightwing, I wish to see if she'd like to visit the mall of shopping now that she is without restraint. Starfire pleaded and Joy blinked before a grin spread over her face. The mall? Sounds cool. She said and Starfire looked to Nightwing pleadingly while BB frowned. Hey. Whoa, slow down now Star. I know Raven can be grumpy, mean, sarcastic, and moody. But she's still our friend, and we have to get her back to normal, BB stated, and Starfire looked sheepish for a moment while rubbing the back of her neck. Yes, I know, but it is just that she is normally unable to be partaking in any of the fun, yet this one seems like she enjoys it quite well. I was only wondering if perhaps we could keep her around for a little while longer so that we may allow her to express herself as the brave one did. It may even help friend Raven in some way. Starfire explained, and BB gave her a look, Nightwing mirroring it, and she grinned sheepishly. And I must admit, thoughts of being able to spend the girl time with friend Raven were most pleasant, she offered nervously, and Kid Flash cleared his throat. Not that this discussion isn't really fascinating, guys, but you might want to know, she's gone, Kid Flash commented, then said, while the others looked around for joy and then groaned. Great, now where did she go? Donna wondered, and Nightwing thought for a moment before smirking. The mall. She said it'd be cool, right? And this Raven is all about having fun, Night reminded, and Starfire grinned before flying off towards the mall, the others following after the alien princess as she left. Ravager's HQ. Sakura was not having a good day. First of all, her left eye had turned the same dark forest green as Iain's. She'd lost control of her right foot for a while, though Iain had stopped tripping her a while ago. However, the mere fact this was happening was more than just a little troubling to her. At the moment, the girl was sitting back, leaning into a wall away from everyone else as she tried to figure out what was going on. Looking into a miniature mirror she had with her, she then saw a streak of fuchsia hair falling down at the side of her head. Oh, come on. What is going on here? She demanded, while her form in the mirror then turned into a very amused Iain's. Like I said, I don't know, but I like it. Sakura spoke aloud with Iain's voice, and both her and Iain stared at one another for a moment. Wait, I can talk through you now? Shinaro. Finally. I will be heard, she said with a grin, and Sakura nearly wept as she leaned her head back into the wall behind her. Why Kami-sama, why me? I've never done anything bad enough to deserve this, have I? Sakura wondered of the heavens, and Iain decided to give her 2 cents once more, clearly enjoying her newfound freedom. Maybe it's because you cheated on Naruto for Sasuke? She offered casually with an amused smirk, and Sakura growled in her throat. Shut up! She shouted at Iain, then heard the other girl snicker in her mind and palmed her face. Elsewhere, Ravager was sitting in her usual seat, dressed in her normal uniform and frowning towards her screen. She was currently analyzing the green ooze that had been on Sasuke's clothes and frowned to herself. Looking over the strange substance, she frowned as she realized just what it was. A mutagen, but what kind? She wondered to herself before doing a search for anything on the strange substance she could find. Nothing, she mumbled and frowned to herself. That meant one of two things: either the stuff was very illegal, or someone didn't want anyone knowing they had made it. Hitting a few keys, Ravager gave an order to several of her commandos to search the warehouse from earlier and try to find some clue to what was going on. As she did that, she also continued looking over the green mutagen, wondering what kind of effect it was going to have on those exposed to it. I could probably check on Sasuke, something should have happened by now, but Sakura was also exposed to it, by him of course. Ravager noted and then shook her head. Checking those two wouldn't be prudent given that the ninja liked to be secretive. Raven, however, was much easier to spy on, plus it gave her the added bonus of not having to talk to the shinobi since they really annoyed her. Elsewhere, Sasuke threw up into the toilet of the bathroom and groaned as his finger and toenails lengthened. What's going on with me? Sasuke wondered while pushing himself to his feet and walked over to the sink. Looking at his face, he shook his head while seeing a familiar blue mark on the bridge of his nose shaped like a three-pointed star, and his Sharingan eyes were active, only the scara around them had turned black. This can't be my curse seal, but it was sealed away with Orochimaru, he whispered before looking back to his newfound claws, and a grin slowly spread across his lips. Or maybe, this is just something else, he whispered while clenching a fist with a grin. Jump City. Nightwing and the others ran into the mall looking for Joy, only for BB to blink when he saw Raven, now wearing orange, and blowing her nose on her cloak. Picking her ear afterwards, the girl looked around lazily before making her way towards the food court. Dude, she changed color again, BB said, stating the obvious, and Night palmed his face before sighing heavily. Let's just go get her, the teen grumbled while making his way over to the food court, where the orange-cloaked Raven was now eating a hamburger. For some reason, this one is acting like her normal self, Night noted, then watched as she wiped her mouth off on her sleeve and let out a belch. Mostly, he then added as an afterthought while BB snickered to himself. Sighing, Starfire then flew over to the new Raven and picked her up, causing her to twitch. Put me down, she ordered in a familiar low monotone. Friend Raven? Starfire then asked while throwing the girl up and caught her by her biceps. Is that really you? She asked, and the orange-cloaked girl merely quirked up an eyebrow with a frown. No, I'm an evil doppelganger here to discredit Raven as a hero, she replied sarcastically, and Starfire blinked, the orange-cloaked girl sighing. Yes, I'm Raven, she then stated, and Starfire squealed happily before hugging the orange-cloaked girl tightly, making her grimace. Oh my friend, I am so mirthful to see you undamaged, Starfire exclaimed before releasing the hug, still holding the now obviously annoyed girl up. We have been finding many of your other personalities so much today, we were beginning to worry that you were lost to us forever, Starfire said, and Raven twitched, and then held up a finger, and Starfire looked up. Smirking, Raven then hacked up a loogie and spit it in the air, the said loogie hitting Starfire in the face. Yelping and releasing the girl, Raven fell down and stopped herself above the ground before placing her feet onto the floor. Yawning, she then walked off, Nightwing moving to stand in front of her and block her path. Care to move out of the way, buddy? I'd really rather not be here right now, she asked, then stated with a frown, and Nightwing frowned. She sounded like Raven, but she didn't act like Raven, well, not completely like Raven at least. You're not Raven, he stated, and the girl sighed before rolling her eyes. Actually, I technically am. A part of her at least, she said with a shrug, and then belched once more before scratching her shoulder. Frowning at the orange-cloaked girl, Starfire hovered beside of Nightwing with a frown. What you did was most rude, she stated while pointing a finger at the girl, and the orange-cloaked girl shook her head. Not my problem, she stated, and walked to the side, then sighed seeing BB in front of her. Out of the way, grass stain, she ordered, and BB shook his head, looking around for some way to get him out of the way. She then placed her finger into her mouth, getting it wet, and then grabbed Kid Flash by his collar before sticking it into his ear. The boy made a face and shivered as she did, BB snorting before placing his hands over his mouth. Snickering for a moment as Kid Flash's look, BB then burst into laughter, and Raven walked past him while the others gaped at the girl. Dude, good one, BB called out, and Kid Flash twitched before shuddering. Talk about Miss Rude with attitude, he commented, and Raven turned with her arms crossed over her chest. Hey, who you calling rude, chicken head? She demanded, and then turned on her heel, not waiting for an answer, and made her way to the door. Excuse me, Rich, but why hasn't she been using her powers? Donna suddenly asked, and Nightwing frowned while noticing the exact same thing. I mean, she'll fly, she'll teleport, but only in moderation. It's almost like she just wants to walk around Jump City, Donna then said, while Starfire took a thoughtful look before an idea popped into her head. Perhaps Friendraven's emotions are unable to use her powers, she does have to cut them off from herself for much of the time, Starfire reminded, and BB slowly got up with a grin, obviously amused. Dude, who knows, and more importantly, who cares? Just so long as that really nasty Red Raven doesn't get out, the others shouldn't be so hard to deal with, BB insisted, and Nightwing frowned while giving the youth a look. You shouldn't have said that, he told the younger boy before making his way out of the mall to follow the Orange Raven, while also hoping she hadn't gone too far. Tartarus HQ. Jinx paced the floor of Tartarus HQ, a worried look across her face while the others did their usual things. Most of them were in other parts of the building, Jinx being the only one who was even in ops at the moment. Frowning, Jinx wondered for what felt like the millionth time where Tempest and Danny were. Out of a door, Danny suddenly walked with a yawn before yelping as Jinx pounced on her. Danny, thank God, do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Jinx demanded, and Danny managed a sheepish grin while Jinx looked around, then narrowed her eyes. Where's Temp? Jinx then demanded, and Danny sighed while wishing she'd gotten more sleep. He's at Titan's Tower, he got pretty banged up by those ninja that are chasing him, Danny replied with a light groan and then rubbed her temples. Now can you get off me? I've got bruises in places I shouldn't have bruises thanks to all those robots from last night, Danny grumbled while Jinx growled and then grabbed Danny's shirt by the collar. Why didn't you tell us that sooner? She demanded of the young teen, and Danny gave the older girl a look. What part of bruises in places I shouldn't have bruises don't you comprehend? Plus, I was tired and needed a good night's sleep, Danny admitted before yawning into one of her hands, and Jinx twitched. Damn it, Danny. This is serious, Jinx shouted while standing up and picked up the girl with her, then put her on a stool and walked over to an intercom. Slamming her hand into it with a deep frown on her face, Jinx took a few calming breaths before speaking. Alright, listen up. Alright, Tartarus, listen up, I want everyone to form in at ops. We've got a batch of shinobi we need to hunt down, Jinx stated with a deep frown across her face, and then took her hand from the intercom as she leaned into the wall, waiting for the others. Trigon laughed to himself as he looked down upon the happenings of the world. The ancient demon then turned his eyes as QB's own eyes opened up nearby soon after his chuckle. So QB, how does it feel to watch as your host's own inner demons devour him? Trigon questioned, and QB chuckled to himself before looking to where Trigon had been watching Raven. Not half as amusing as watching your daughter be taken apart piece by her own, QB replied while watching as Rage, a red-cloaked raven, absorbed the orange-cloaked raven inside of their shared mindscape, while a gray-cloaked one took control of Raven's body. Yes, my daughter's mental state does make her own transformation most amusing to watch. Trigon agreed while looking on in obvious amusement at the happenings of the mortal world. Such foolish creatures, they have no idea what it is they are soon to face. My daughter's demonic heritage, and the Uzumaki boy's own suppressed inner demons, Trigon noted, and QB grinned while nodding his head in agreement with Trigon. And even if they do realize what is happening, it will already be too late. QB noted and Trigon nodded his head, watching on with great amusement, as he knew that no one besides he and QB truly knew what was happening to the two.